No, so I hit stop. I think. Do I need to hit that? Go live. Okay, cool. Testing, testing. Cool. Appreciate you all joining us today. We're still getting the final technical details sorted out, but we're gonna get this party started real soon. Can you hear me? Testing, testing.
Volume's down.
I don't have my volume down.
Yeah, turn all the way up. Turn all
Not all the way up.
No, that's all the way down.
Oh shit, wrong direction. Let's try again.
Up. Good.
Cool. Testing, testing. I can hear player mics. I feel like I can hear you.
Just give it a minute.
Testing, testing. I can hear player mics.
I think I'm proud of us. We might be there.
You're doing the work, Paul.
You're on a heavy delay on my phone,
Yeah.
so that's how it goes.
It's okay.
Welcome to Warhammer. We're at the Great Game Live. Can you hear me? Oh, you're not wearing those microphones, those headphones.
For some reason, I don't know if this is working.
It might not be.
Okay.
Turn me down for a second. Turn the first channel down.
Cool. Appreciate you all joining us today. We're still getting the final technical details sorted out, but we're gonna be partying real soon. Headphone, right? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. That makes sense. You can hear me now? Cool, cool, cool. Or can I put the headphones back on? I prefer headphones. My ears are really green. Testing. Testing. I appreciate all of you beautiful people being patient. We're getting the final thing sorted out. Pairings have just went on. So we'll see what happens here.
Because you're live streaming. Okay, that means we have pairings and I have to go. This microphone's not on yet. I'm going to turn it on. Microphones are on.
So I'm not showing up in BCP at all, which is really strange. I must have put the wrong email in.
I'm seeing your name for sure.
Yeah, but what's my? Let's look at my name. Do you have a?
I don't have the TO app.
Let me get Ken. What'd you say, what? No, what a model phone?
Nice looking blood angels are.
Flush there.
Okay, so my Lord Invocatus fell too, which sucks. So I'm gonna have to use this as Lord Invocatus. It's okay. I'll do it later. Thank you, buddy. That sucks. Shit. Did I have, yeah.
Basically, each of you guys are getting one of these beautiful microphones. Please clip the solid part to like a belt or something. There's a little clip there, and then please have this up by your lapel. Perfect.
Sounds good.
That good?
Sounds good. And please remember, I'll try to remind you all, if you have to head to the bathroom or something, please take it off before you
Okay.
go. I'll try to meet the fire spike.
Yeah, no
See how
problem.
it goes.
Can I do a pocket?
That's perfect.
Okay.
We've got a couple screen pros already.
Okay. We are playing mission 11, correct? So we just got to set up the table.
Oh, and just a quick heads up over here. Honestly, here on the stream tables, it's like I pretty much stay out unless there's like just a
Blatant.
mistake that I catch right in the moment and we can easily fix. I'm sure not going back and find out but if there's like something like some sort of rules there, I'll try to jump in at any point. If I can basically do that without slowing down the game too much or making any play look bad, that's kind of the goal.
Okay.
Why isn't my list in here?
Maybe you just have to submit it now. Like if you go to like player details.
It's mission 1-1.
Okay, it should be up.
Sure, that's there. Cool.
Should be up. Okay. So, first thing we need to do is set up the objectives. Now, the objectives, then terrain. A little bit easier to do it that way. Okay, so
I have a
oh, perfect. Okay, so we go to the center, 30 and 22. Yep. Okay. And then same thing here. So 12, and then 8. Cool. And then, okay. And then we got to put yours back there. Yes, sir. Okay. And then, are you part of the MATC on Facebook? Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's where the terrain setups is. ATC. Okay. We're playing Recover the Relics on this table. Nope. Let's tear down their icons. $12 and $7. Okay, so the first one, sorry. All right, you got this down. Mm-hmm. And then just for simplicity's sake, if we're going this way, oops, this looks like it goes about here, facing towards me. This one goes here, like this, but the other direction. Yep. Okay, that's right. And then on this side, you have this here. Is that right? Oh, sorry, here. Yep. So that's this way, and that one's that way, the opposite. Yep. Like that. Okay. And then this facing that direction goes right here. Yep, just like that. This right here, just lift that up a bit. Yep. Can't hold it from behind the wall. Oh, whoops. That goes there. And then, yep, those are the last two. Okay, and it looks like on my side I'm off to this direction, and on your side you're off to that direction. There you go. The other way. Like this. There you go. Okay. All right, this is just kill unit models. All right. My Lord Invocatus model busts into 1,000,000 pieces, so this base is just Lord Invocatus. Okay. These are 8-bound. Have you played Khorne yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a World Eaters army. I just haven't finished painting them yet.
And then these are just Berserkers and 3 Rhinos. There's one squad that's not in Rhinos. Okay. So all 3 will start in Rhinos.
Or is it 10 units or 10 man squads?
No, 5s.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 mans. Each one of the guys has the upgraded weapon, and these guys have the +1 strength AP3 3 damage weapon.
Just the sergeants?
Yeah. Okay. No, well, they're not the sergeant. I don't. Yeah, just champion. The sergeant. Yeah, okay. You're right. In this squad, it's not the champion, so I can't give myself +1 attack. In this squad, it is the champion.
Okay.
Okay.
It's Flush Tears.
Okay.
So it's a Blood Angel successor chapter. I get the +1 to wound when I charge, charge, heroic intervene, and then I don't get the +1 to charge.
Okay.
I get an additional AP on 6s.
Okay.
And it's whenever I'm in melee.
Okay.
So I have Gabriel Seth. He's chapter master.
Okay.
He's fights twice. He's strength 8, AP3 or AP2, damage 3.
Okay.
He has a 6-inch aura of core units within 6. On 6s to wound, do an additional damage in melee.
Okay.
And then I have a Bike Chaplain who's the Warlord. He has the Benediction of Fury, Imperium Sword Warlord trait, and then I spent an additional CP to give him another Warlord trait, so he has Exploding 6s.
Okay. So you have 2 infiltrator squads, assault intercessors.
2 units of suppressors.
2 units, 3 mans?
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's as big as you can take them.
And
2 4-man squads of Sanguinary Guard. They all have Inferno pistols.
Okay. Can you take 4-man squads? Mm-hmm. Okay. I didn't know. Thought they had to be 5 minimum.
No, because you can take them in 4 because the banner
gotcha.
is a separate model in there. And it's another unit of assault intercessors. Okay. A Chief Librarian.
Okay.
He has Null Zone, Psychic Fortress and Mighty Heroes.
Cool.
5 Death Company, 4 Inferno Pistols, 1 Thunderhammer.
Okay.
Devastators,
Okay,
all
with
labs.
labs. Okay.
And then 3 Redemptors.
Cool.
And then I have a Tech Marine Master of the Forge.
Sounds good, bud. All right. Our deployment is
18 up.
18 up. Okie dokie.
Do you have any other questions about the list?
No. No, I kind of understand Blood Angels.
It's just Blood Angels, but worse.
Yeah. Blood Angels, but worse? Even Blood Angels are better, or these guys are better?
Blood Angels are better.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then
All right.
secondaries.
Secondaries, yeah. I'm just going to go with the corn ones
Okay.
to make it simple. So, I start with 5 CP, put that here, and I have no blood tide points, so put this here like this, and then so the killing on objective one, the killing in close combat one, and the abandoned blood tide points one.
I'm going to take Codex Warfare.
Okay.
Shock Assault.
Okay.
And then grind them down. It's where I have to kill more units than
Yep.
you. Yeah.
All right, cool. Okie dokie. I guess we roll for who deploys first. I got a 5.
Got 5.
We're rolling. Okay. Do you want me to deploy first, or do you want to deploy first?
You can deploy first.
Okay. Okay. This is my first unit.
Do Devastators first.
Do you have anything in Deep Strike?
I'm going to put a Redemptor in Strategic Reserve.
Okay.
And then, no, after that.
Okay.
Is that a unit of 2 spawn?
No, it's a unit at 1 and 1. So I'm down. I have 4 units now.
Okay. I have 4 units down now.
Okay. Let me just see something real quick. Easy is it for you to get to that guy right there? Pretty difficult. It's pretty difficult. This guy's here. How far do they move?
8.
Should be safe. Okay. Cool. So that's that down. Let's see here. Okay.
I told you I was going to put one of the Redemptors in
Yes, sir,
Strategic
you-
Reserves,
you
and I
did,
put
you
it on
did.
the table. So
You
I'll just
did.
leave it on the table.
You can put it in.
Nah,
it's up to you.
it's
I
cool.
don't care. You told me so. you want to.
Sword Intercessors.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have a really exciting game coming up between World Eaters and Blood Angels.
Let me just see something
We're early
before I put
deployment,
them down.
leave most of it on the players so you can hear them. And just want to quickly thank you all for joining. Drop a comment in the chat, tell me where you're watching from. I'm really curious where people are joining us from. We should have a really amazing game coming up. We've got two of the most aggressive and honestly bloodthirsty armies in the game. So this will be a really fun one. They're playing Recover the Relics, which is a 6th objective mission. One thing to note here is that at this tournament, the first floor windows are blocking, which means, for example, that Rhino that the World Eaters player is staged up on the line behind the building, it cannot be shot by the Redemptor turn 1, unless there's a weird angle around the side situation. Cool. Let's take it back to the players and let's see what they're thinking as they deploy.
Okay, that's one. 1, 2, 4, 6. This is not down yet. Sure, I don't want to put him down. Can 12 and 12. Shit. That's not going good. All right. I only have these 2 units to put down. Just a tad bit. I just shifted my this unit over one model.
What's that?
I shifted this unit over one model just to fit these guys here. I just messed up on my deployment. If that's okay.
No, that's fine. Tech Marine. These guys are on the bottom floor here. Okay.
And then I only have one more unit to put out.
One thing I want to note here in the stream so far is that both players are playing with a lot of sportsmanship so far. You'll notice each player did something where they're like, oh, hey, can I adjust this unit? I want to put it there. One player was like, hey, I want to put a unit in reserves, ended up putting it back on the table because they changed their mind. Both players immediately said, yeah, that's fine, let's just keep going. Should be a really, really sporting game. And we have two great players here, so when you have good sports and great players, you know you have a hell of a game coming up.
These guys. Two. Yeah, it's not all right, so you have nothing in deep strike. I have nothing in deep strike. I'm down.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Hey, what's the deal with the dice? What do you want to do with the dice? Because we didn't go over that. Do you want us rolling in a dice tray? Okay, we do not have a dice cam. Is there somewhere better where it'll work, where people can see it?
Not especially.
No? Okay.
Just mainly off the side. Make sure, because the camera's right here, make sure the player's not watching it.
Okay.
If it's on the left side, don't have anyone standing in front of that camera there.
This camera here.
Yeah.
Okay. So kind of where it is right now. All right, so it's just kill stuff for the secondary. Hold 1, hold 2. 1 CP.
These guys are going to be on the bottom floor.
What'd you say?
They're going to be on the bottom floor.
Okay.
And then I got one more unit deployed.
Sounds good. Cool. Alrighty. Okay. Roll to see who goes first. I got a 2.
I got a 6.
Okay. I get my pregame moves.
I'm going to spend 1 CP on Furler and Fury.
Exciting times, everyone. World Eaters going first.
Okay.
A couple of pregame moves from both sides
All
coming right
this
up.
is how do the pregame moves work?
I
Do
think
they
it's whoever goes first.
Whoever goes first goes, and then it alternates, right? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I only got 1 unit.
Cool.
That puts me down to 2 CP.
Cool. I'm at the beginning of your turn. I'll be at 6. I start at 5.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. You'll notice the Blood Angels are heading directly for the World Eaters, just as both armies want it.
Just for so you know, I pregame measured to make sure that when you moved, you wouldn't be able to shoot him.
That's fine.
Okay, that's my only thing. I know that we want to bring these guys back. These guys are in the Rhino that are back here.
Grab a drink of water real quick.
Yep, no problem. Comes here. Shoots them with Meltas. Messed up here. I don't have enough room. We can move them back through this fucking. Okay, so I'm gonna move these guys first.
Something that makes this matchup very interesting is the Blood Angels are notorious for their pregame move, where they can take a unit of Death Company loaded up with all sorts of special weapons and send them making a full pregame move, so basically get a move twice before the game starts, or I guess by the end of the first turn. World Eaters can do the same. Now what's interesting is the Blood Angels move is limited. You have to stay 9 inches away from enemy units. So if, for example, say Anthony had played an army like Demons that could forward deploy their own unit, they could have blocked off the Blood Angels move. Now the World Eaters Codex doesn't have any pregame moves or forward deploys. Sorry, it doesn't have any forward deploys, which meant the Blood Angels, when they were in the first turn roll-off, were guaranteed to be able to move first without any interference from the World Eaters. Anthony still gets to make his pregame move. Now, in this matchup, he'll generally be moving backwards because he doesn't want to lose the key unit turn 1. So very interesting choice by both players here. And it's always fun when two armies that can kind of do shenanigans are able to face off. And a big thank you to commenters giving feedback on the volume. Our first game doing this, we're going to get better and better as the game and the day and the tournament goes on. All right, back to the players.
Okay.
Assault Intercessor Squad's going to advance.
Okay. They can move through those,
Yeah.
just so you know. We can even push it a little bit if you want. So. Just make it easy for you.
Okay, fine. Nerves are a little bit up.
For what?
I don't know. It's been a while since I played.
Oh, don't be nervous.
So as we enter the Blood Angels move-in phase, one very interesting thing to note is they're playing to recover the relics. This means it's a hold 1, hold 2 mission. On a 6 objective mission, that means they can get 8 primary points a turn, simply by holding 2 of their own 3 objectives. This makes primary denial a bit more difficult in this mission, and it means that playing secondary objectives is that much more important than on a mission like the Scouring, where the primary is a little more crucial to the score. So I think the key thing in this game, and obviously both players are pretty experienced, I think we're going to see a lot of great plays. I think the key thing to watch out for is which army can score secondary points better as the game goes on. And a big part of that is who's losing resources as the game goes on. Now it looks like Joseph, kind of, sticking to his Flesh Terror's roots, he's kind of just aggroing directly at the World Eater's army. It's a dangerous place to be, but it's exactly where the Flesh Terrors want to be. So there's a really interesting kind of tension in the choices he's making early on. I'm pretty interested to see how this works out. I don't think he's making a bad choice at all. I think he's making a choice that could have major repercussions for both players.
I should be behind that wall, behind the building. It's obscuring, so
Okay.
this piece obscures as well.
Okay. Then I'll start with the Death Company. We'll
Okay.
do 4 Inferno pistols and a crack grenade.
Sure.
This is the Inferno pistols.
Yep.
All hit.
Yep.
3 wounds.
AP.
4.
No save.
And then it's going to be
D6 plus 2.
yeah.
Yep.
So
Does it explode? It does not. Okay. For the guys inside.
A rhino is down. A rhino is down.
2 die there. And 3 die there. That's good. That is good. So that's up. That's 2 points. Okay. Okay.
So it looks like the Death Company, using their recently free melta pistols and Arc of Omen, have popped a rhino early. Anthony had to roll to see if units died when they came out, and 2 of the berserkers inside died when the rhino died. So a bit of a bloody start. Let's see where the charge phase ends up, because there's not going to be a ton of shooting, maybe a bit more shooting downrange from the Redemptor or something like that. But this Blood Angels army is not really teched for shooting damage. They want to get in your face.
I'm just wondering about the unit behind them with these suppressors over here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I got a line. I think I nicked this corner too much.
Maybe with 1. Maybe. How much? What's the range?
48.
Well, let me set this guy down the way that he should be. This guy the way that he should be. Okay, so let's just go off that one guy. Just throw this on his base real quick. You can move it around in a straight line. Just put it so that it's straight.
Okay.
Because we can get a straight line anywhere.
I have a laser pointer if it makes it any easier.
We could try that. Yeah, let's try that.
I want to note the excellent sportsmanship by both players, but in particular Anthony here, who the Blood Angels player didn't think he could get angle. Anthony actually thought he could, and was like, hey, let's double check. I think you've got an angle on my units.
Okay.
Great sportsmanship from both
So now
players
it's just going to be
early on.
charges.
Okay.
They're just going to go into Invocatus.
Okay.
Make it.
Okay. You just went into Invocatus, huh? Okay, so let's think. Do we want to heroic for a CP with this 3-man squad? Yeah, I guess we will. Spend a CP and we'll heroic.
Okay.
Okay.
We're just going to do all of them into Invocatus.
Sure.
The Death Company have charged Lord Invocatus, other berserkers nearby intervened, and the Blood Angels are about to unleash their anger on the World Eater's warlord. Also, big shout out to
You wanna do
Johan,
the Thunder
Yog,
Hammers
and
first?
Horror
We
in the
get
chat.
Thunder Hammers
Appreciate the
going.
feedback and super happy to have you here today.
2 hits. 2s. 2 wounds.
4-ups. They're 2 damage each?
3.
3 damage each. I'll CP 1. Okay, so he takes 3. Alright.
These are all the chain swords.
Okay. Yep.
And it's going to be 4s. Your T6.
Yep. Plus one to live.
Yep. And 6s will be AP too.
I don't know that that's gonna matter. I think he has a. I
has
think
a
he's
2
on a
up.
4-up anyway.
He's got a 2
right?
up.
Yeah, he has a 4-up in bone. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
So there's going to be 1 at AP 3,
Yep.
and then 4.
Okay, so the AP3, none of it matters. It's all 4-up. So how many you got?
He's got a 2 up.
I know, but he has a 4-up in bone. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, these are only going to be AP 1, so you get a 3 up against me.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, got it. Okay, so
4 wounds at AP 1.
all right, so these are 3-ups. So I failed 2 there, and then 1 at AP3 on my in bone. I failed that, so he's got 6 wounds. Okay. I think he has 2 left.
Yeah, he has 8.
Yep. Okay, cool. We will swing back with him.
I'm going to spend 1 CP on Refusal to Die. Gives me a 5 up feeling pain.
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2s. Throw these dice in the trash. And then 3s, yep. 4.
AP3.
And it's AP3, 2 damage, no in bones.
Okay, so 6 ups. All right, first one, 5 ups. He's alive on wound.
Yep.
Next one kills him.
Yep.
And next one, alive on wound.
Yep.
And the last one
Yep.
kills him.
Okay. Then the Berserker squad. Do you know if the bonus comes from?
No, I don't think you get the bonus. Or no,
Yes,
you get the
you
bonus
do.
for heroic.
Yes, you do.
Heroicing.
Yeah. Okay. Is my mic okay, or is my beard messing it up? You got it both. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. So since I get the plus, let's make sure we do this right, because I mess this up sometimes. All right. The Berserker.
One thing I want to quickly talk about the stream, everyone, is my role as someone that is also authorized to judge here today. I will try to stay out unless there's something we can fix immediately. Like, say, for example, the next turn I notice there was a rules error. I'm not going to go back. I'm not going to say anything. But if a player asks me a question, or in the moment I can catch something right away, I will say something to the players. Because I think I talked to both of them before the game. They just want a good, clean game. They just want the rules played right and a good stream game. And so I really appreciate both of them and their willingness to talk about that. Now, one thing that's very interesting to note is that the Blood Angels basically sent their Death Company turn 1. All the attacks went to Lord Invocatus, and he didn't die, which basically means the Death Company that was kind of their one shot to do real damage, and I don't think they connected like the Blood Angels were hoping for. This is a great, great thing for the World Eaters, because Lord Invocatus is so huge, because he has that aura of +2 to move, so, 8-bound moving 11 inches instead of 9 inches. Berserkers moving 9 inches all the way up to 11 inches now when they come out of a Rhino, because they get the +3 inch from disembarking, and +2 inches from Lord Invocatus. That's a great thing. So I think as far as first turns went, I think the World Eaters can be pretty happy. Now, of course, still a ton of game to play. Blood Angels are still in a great spot. But as far as the Blood Angels turn 1, I don't think Anthony can be upset with how that went.
These guys are lead 9, they lost 3, they can't fail. Lead 9, lost 3, can't fail. Cool. Awesome. Invocatus took some damage. And it is our turn. End of your turn. Points.
I got 1 for killing the Rhino.
You got, you mean you have 1 for grinding them down? But I still get to go, right?
Yeah, I mean,
And
you're
then-
already tied
you got
before anyway
Codex,
for the.
but the pistols don't give you Codex Warfare.
No,
Okay. So you didn't get any of that turn on Codex Warfare or Shock or Grind?
not yet.
Okay. Okay. You killed a Rhino and a couple of guys there.
So one thing that's very interesting, because the Blood Angels took Ride them down, and they did kill a unit turn 1, there is a requirement for Anthony to kill at least 1 Blood Angels unit this turn to prevent the Blood Angels scoring grind. Now, I'm going to be honest. Knowing World Eaters, Anthony loves to play aggressively. I think we're going to get at the very least 1 kill here. So I think it's very unlikely that the Blood Angels end up scoring grind this turn. But again, it's 40k, it's a dice game. Anything's possible.
So we know we want to do that. Don't have a very easy way to take you off of any objectives. I don't have an easy way to take you off of objectives. Which is a bit of a problem. You got an easy way to take me off of objectives. You went first, I go second. If you don't come to me. So these guys move 8 inches. That's enough to get them on the thing with Invocatus.
I really like the brutes for the spawn.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I was thinking about doing that, but I just can't stomach the cost of 3.
I'll talk to you about it after we get off stream.
Okay.
There's a way to do it cheap. As a matter of fact, I have some you can have.
You want to give them to me?
I have. You just have to repaint them because they're already painted. What do you need? 3 of them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have some you can have. I have a bunch. I have a bunch. Okay. All right, so let's think about this. So I have 2 points there. Oh, I killed something in close combat, so I got a point for that. The end of your turn, because I killed that squad with
And
close
then you also
combat.
get it for it breaks them body and soul.
No, that's what I did. The point for close combat.
Well, it's also the mission secondary.
Oh, yeah. Okay, got it. You're right. So 1. Okay.
One thing to note is that the mission secondary for Recover the Relics is called Break Them Body and Soul, as Joseph just pointed out. And this mission secondary is very simple. You get points for killing units. exactly what both armies want to do. I think both armies are going to be in double digits on the mission secondary by the end of the game. Combined with the fact they're playing Recover the Relics, which means it's very easy to hold primary, I think we're going to see some. Honestly, I would not be shocked if both players scored 40 plus on primary. We're playing a secondary game here today.
What does he charge me on here? They charge. Fight on death.
I also want to give a big shout out to both players. Let's show them some love in the chat, because it's not easy coming on and playing on stream on the first game of the event. You know, you're going to have some, nerves related to the event. Might be the first time playing the army in at least a few days, depending how often recently these guys have played. It's not easy playing on stream right away, so major respect to both of them for being able to come out here and battle. One thing I do want to note is Anthony, he's got a beautiful army. There was a situation where he got bumped, or basically some models fell before the game. So you see that red base in kind of the center, just ahead of his back objective? That's Lord Invocatus. Lord Avocado. The actual Lord Avocado ended up, unfortunately, smashing into a few pieces on the ground. But his opponent, kindly agreed to let him, use the base, and they'll just figure it out as they go. It should have no effect on the game here, because all the first floors are blocked, which means there's really no line of sight to him anyway if he's in a building, and if he's out, he's getting damaged whenever, So.
Command phase stuff. We'll put chapter master rerolls here.
Yep.
We will do Awaken Machine Spirit on the Hot Topic Dreadnought again.
Sure.
And then we'll do litanies. +2 to charge.
Okay.
Goes off.
Okay.
We'll do Mantra of Strength. Does not go off.
Okay. And he should be within 3 inches here to be character protected.
No, you're fine.
And wow, blink and you'll miss it. Very quick turn from the World Eaters, who basically got prepared to more stage for the following turns rather than launch an assault this turn. I think that's a pretty smart choice. I think the charges that were available, if available, were some pretty long balls on the dice. And, turn 1, you don't want to be attempting some long charges unless you have to. So I think it's another turn the World Eaters are hunkering down and preparing for a Blood Angels assault. Let's see how this goes.
Here we can do some accommodating. Since I don't have much shooting, there's not a lot that I can do to get him off objective. So I'm going to play a really defensive game and just try to score secondaries. We'll see how it goes. He's going to move closer to me. I don't know. We'll see. I don't have really ability to take him off of objectives. So
I noticed that.
yeah.
No, I think you guys both played the first turns you should have played.
We'll see.
So
It depends on how much I can score in those killing and getting killed and all that. Yeah. Okay.
Hey Daryl, thanks for joining us from Canada. Blood for the Blood God. Really glad to have you here today. We got really lucky just now. We got Anthony to share kind of his perspective on the turn 1. It's definitely interesting because if you look at the army rosters, I'm seeing shooting from the Blood Angels. I'm really seeing no shooting at all. I mean, random pistols, random grenades, whatever. But no real shooting from the Blood Angels, the World Eater side. So we'll see what kind of effect that has on the game as they go on.
Oh, you're bringing them out.
I need to grind.
Bringing them out. Bring them out. Bring them out.
I think I want to go back a little bit more.
Okay.
All right.
Free to shoot.
Shooting or psychic phase.
Okay.
I want to do a little bit more movement. Come up here. Psychic phase. We'll do Mighty Heroes on the front Dreadnought.
Sure.
That goes off. And then we'll do Psychic Fortress. That also goes off.
Okay.
All
All right. Let's rock and roll.
right. Shooting phase. We're going to do all 3 suppressors into him.
Yep.
One thing I want to note quickly for those that aren't familiar with Space Marine psychic powers, Might of Heroes on the Dreadnought gives a few combat buffs. It gives +1 strength, attacks, and also +1 toughness, which means that Dreadnought is now T8, in addition to its intrinsic -1 damage. That is one difficult boy to chew through at this point.
A point for dying on an objective.
I get 2 for Codex Warfare.
Yep. Gotcha.
Cool, and the World Eaters have just shot that solo spawn off the objective. No surprise to anyone familiar with the spawn's defensive stats. 4 wounds don't stay on the board very long.
We'll do the suppressors into the.
That's gonna shoot next.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. So, get another point for dying on objective. You get another 2 for Codex Warfare.
And then we're going to go into charge phase. We'll throw the Sanguinary Guard into the 2 Berserkers in the building.
3.
Oh. They make it on a 9.
Yep. Cool. I'm gonna fight on death there.
Okay.
I'm still at 4 CP because I didn't give myself 1 for the turn.
I'm at 3 now.
What'd you say?
I'm at 3 now.
Okay. Cool.
So this will be the Power Fist on Force.
Yep.
That was pretty abysmal. I got 1 hit.
Okay.
And then it's going to wound you on 2s.
Okay.
Wounds, -3.
6 up. Nope.
Kills 1.
Okay.
And then the swords. These will also wound on 2s.
Okay.
So there's 2 at AP 4 and then 2 at AP 3.
So 2 at AP 4 goes straight through. That's 2 damage, right?
Yep.
Okay. So that's the squad. Okay.
No surprise
So
to anyone,
for
the Sanguinary Guard have done
big
horrible,
weapon?
horrible things to
Because
those
they're -1 to hit.
Berserkers.
Just mask.
But one big advantage is they do have 1 CP fight on death,
2.
which of course Anthony has spent, and those Berserkers are coming right back into those Sanguinary Guard.
I have a 6 up. I have 2 up armor.
Oh, yep.
Yep. Kills 1.
Okay. And then the other ones.
On Force as well.
Yep.
Three.
So 3, yep.
Alright, 4 ups. Alright, kill another.
Cool. So I get a point there. No, I don't. No, I don't get a point there. But I do get 3 points for the Blood Tide. You killed me in close combat. I don't get a point for you killing me in close combat. Okay. All right. So beginning of my turn, I go to a 5.
Is this all hold 1, hold 2, hold more?
Yep.
Okay.
So I
you
get 4.
And then I get 3 for break them body and soul.
Yep. Okay. Sounds good. Let's think about what we want to do here. Do we want to start coming out? If I come here, for example, it's a big charge. That is a big charge. Berserkers.
One thing that's very interesting about this matchup right now is that with no guns, both objectives outside of the very back one in the open, Anthony's having a tough time holding objectives with no real durability in their army. I mean, no offense to random Rhino and stuff. But this army, with all the firepower that Marines can bear, even with only like half an army dedicated to shooting units,
They
there's
have
still
the
always
AWR
enough to shoot the
mines,
world
just so
eaters
you
off those
What's
front
that
two
do?
objectives.
On a 2+, if you charge them,
Joseph
you
is
take
playing it
T3
smart
more.
and not giving Anthony easy places to stage or easy charges to move up the board. Now, what's also interesting is that Anthony is actually getting a pretty good passive secondary score in here. He's getting points when his own units die on the objectives as part of Blood for the Blood God. So, very interesting to see how the secondary game will play out from here. And also, thanks for joining us, Mark. Definitely one of the best game stores on the East Coast. A gem I really enjoyed playing at when I lived on the East Coast myself, and would love to have you up here sometime.
Back here. Motherfucker. Moves 12 inches up. Be able to see. It's a little bit of a problem. It's this way. This one there like this. Hard avocados. So take D3 more wounds. That actually kills me. On average, kills me.
Anthony's in an interesting spot
So how
because
many
he's kind of
squads did
deciding
you
whether
build
he
on
wants to
turn
go
three?
aggressively this turn. He's doing a great job, like a lot of experienced players do, in pre-measuring. Basically, before he commits to moving units, he's seen how far he really needs to go to make the charge possible. Basically, he wants to know, okay, rather than move, 12 inches and then measure what charge I need, he's measuring how far away he is and then deciding whether to move 12 inches. This is a really important part of playing competitively, and something that if you're not doing, you probably should add to your game at some point. Now, I will step away briefly just to walk over and double check the score and make sure the score online matches up with their recorded score at the table. So we'll get you right back to the players in the meantime.
Take that objective from him. Probably can't kill him. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Kill that squad.
They also have the haywire mines.
Yeah. Not much I can do about it. Not much I can do about it.
Yeah, they made a big mistake when they made them free. You just
Yeah.
spam them.
Yeah, no, that's good. I've never played anybody that's taken them, but I like it. To be completely honest, I like it. Do I want to? I just don't know. I don't know that I can. I don't know that one squad kills him. I also can't sacrifice too much of my stuff here. A 6-inch charge there.
And now we're kind of seeing one of the both the pros and cons of playing a pure melee army versus a mixed army. Marines can play a mixed army really well. Like a Blood Angels list still has a ton of melee punch, but it's also got a fair bit of shooting, especially with Redemptors, Suppressors. They're not amazing data sheets, but they're definitely real firepower the opponent has to think about. Whereas the World Eaters, kind of true to Khorne's nature, Anthony's eschewed shooting entirely, just focusing on going in there and getting in the mix. So we'll kind of see what effect that has on the secondary scoring as the game goes on.
Psychic phase?
I have no psychic phase.
Shooting
Charge.
phase? Okay.
We're gonna go there.
You make it?
They're in.
Alright, on a 2+, you take D3 mortal wounds.
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
for 2.
Cool.
And you're pulling the Eviscerator, right?
What? No, I'm not pulling the Eviscerator.
I know.
Oh wait, I'm not gonna hold this fucking objective, man.
Did you want to take it back?
We're seeing a rarely used rule, but one that's having a major impact here. Incursors, now with free war gear, are able to take a Haywire Mine. What that means is on a 2-up, they take D3 mortal wounds. Or an opposing unit, excuse me. Once per game, on a 2-up takes D3 mortal wounds when they charge in. When the World Eaters are such an elite army, even taking D3 mortal wounds, like taking 2 mortal wounds for example, that's still a Berserker off the board. That's a lot of killing power lost.
I'm gonna pull both of my squads out, so I'll pick this guy up. I'm gonna pull both of my squads out of the Rhino if that's cool with
Yeah,
you.
that's fine.
So this will be a same distance charge. Just leave enough space for them to get there. Okay.
Did you?
1, 2, 3. Sorry, that guy's dead. From the mortal wounds. Now you can't do that again once I charge, right? So just
But then
one
you
time.
want a unit on the objective?
I'm gonna charge and then I'm gonna string it back. Is what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna have to CP reroll that. So I'm in.
Okay.
Cool. I also want to quickly talk about the sportsmanship from both players right there. Anthony wasn't aware of the rule to take mortal wounds on the charge when he charges the Incursor. What that meant was he couldn't both fight them and hold the objective. So he's like, hey, in that case, if I'm going to lose the ability to hold the objective while fighting
Anywhere
you,
particular you want?
can I send a second unit to string
this
guys
was
back
not
onto the
that squad.
objective?
Oh,
Joseph graciously, agreed to do that. So great sportsmanship by both players there.
Okay, and then those guys there. I'll charge. 11. Yeah, wherever. Doesn't matter.
Did you want to go straight in, or do you want to loop around and go into the
I
objective?
want to loop in and go around into the objective. Yeah, thanks. Okay. I'll start with that squad there.
Okay.
All charges are over. Let's let the blood flow.
And freeze.
that's just
Okay,
one
hold on
unit.
one sec. Okay, go
Because
ahead.
that was the Eviscerator?
Yep.
And then I didn't do the mine.
Yep.
Goes off.
Okay.
Just one more wound.
6. Why did I think that they got an extra attack for their...
They don't.
Chain blade.
They used to.
I don't know why I thought that.
It's weird on the White Dwarf, they had an extra attack. They were 5 attacks base.
Yeah.
And then they took an attack away from you.
Needed that Eviscerator to do a little better than what it did. Whew.
And that's one of the things about playing a new codex like World Eaters. I think it's great that
freeze.
both players are stopping, double checking the rolls before advancing, and just making sure they're. Because again, there's a lot of data sheets in the game, so never a bad thing to stop and double check.
And 3s. Oh, cock that. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's one guy left?
No. No, there isn't. One guy.
No, that's the unit. I forgot about the guy that got killed by the Eviscerator.
Okay. So that gives me 1 for close combat, 1 for objective.
I'm gonna spend 2 and interrupt with the Sangard in the middle.
Okay. What's left in there? Power Fist?
Power Fist and a sword.
I'll fight on death just in case you kill whatever. Enough CP to do it, so.
So this is gonna be the Power Fist,
Yep.
Force, and then 2s.
Yep.
So what just happened basically,
So
the
there's
Berserkers
one
on
at
the bottom of the
84
screen
and
went
then
in,
3 at
flipped an
80,
objective, killed the incursors there.
2.
All right.
Joseph
Three
then
at
spent 2
83.
CP to interrupt and
Three
have
at
the Sangard in
83.
the middle, fight the
Okay, so that's
Berserkers
4
that
dead.
charge them, and then
So-
Anthony activate a
And I'll do
stratagem
the
in
sword.
exchange
Okay. You can
to
fight
have
with
the
that.
Berserkers fight on death. So a complicated fight
And
phase,
then
but
twos.
both players have played it perfectly so far.
3 more
Okay.
at AP3.
Is it oh, sorry. 3 more, you said?
Yes, sir.
I think you already killed 4, right? So
Yeah.
that's dead. Okay.
That's the unit.
So then, here is the Eviscerator.
5 attacks.
Yep.
And then on 4s,
Reroll this.
that was fine. That was
Sorry, I re-rolled one that was close last time.
the 3 misses.
Oh,
They're
that's
-1 to hit.
-1 to hit. Okay, 2 wounds.
All right, 6s.
Yep.
Nope, they're dead.
Okay, cool. So is this. So I get 1 for close combat. I get it's 2 there so far. Killed 2 units so far. And then over here.
For everyone watching, I just dropped a poll in the chat. I'm really curious which army people think is going to win at this point.
I'll try and
World
see them
Eaters
now.
or Blood Angels. I'm seeing both good and
Do you have
bad for
any
both
CPU?
armies,
I have 1.
which is what makes this
I've
game
got
so
4
much
at the
fun.
beginning of the turn.
4s. Okay, and then 3s.
4s.
Why
Oh, no, 3's to
4s?
hit. 3's to
Yeah.
hit. Sorry, I thought you were rolling the
Yeah,
wound.
this is to wound. Hit. This is the hit. This next one's to wound. Okay.
Is it 9?
Nope. 7.
So that's 1, and 1 takes a wound.
So what's currently happening is the Berserkers, I'll switch it back to the middle camera, or third camera. The Berserkers that have piled on toward Anthony's side of the board have finished wiping incursors on that objective. Now, Berserkers are super fragile to a counterpunch, but that's a lot of OBSEC that can
hit.
push up the board. And importantly,
4s.
a lot of OBSEC that can fight on death with with 1
4
CP.
wounds.
So that's going to be
the same
interesting
unit?
kind of
Okay, that's dead.
nut for the Blood Angels to crack next turn.
All right, I get to consolidate. So this guy could come like this. This guy could come like this. This guy could come like this.
Yeah, Horror, saw what you just posted in the chat,
Okay.
and I
Alright.
don't disagree with you at all.
So, I stopped
The
you
issue
from
is
grind.
Nah, I killed 4
When you're a
units.
one-phase army,
I killed the 3
you
units.
kind
on
of
your turn.
lose a
got
lot
it.
in
Yep.
terms of
Yeah, and I killed 3. All right,
You
so
know,
you
it's a
got 3
trading
for
game.
grind.
Blood
You
Angels
didn't
don't
get
have
any
to
for shot.
use any resources to kill a random
I
chaos
killed
spawn off
another
the back
close
objective,
combat.
because they can just shoot it with
so I did 1,
suppressors.
2, 3, 4
If
so
the
far.
World Eaters want to kill anything on the
I
Blood
did kill
Angels
1 on
side,
objective, but I already
they have
gave
to
it
go
to
ahead
myself. I'm
and,
going to abandon 3
end
for
up
5
sending
for.
a unit to its certain
Actually,
death.
I'm going to wait
on
on,
the
that.
following
I
turn.
have
So, interesting dynamic.
high points right now.
Cool. I'm going to take a quick break, walk over and check the scoreboard, make sure my score online matches up with what the players are seeing at the table, and I'll be right back.
I'm not going to do that this turn because I can hold it.
Okay.
Go ahead. It's your turn, bud.
Alright. So I'm on, or I get another for
8,
break the body
yeah.
and soul. Or no, it's max of 3, right?
No, you max a 3, but for your turn you get 8.
Okay. command phase stuff. We'll
This guy here, do you mind if that we said that I don't know why he's here. This 4-man squad could have charged, right, and been like this.
They did charge.
I know, but I'm just trying to. I can't remember why he's on that side of the wall because he's part of this squad.
I thought he was part of the squad that charged off over here. It was the second unit you got out of the Rhino.
Oh yeah, there's 2 squads there. Okay, got it. That's what it is. Okay, cool.
We'll do chapter master rerolls on him. We'll
Sure.
awaken his machine spirit.
Sure.
We're gonna reroll hits
Yep.
from the chaplain. Goes off.
Yep.
And then we will mantra strength him. Also goes off.
Cool. Oy.
There's a Vanguard vet that doesn't have a squat start either, but I can tell them apart.
I have line of sight to the
About to update
unit
the
hiding behind
points,
the
but
wall.
it looks promising for the Blood Angels so far. But I mean, 40K is one of those games where things can make massive swings in a hurry. So let's see. If the Blood Angels have a really good turn here, I'm really going to start liking their chances.
Not sure what I was thinking there. Let's see. Care about that.
All right, we're gonna go into the psychic phase. We're gonna start with Psychic Fortress.
Okay.
Goes off.
Okay.
And he doesn't have line of sight to anybody. Alright, he's gonna Mighty Heroes the Redemptor with the
And oh geez, I just realized, apologies everyone, I had the primary scores flipped. The score has now been updated and is accurate to what the player's score sheet is on the table.
and that's gonna be it for Psychic Phase.
Okay.
Shooting Phase.
Listen, I'm sorry to
got
let down
3 Inferno
Slanesh.
pistols into this
My
thing.
scorekeeping was far, far from perfect.
Sorry.
No problem.
Looks like another successful psychic phase for the Blood Angels, which makes sense. The World Eaters do have a 4-up deny stratagem for 1 CP, like Sisters of Battle have, like Black Templars have, for example. But the issue is, the psychic powers,
suppressors in
even
the
though
back?
they're nice, they're not very impactful on the game. I think it's probably a good
you're
use to
rolling
just
like me
sit on
now.
that CP and save it for, you know, combat interrupts or fight on death later,
AP.
rather than a
Okay,
4-up
5.
attempt to deny 1 psychic power.
3.
2 damage each.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
We'll do the Devastator squad into him.
Oh, the last cannons. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
We'll start with the Sergeant with a Stormbolter. Running hit. 1 wound, no minus.
Oh, you should have just started with the last cannons, man. Go ahead.
It's
Habit.
doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
So this is the Signum.
Yep.
Hits. The other ones. 3 hits.
Okay.
2s.
That's
2.
the squad, right? It's AP big.
It's AP3. He gets,
Okay.
or no, it's AP4, and then
Yeah. So can I have
hold
those
on.
two?
First one kills one. Kills them both.
Thank you. So that's objective.
This shows the power of flexibility
shock
here.
assault.
Just with 2 shooting units, the
Oh, you
Blood
took
Angels
those
have
out.
managed to
And then
you
it's
know,
2 for
pick up all of
Codex
Anthony's
Warfare.
OPSEC
Yep.
on that front left
Got it.
objective.
Shock assault is 4.
Again,
or 3?
while Blood
4,
Angel
4.
shooting
They
isn't
upped it
great,
from 3.
simply having access to the wide range of solid
Okay.
shooting units Marines have
We'll
gives them a
do
chance
this
to
one up
outshoot
here
armies
for
like
the
World
5
Eaters,
man on
which
the
have,
objective.
you know, frankly,
We'll do
no
the
offense to any
macrocosm
Hellbrute
first.
fans out there or Predator
Shots.
fans,
Yep.
but no real long-range shooting.
I'm not going to overcharge because it doesn't benefit me.
Cool.
So 3s,
Yep.
and then I'm rerolling because he's got Chapter Master.
Yep.
And then it's going to be 2s to kill.
Okay.
So that's the unit.
Okay. So that gives me another one.
And our Redemptor has dropped dead. The blood is the blood is truly flowing in this shooting phase.
And then we're going to do everything from that Redemptor into him.
Cool.
I'll do the Macroplasma. 2 shots. I'm going to overcharge these.
Okay.
So I'm hitting you on 4s because of the dents, and then I get +1 from the Tech Marine. Or I got +1 from the Tech Marine, so back to 3s.
Okay.
Both hit.
Okay.
And then P5,
Yeah.
so 3s. That's 6 damage.
Okay. So that's another for an objective. That's another for this. End of your turn.
Again, for anyone watching who's unfamiliar with World Eaters, one thing to keep in mind is that it's not
And then the,
quite as bad as
suppressors
it looks
Into the guys in cover.
when these units are getting gunned down. Anthony both gets Blood Tithe points, which gives him an option, kind of like a menu almost of choices, to spend every time a unit dies. So basically his faction resource keeps getting
5
better.
at AP 2.
Plus, one thing he did very well is make sure the units that are going to be shot are on objectives.
Kills 2.
Now the World Eaters have a secondary which rewards you. Rewards you whenever any unit, include your own unit, dies when it began the turn on objectives. So
Okay.
these units right here, free points for the World Eaters. Now, would Anthony rather have more resources? Probably. But again, it's not all downside. World Eaters are the one army that, honestly, don't mind dying as much
We'll do the
as you would
suppressors
think.
into the
Okay.
6.
Yeah.
Should make it.
you're in. Which way you want to go? Any
Just straight in.
straight in? Okay.
And then I'll throw the chaplain in as well.
Okay.
No, but he's got Imperium Sword, so he can reroll it.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Now that the World Eaters are starting to get
And
kind
what's
of
his
whittled
save?
down in resources, the Blood Angels feel a lot more
7
comfortable pushing up the board.
Okay, I'm gonna fight on
You see
death,
here
I'm gonna
units
fight
like
the
suppressors that,
when
again,
we come in,
not
but
really
at the
big
beginning of
melee
my
units,
turn, I'm gonna go
are
+1
now
to
able
hit,
to start
so I'm getting
charging
rid of
onto
5
objectives just to kind of get bodies there,
so I'm at 4.
force Anthony to again send more resources onto that objective to take it back.
But not the beginning of my turn.
I like
beginning
the
of
play here, because here's the thing in
So he's
40k.
got
If you're
4
using a
tax base,
unit
get
well,
2 for
you're often
charging,
going to use it
and
for
then I
multiple
get-
roles.
attacking
And then I
with
get
him
on-
first.
Suppressors are a great
Monster
example.
Okay.
Yes, they're a shooting unit. You kind of think of them, they're mainly there for their autocannons. But they're still jump pack infantry
6
that have a
explode.
good,
Yep.
a decent volume of attacks as Blood
What's the
Angels.
AP on it?
AP2.
I
This
like
is
what I'm seeing here.
AP3,
Joseph
and
is
I'm
using his
rolling
units to their
addition.
full ability,
All right, so
and I like
here's
that a
the
lot.
AP3 kills a guy, and then the AP.
Well, these are AP2.
Kills the other guy. So now my attacks.
And then I'll transhuman them.
Okay. 2 hits. 1 wound.
Plus 1.
Threes and 4s. AP2.
How many?
AP2.
2?
Just one. One at AP2.
I'm going to be honest.
Cool.
Well, again, the Blood Angels don't have some of the premier Smash characters
Okay.
in the game right now. Their characters, especially with the buffs up, like Mantra of Strength,
So I get a 4
they're gonna
at
really
the
do some
beginning of my
damage. Even the
turn. You
suppressors,
killed
honestly.
4. You get 3
With the
but you
+1 to
killed
wound,
4 for grind. I don't think there's any.
like those attacks really do add up. I like what I'm seeing here, charging both the Chaplain and the Suppressor.
All right. I also got another.
Now,
for
one
the
thing I'm seeing here
objective.
is it looks like, let's go ahead and swap cameras briefly.
And that's the big
Okay, I like that a lot. If you'll notice here on that far right objective,
Okay.
Joseph has positioned the suppressors after they charged to basically be almost as far back as he can
And
be
that
while
turn
still
I
being
have
on the
you at
objective.
2 for Codex
This makes
Warfare, is
Anthony's
that right?
charge longer the following
kill.
turn, and that's just
Wrong.
kind of
Yep.
good fundamentally
And then
sound play. Also, I
and
do want
then
to add an addendum. It sounds like the Chaplain
6.
didn't charge this turn, might have failed his charge
How
with
many
the
I have for
reroll,
Codex Warfare?
which makes
10.
sense. That's kind of the one downside to these biker bases. You do have to lose a lot of movement rotating around to get in combat sometimes.
Okie dokie. What's that? Self-defense unit. The spawn will move in advance, 9 inches.
So the World Eaters kind of have one fundamental challenge this turn. They can't let the Blood Angels hold that objective on the right side. And ideally, he'd like to take away, start killing units on multiple objectives for Bloods of the Blood God. But he's just starting to run out of resources. That's kind of the main challenge of World Eaters. Yes, your units hit very hard, but you really don't have a lot of them. So I'll be very curious to see how he approaches this turn. Let's see here. So one thing that is pretty cool, I'm liking here, you'll notice on the left objective on the World Eater side, a Rhino has pushed onto the objective. The Rhino does still have units inside. What that means is, say for example the Rhino gets popped, it means there's still units that can disembark onto the objective, or just, it gives you more options, He can move them forwards, he can move them backwards, put them on the objective. It depends how things go. I like plays like that a lot. A transport with a unit in it is always a great way to hold an objective. It's one layer more of things for the opponent to keep in mind or deal with. And the more choices you make your opponent have to make, or more things you make them have to think about, the more likely it is that you'll find some sort of way to make the better play.
That's the only thing that I'm going to be able to kill. Because you can come up here pretty easily.
Cool, so it looks like on the right side, and here's why I love charging those suppressors onto that top right objective that the Blood Angels did last turn. Now the World Eaters either send one of their few remaining units that can kind of, hold an objective, or they're sending Lord Invocatus out himself, which again, not a unit. Basically, if he goes, he charges the suppressors, he's guaranteed to kill them. Let's be honest. There's very few worlds in which Lord Invocatus doesn't just wipe those
I think
suppressors.
that's all that I can do right
But
now.
now I'm seeing a Dreadnought coming right
So
around
I'm
the wall
already
the following
+1
turn,
to hit.
which of course that means,
I'm
let's be
going
honest,
to
that also means
do,
the end for Lord Invocatus. And that's a trade that I think the Blood Angels are very, very happy to make at this point in the game.
This is the bottom of the turn, right?
Whereas if Anthony had some real shooting, again, not even
So I
anything,
scratch
I'm
this
not saying he
off.
has to be Tau, but if World Eaters had any shooting at all, they could have killed off those suppressors in the shooting phase and not had to send Lord Invocatus there to take care of dirty business himself. Now, Blood for the Blood God, Skulls for the Skull Throne, and all that.
5 in
I'm
turn
sure
2. Are we on the
Anthony's
bottom
happy
of
to get
turn
Lord
3?
Invocatus
Is that
in
correct?
combat,
So then
but
I
I'm
gotta
sure
do
he
it
would have
one more
also
time.
wanted to have a more
So I need
a
to
more
do it. I
worthwhile
need to do it
target.
2 more times because I've only done it once. I didn't do it there. I scratched it out
Okay.
because I skipped it once. Okay. I have no shooting, so charges. We're going to charge there.
Okay.
He's in. 6.
Cool. Looks like our only fight this turn is Lord Invocatus going in. I'll take a quick break, go double check the score, and I'll be right back with you.
3s.
4.
I got him.
Okay, so that gives me a point there. A point. There, you're gonna get grind. A point there. I'm gonna abandon 3. 4, 5. I get 1 there.
And then I get 3 for grind that turn.
I gave it to you.
Okay.
Yep. Yep, I gave it to you. Okay.
And you got your 1 for break them body and soul?
Yep.
Okay.
And 1 for close combat.
Command phase stuff.
Yep. He's gonna consolidate like this.
Again, both players are playing with great sportsmanship consistently throughout this game. I want to give a quick shout out to Joseph right there, who was double checking his opponent's secondaries and making sure he recorded the points that he deserved this turn. And that's what you love to see. I think competitive 40K means playing your best, but also means winning with good decisions. I love to see Joseph there doing stuff like reminding his opponent, hey, make sure you write down these points.
Reroll hits. Goes off.
And again, knowing Anthony, I'm sure he'd do the same for his opponent too.
Oh, this is the top of 5. So you get an 8.
Top of 4.
Top of 4, yeah, sorry. That's what I meant to say.
There. These ones aren't obscuring.
They are if you're behind them. The windows are closed.
Okay, but if I can see through the windows, or
No,
not
the
through
windows
the
are
windows,
closed.
if I can see
Cool.
that.
Just finished updating the scoreboard, so let's kind of talk about the way the game's going here. It looks like
Like
the
the
main
base of the
issue
windows here,
is
the windows
the
are-
world leaders are having a really hard time scoring primary.
Well,
So let's talk about that a little bit, because it looks like the secondaries each have one secondary going very well. For the world leaders, that's Blood for the Blood God, basically units from either side dying on objectives. And for the Blood Angels, that's Codex Warfare. Now, the way Codex Warfare is scored is you gain 2 VP for every unit that's killed with a weapon that corresponds to the doctrine it's in. So Joseph has stayed in the heavy doctrine all game, which on the surface seems a bit surprising for Blood Angels. But he does pack a lot of heavy weapons, especially those suppressors, and those heavy weapons have been doing a lot of the heavy work in killing units on objectives, like shooting off random Chaos Spawn, or shooting off random Berserkers after they charged up the board, which means he's killed 5 units so far with heavy weapons, so that mixed arms approach is really paying off for the Blood Angels so far. Shock Assault, again, that's about flipping objectives. Blood Gods do, again, another killing type secondary. Pile of the Skulls, the way that one works, is again, basically Anthony can choose to sacrifice his Blood Tithe points, which are the points he gains whenever a unit dies for his faction-specific mechanic, and instead of using them, he can basically straight up put them in the VP bank instead. A really nice secondary, because that's one that's very hard to score low on. And in exchange, the Blood Angels, their third secondary, again, not a world beater, but a solid one. we're looking at grind them down, which is kill more units at the end of the battle round. Now, normally that's a pretty bad secondary if you go first, because the issue is, if you go first, the opponent going second knows how many units they have to kill to deny you that secondary. So say, for example, the player going first kills 2 units in their turn. The player going second needs to kill, they knows, okay, I need to kill 2 units in my turn, so we're each going to have kill 2 units, and I deny them, grind them down. Now, the issue in this matchup is the World Eaters have to keep sending units out, because again, they have no shooting here. They're always trading pieces, which means the Blood Angels can really focus on killing some in their turn, and they make it difficult for the World Eaters to kill some in their turn going second, which means grind them down is a much better choice than it would normally be if an army is going first. At kind of like a higher level, you really don't want to go second, or you really don't want to go first with grind them down, but because there's such a disparity in shooting in this matchup, it comes across a lot better than you expect. Okay, let's take a look here what's going on. Well, it looks like those suppressors, again, that's why I like them a lot. They're cheap, they move up the side of the board, they get some angles, and if they die, it's not that big a deal. They're really cheap. I don't want to say the exact point cost. I think it's 90 or 100, in case I get it wrong. But they're cheap, they provide some, skirmishing fire, some bodies that can just fly up, tag objectives, kill chaff with their volume of attacks. Really solid unit.
Psychic Fortress
Yep.
goes off.
Yep.
We will.
Okay, Blood Angel's movement is over. We're currently in the Psychic phase.
Mighty Heroes this right not here. Nope, not perils. I'll wear it. Take 2. Down to 3. Cool. Alright. Shooting phase.
Blood for the Blood God, you love to see it. In that Psychic phase, Joseph just perilled when his Librarian tried to cast Might of
do
Heroes.
everything from the front
So
with them
instead of
putting
being
him.
rewarded for his witchery, he got punished by Khorne. You love to see it.
So Macroplasma, I'm going to overcharge.
Yep.
3 shots.
Okay.
He's a reroll in for Gabriel Seth. 1 hit. Go to the dense, and then freeze the wound. Nope. The Icarus Pod. 2 shots. 1 hit. Gabriel Seth. Nope. Nope. Now it's starting to fall apart. The Onslaught. One, -2. Stormbolter. Nothing. And then he should be 36.
The Stormbolter's 36.
Cool, so I'm getting
No,
some
the
commentary from the
Macroplasma
Warhammer
36.
Discord.
Everything
Thank you
else
so
is
much,
24.
Excelsior, for sharing your
Oh,
feedback.
then you couldn't have shot with a
He's
bunch of
asking
guns.
about the current turn.
just the
Great question.
Macroplasma.
So we're looking at this is currently the
go
top
there.
of turn 4. The Blood Angels went first, so that means it's currently the Blood Angels' turn.
No, that was from
What we're
this
seeing
one.
Oh,
here
understand.
is the Blood
Okay,
Angels,
got
even
it.
though they're a melee
Okay.
army,
Got it.
they have
this one's
some
got the
serious
technical
firepower. Is it
understand.
enough to pop the Rhino?
this is the Macroplasma.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not
So
sure
now
if
you're
that
shooting
Redemptor
from
in the middle of the
side, right?
board,
So
Macroplasma.
just with the Macroplasma, okay.
And then I'm
that
gonna
one kind of by
overcharge.
the middle objective. I'm not sure if that has an angle on the Rhino.
He's
We'll see what the
hitting
players
on
say.
threes.
But if 2 Redemptors have an angle on the Rhino,
2 hits.
I think there's a very good chance it pops.
Threes.
So we'll see how this shakes out.
So it's both of them shot.
Yeah, it's just going to be him into there.
Okay.
So this is the Macroplasma.
Yep.
Not within 6 games, so nothing.
I'm gonna pop smoke.
Okay.
Okay, Pop Smoke is a stratagem available to Rhinos, and what that basically means is Anthony's Rhino will be -1 to hit for the rest of the shooting phase. Probably a good choice if he's trying to keep that alive.
So this is the Macroplasma. I'll overcharge. 1 shot. Hits.
Yep.
Wounds.
AP.
5. So 3 damage.
Cut.
And then am I within 12? Nope. So 4 shots from the Stormbolter. 5.
And so this is honestly, okay, and I don't know if I should say this, but I'm curious what people think. This is kind of my issue with a lot of the Primaris units these days. especially like Redemptors and things like Repulsors, for example. There's just a lot of different weapons profiles,
-2.
which means they're a little bit of a slog to roll. Now, again, both these guys are experienced players. They know the profiles. They're not shocked. But you still have to like double check different ranges, roll for number of shots with different types of guns. It's just a little, I don't want to say annoying, because it's always fun still playing 40K. But it's definitely, I'm not a big fan of that aspect of those units' design. Listen, you look at a classic Predator, it's simple. It's got las cannons, it's got les cannons on the side. Maybe a combi bolter. Just roll those shots, you're good to go.
Can they?
These guys can see the Rhino.
Oh, okay.
I was debating on that. I can't see him. Should at least have 2.
Yeah, that's fine. Good with 2.
So 2 there.
Yep.
And force 2, -2. 4 damage, down to 1.
So what's interesting, a little interaction that some newer players might not understand. The suppressors have heavy weapons and they're infantry. What that means is they take a -1 penalty for moving. Anthony popped smoke, which means the Rhino is also -1 to hit, but -1s to hit don't stack. So suppressors actually, weirdly enough, are a really good unit to shoot the Rhinos because they're effectively shooting, not caring about the additional -1 penalty of the Rhino. It's kind of like a weird side of sort of logic in 9th edition. It makes sense. I think it makes the game better when you can't stack minuses to hit. But definitely makes it counterintuitive where units that are already taking a heavy penalty are actually the best thing to shoot something that's giving you an additional -1 to
I was
hit.
hoping that you killed him. I was
Also, hey Aaron, thanks for joining us in the
I
chat.
guess I could have not taken
The
my
train is
rule.
being ruled. First floors are blocking.
I think you have to choose.
All the windows are closed. All the windows are closed the first floor. So first floors are line of sight blocking. Now, one thing to note is that all of the big ruins are obscuring.
Yep.
The 2 kind of rectangle pieces, let me turn it to the middle cam, like the very top and bottom at the middle of the screen, those like thinner pieces, those are not obscuring per se. I believe they give cover and they're breachable and defensible. Now, what that does mean, Aaron probably understands, but for a lot of players might not understand, is those suppressors, even though that middle piece isn't obscuring, the windows are blocked, which means they can't draw line of sight to something unless it's obviously taller than the wall, which means actually infantry can hide pretty darn well behind those middle pieces, whereas something like
So that
a
gives
Hive Tyrant, for
me
example, wouldn't be
2
able
for
to.
that and 1 for Drowned on Blood.
And actually, Horror, yeah, I appreciate you pointing out in the chat. For those that might be a little less experienced, -1s to hit actually do stack. That is technically true. So, for example, suppressors hit on a 3, -1 penalty from heavy, -1 penalty from shooting at a unit that's -1 to hit. So technically they have -2 to hit. The cap is only after modifiers. So say those suppressors had +1 to hit from another source, it would still be -1 to hit. Yeah, very important distinction, and I'm glad you brought that up, Horror.
Okay.
Appreciate you. Also, Aaron, I hope that answered your question about the terrain. The middle piece, by the way, is a forest, which means there's dense cover, so basically -1 to hit when shooting through
I
it,
get an 8 at the beginning
and a
of my turn.
-2 to move penalty for units that touch that as part of their move or their charge. The exception, of course, is for flying units, which units like Sanguinary Guard or Death Company turn 1 that moved up the board don't care about that at all. They just flew right through that forest way above those trees.
Wing.
Oh, it's another one?
Yeah, that happens to me all the time.
Hey, Bren, thanks for joining us in the chat. And glad to answer the question, Aaron, and thanks for the feedback, Horror. Brandon is an experienced competitive player. Would have loved to have seen what he does at this tourney. But I'm sure we'll play at some point in the future. It's a small world, ultimately, 40K. So what's interesting here is the Blood Angels, in their shooting phase, were not able to actually pop the Rhino. What that means is basically Berserkers get to move 9 inches the following turn, because you can disembark up to 3 inches away from the Rhino, and then they make their normal 6-inch move. So basically, they're actually able to slingshot pretty far out of that Rhino and have, looks like, I'd guess maybe a 4-inch charge in the Sanguinary Guard. Obviously, the players will know better than I do, but it looks like a very makeable charge into the Sanguinary Guard on the following turn. So I think, with no ability to fight on death by the Sanguinary Guard, even if they're -1 to hit, I think when a full unit of Berserkers gets in, that's probably that's probably good night for their Sanguinary Guard.
Two for kill.
And here's what's so interesting about this matchup. Look at the board right now. There's still a ton of both damage and durability left on the Blood Angel side of the board. I'm seeing 3 Redemptors, I'm seeing Suppressors, I'm seeing Sanguinary Guard, seeing some good characters. The World Eaters, I mean, I'm not seeing a ton back there, but every World Eater's units hit so hard in melee that they're basically guaranteed to flip objectives. And again, Anthony, part of what the list does very well is it's still scoring points, even when dying. Because every kill contributes directly to Blood for the Blood God, and indirectly to the secondary where you sacrifice Blood Tithe points to score points. So, interesting endgame here coming up. We're currently at the bottom of turn 4. Again, the Blood Angels went first. We're currently looking at Anthony's 4th turn coming up. Both players will still have an entire turn left after this, with a surprising amount of resources left on the board, especially on the Blood Angel side.
Okay.
So I'm +1 to hit and exploding sixes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I mean, I have some shooting, but I don't really care about it. I'm gonna charge here.
Okay.
I'm in. We'll try.
Also, big shout out to Anthony there, a true disciple of the Blood God. Quote, I have some shooting, I just don't really care about that. That's both a time-saving measure, because again, realistically it's just some random bolt pistols, maybe 1 or 2 crack grenades, but it's also a pretty good summary of how the World Eaters like to play the game. Now, one thing I will say, I'm looking at that charge here. Let me turn the camera there. That charge from the World Eaters to the Sanguinary Guard on that kind of bottom objective. It looks very hard to fail, but there's always a chance to roll double 1s or maybe 1 and a 2. If the World Eaters fail that charge, I think things get very bad for them. So let's hope Anthony doesn't roll double 1s.
Here.
Yeah, you got it. Straight in.
Yep.
Okay, spoiler alert, they did not fail the charge. Those Sanguinary, or those Berserkers are coming in.
I'm gonna
Berserkers versus Sanguinary
start
Guard. This is
here,
just one of the coolest
and
matchups in
I don't know
40k
when I
here. We're seeing
select to
2
fight on
bloodthirsty
death,
armies
if
not
you
afraid to
know,
battle on
fight on death.
objectives,
Okay.
not afraid to get in the mix.
All right.
So it looks like on that top objective, looks like the World Eaters are actually using the Bike Chaplain as almost a slingshot up the board. They're charging.
So I can never
That's kind of one of the key parts of playing competitive 40k. So if you're a newer player, I think this is kind of a good charge phase
You
to
got
watch.
Bishop Hats
You'll
with
notice
your
Anthony, even though he had the
sergeant
charge, he
with
didn't have to
also
move all the
spend,
way. He used the full charge distance to basically push those Berserkers up the board
Okay.
past the Chaplain.
just to make sure that
And they're still
we-
on the objective, which means if they die the
You
following
don't think
turn,
so?
he still gets his points for
Use a
Einstein on
4 big one,
objectives.
right? All right, we
A
won't
nice
do
bit
it.
of play there by the
Let's
World
save the
Eaters.
CP. Okay, so attacks were +1, so we're 6 with the sergeant, 2, 4, 6. And then let's do the big weapon.
Yeah, it should be the sergeant with the 6 attacks.
No, sergeant can't take a lacerator.
In them, he can.
He
In the
can?
Berserkers, he can't.
Oh, okay. All right, so 2 6s explode,
Alright.
1 extra.
And there was a 1 in there.
That was 1 extra. I have 2 6s.
Cool. One thing to note here is that the World Eaters did spend Blood Tithe points for 2 effects this turn. One was +1 to hit, one is exploding 6s. So basically, as hard as you saw Berserkers hit early in the game, they're taking it to a whole nother level right now. I don't predict those Sangard are sticking around for long.
Yeah, I have
I'm
the
going to
bunch.
spend 2 to fight on death.
Okay.
Oh, I had that wrong. They just fought the Bike Chaplain up top. Same thing here. Very reliable kill. Now he's fighting on death.
I'll reroll the 1s because of his litany. 6 hits, and then I'm wounding you on 2s.
Cool.
There's 3 mortal wounds, and that's it.
Okay.
They're AP2, so it's 5s. Picks up 4. Because it's 3 damage each. Or actually, it's 4 damage each. And then the 6s are mortal wounds in addition.
Okay.
And then I'm going to spend my other 2 to interrupt over here.
Okay.
So I'm down to 0.
And I'm gonna fight on death, so that's 1 CP for me. So, close
So this will be the
objective,
Incarmine Swords.
close combat.
So interesting choice there. Looks like the World Eaters they activated the Berserkers going into the Bike Chaplain first, instead of the Berserkers going into the Sanguinary Guard. I think there's pros and cons to both, and they're both, again, experienced players. They're both playing a great game. I don't know if I agree with that decision. simply because the Bike Chaplain was less likely to wipe the Berserkers, whereas the Berserkers are basically, if the Sanguinary Guard get interrupted, those Berserkers are dead. Now Anthony can fight on death. That's a great thing, and it ultimately doesn't really matter that much. But it would have been slightly more efficient, I think, to activate the Berserkers into the Sanguinary Guard. Cool. Oh, just that comment from Yog in the chat, still turn 1. Oh, I'm seeing on there is a turn 1 counter up there. Let me see if I can adjust that. I don't actually know how to do that. Apologies, all. Some of the little details are eluding me. It's my first time streaming. And there we go. Thank you so much for that feedback. Let's go ahead and update that to turn 4. Turn 4 now, officially on the scoreboard. Cool. So to no one's surprise and Corin's pleasure, looks like both units completely wiped each other on that objective, which is really funny. The Sangard spent 2 CP to interrupt, wiped the Berserkers. The Berserkers spent 1 CP to fight on death, wiped the Sanguinary Guard. If you're Corn, you love to see it.
That's 15. That's maxed out. Top of your turn, you score 8. You don't
I get 3 for, or no, I get.
You don't get grind.
You killed 2 units. And I killed 2 units. All right.
You killed 1 or 2, because you didn't.
Them and.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh no, I didn't kill them.
Yep, that's right.
So it's just 1 unit.
Yep.
All right, they're good.
Okay, so that's that. All right, your turn, sir.
Right.
And these are guys are 1 inch off the wall, like I had stated before.
Cool. I will take a quick break to go down there, take a look at the scoreboard, make sure the scoreboard you're seeing on the screen reflects the player's scoreboard, and I'll be right back. We are entering the top of turn 5. Both players have 1 turn left.
Times 4 is 40.
No, 8 times 4 would be 36.
Yeah.
Right, and then you're not maxed yet, right? No, maybe you are. No, that's 32. Then 35. Then 38. Then 39.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yep. And then I got 3 there.
All right. Command phase stuff. Pull rerolls on him, and we'll awaken his machine spirit.
Cool.
So one thing that's very important to keep in mind, and I'm going to work on updating the scoreboard in a second, but one thing to keep in mind is Anthony, as the player going second, he scores his VP, or excuse me, his primary points at the end of his turn. So it's not the end of the world if he's not on all of his objectives at the start of his turn, because he still gets a movement phase to move on. Well, even a charge phase too, or whatever. Whereas the Blood Angels are limited to holding just their 2 secondaries. Or excuse me, their 2 objectives on their side of the board, because they don't get a movement phase turn 5 to move on to objectives. It's a subtle distinction, but one that has a lot of implications for how games are played late.
I wish the plot could banner.
You shouldn't be able to see those 2 guys, right? I set that up that way because you're going to shoot the tank.
Yeah.
Got it. That guy can only move 6. Yep. Good.
All right, we're entering a very interesting kind of technical final turn. Because both players, so again, we can clearly see on the scoreboard, which has just been updated, the Blood Angels are ahead on points. Both players are fully aware of that, I'm sure. What's interesting is I'm not seeing a ton of, again, I don't want to interfere with the game, I'm not seeing Well, it'll be interesting to kind of see how the Blood Angels and World Eaters choose to score points here. Again, one thing that's really important to understand about the dynamic, the way this whole game has gone, is that those objectives on both players' side, for example, the two objectives kind of in the midfield on each player's side, there is no part of the objective behind that wall, which means 2 of the 3 objectives on each side are completely in the open. This has kind of put the World Eaters, frankly, on the back foot from turn 1 in terms of scoring primary, which you kind of see on the scoreboard. The Blood Angels, again, the World Eaters, their issue is, as a melee army, it's really tough to flip multiple objectives on the other opponent's side of the board because the combat interrupt strat is so brutal into you. And just with no shooting at all, again, no disrespect to Rhino combi bolters like random grenades, but with no shooting at all, Anthony has had to had to really battle for any objective he wanted to take off the Blood Angels. But again, the game is definitely still close enough, especially with the World Eaters going second, that it's still anyone's game at this point. Which is exactly what you want to see. I don't know about all of y'all watching. My least favorite games are ones where I'm kind of watching, by the end of turn 1, I'm like, okay, cool. Let's be honest, we can kind of see who's going to win. Someone's lost too many units or made some major misplays. But both players have really kind of understood the dynamics of their armies well. And we're going to get a late game and a final turn that's exactly what you love to see in a competitive game.
No.
Cool. You want to CP that?
All right.
Okay.
We'll do everything from that Redemptor into the Rhino.
Sure.
So this is the Macroplasma. 3 shots.
Cool. Hold on 1 second before you shoot. Does it matter if he lives? I don't think he can live, but we'll pop smoke, because why not? Okay, go ahead.
So what's interesting to think about is the fact that if you look at the Devastator and the Redemptor kind of closest to the camera here, they're shooting through the forest to hit that Rhino anyway, which means there's already a -1 penalty. Now, I'm not sure if one of those Redemptors got +1 to hit. I know the Devastators can't get +1 to hit in this list. So we're looking at a situation where pop smoke for -1 to hit against shooting might not be as valuable as you'd expect just looking at the board. The main one it affects is kind of that Redemptor. We'll go back to the middle camera. That one on the far side that gets a direct line to the Rhino without looking through the forest. And -1 to hit. Again, it's one of those stratagems. Sometimes you use it and they roll 0 3s and you're like, that was a waste. And sometimes you use it and they roll a bunch of exactly 3s and you've flipped a unit from dead to alive. So we'll see, again, if the Rhino survives. I'm not sure if that actually has that big an impact on the game. But again, that's why you play the game. We'll see how it shakes out.
Okay. Cool. And then 3s.
Yep.
It's going to be 3d6 damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Him exploding doesn't matter, but I'll roll it. Okay.
All right, spoiler alert, with Las Cannon Devs and 2 Redemptors, 3 Redemptors actually that can shoot, that Rhino was unlikely to live and it finally met its bloody end.
One, -2.
I'm going to CP it, because if that lives, that's a pretty big deal. Well, actually, this guy hasn't shot. Never mind. That guy didn't shoot. Yep. So no use. Okay.
So that's 14
Yep.
Codex Warfare.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Cool, and Anthony just avoided what I think is one of the major mistakes less experienced players make. Basically, 1 unit shot, unit of suppressor shot, I believe, killed the Rhino, did the final wound, and he was considering CP rolling it to keep it alive. But the issue is there's still 2 Redemptors left to shoot. I think I sometimes see people spend CP to keep a unit alive, where, okay, cool, it's, you know, say you CP'd something or spent some sort of defensive strat. There's so much damage coming its way that it's basically guaranteed to die anyway, and that's exactly what's going to happen. With 2 Redemptors, at least 1 Redemptor left to shoot, I don't think spending a CP to put 2 extra wounds on it, even if you make the rerolled save, is really worth it. So good call just to let it die. Give you a Blood Tithe point. 2 Blood Tithe points because it's actually a vehicle, so let's see what Anthony does with those points. I'm curious whether in his turn he's going to go for some sort of buff, or whether he's going to spend those Blood Tithe points and turn them into piling up the skulls for the secondary.
Nope.
All right, we'll do the Assault Intercessors too.
Okay. Aaron.
Yeah.
That's a big move. So you probably want to try to get close to the objective, right? So they have to be like that. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
How many CP do you have left?
None.
Okay.
But I fought on death.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll do the Tech Marine.
Okay.
Apologies, I don't know what he does in combat.
Here's one of my favorite parts of late game 40k. Getting units like Tech Marines into combat and having to check their data sheets to see what the hell they actually do. I guarantee you when Joseph came into this game, I don't think part of his game plan was, oh, I'm going to have the Tech Marine charge and try to kill Berserkers in melee. But it ends up happening. That's just part of 40k.
Charge.
What's his save?
2 up.
2. That's it. Okay.
And then I completely forgot my psychic phase, didn't I?
Go ahead.
It
I
doesn't
don't care.
matter.
No,
It
go ahead.
doesn't
I don't. It doesn't. I don't. Is there anything that would have helped you?
No.
Okay. So then it doesn't matter.
So it's going to be 3s. Early hits.
Okay.
And then he is. Strength +2, so strength 6, so it's going to be 2s.
Oh yeah, +1 with it.
So there's 3 at -3, and then, or 2 at -3 and 3 at -2. So it's 5 ups either way.
Okay. How many damage?
2 damage each.
All right. So
Kills 1.
Kills 1. Okay. So he gets to fight. I'm not interrupting, so you can fight with your intercessors.
Okay. I get servo arm attacks.
I'm
too.
swinging everything at the intercessors. So
I'm going to transhuman them with my last CP.
Yep. Good transhuman. Bad roll.
2 wounds at -2.
2 wounds at -2.
No, -1.
Minus
Minus
one.
1.
So he has 1 left. 1 left. Okay, so one guy's left with 1 wound. Okay.
So no. What are we rolling now?
Explosions. This is the other guy. I did the eviscerator that died. Oh, you
Okay.
didn't kill him.
I haven't
But I'm
killed the other
attack-
guy.
But I'm attacking. I get to
Okay.
attack.
But I get
Like,
to do the assault intercessors first.
I thought you did. I thought.
No, that was him.
Oh, that was all him.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was all
okay.
him.
Well, then this is fine. This is just when that guy, when the assault intercessors kill him.
Okay.
So that's on to the assault intercessors.
5.
AP4.
I want to give both players a lot of credit because, again, just like any 40k game, even if you're playing the best communication you can or the best sportsmanship you can, there's going to be occasional moments where players are confused what exactly being rolled for, or a little confused on the timing, or the other player thought someone had already done something. And every time a situation like that has come up this game, Joseph and Anthony both just tried, not to their benefit, just for the good of the game, try to figure out exactly what was going on, try to play things accurately, let each other go back and adjust something if they need. I'm seeing fantastic sportsmanship from both players, which is exactly, again, what you want to see in a competitive event.
Grind happens at the end of my turn. You killed 2.
3.
3.
2 rhinos and then.
Yep, I agree. You killed 3. Okay, 3 for grind. And you killed 3 here. Okay, there's no way for me to get a 12. Nothing on the objective, nothing on the objective. So this spawn will move here to hold this.
So, one thing I'm curious if it comes up this turn. Joseph, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. One thing, I think Joseph made one potentially significant mistake. You'll notice the suppressors on the bottom left of the board. Again, let me rotate that. Bottom left of the board. One big issue with their location is they've now created a situation where the Berserkers inside the building could charge into them. Why is that an issue? If they high roll the charge, there's a world in which they slingshot off of them and tag that objective and get a 12, and get a 12 for primary. I'm really curious to see how this shakes out. But I think if it comes down to that, the game is close enough still that I think it might come down to that. Let's see if Anthony, what play Anthony makes. I mean, okay, first of all, let's see if he even makes the charge, because even in a dice game, it looks like a very short charge. I've seen short charges failed many, many times.
So I hold these two, I hold that one. The only thing that's going to matter is this charge. I'm plus one to charge.
Cool. One thing I think Joseph did very well is you'll notice in kind of the very top of the center, after that Tech Marine fought, he didn't consolidate him onto the objective, which is a great choice, because that means that's not a unit on an objective. Well, actually, I see, never mind. Anthony's already maxed blood for the Blood Gods, so that doesn't really matter. You'll notice here again, it's a very close game. Anthony's, before he's going, kind of finishing his turn, he's taking a break, looking at the score, seeing how he's going to score points, and what secondaries are still left to score. And that's what I think is a big part of playing competitively, is not rushing into your turn. You're taking a break, seeing what's going to turn into points, because that's ultimately what decides games. So I'm very curious to see here how things shake out.
So can't kill anything on objective. Get one there. If I get a 12 there, I get one there. Let me just see something. So it puts me at 20, 28. 36, 37, 36. So you can be at 32 plus 35, 38. 42.
Yeah. One great thing about this game is both players have played very fast on the whole. And what that means, as we're sitting here on turn 5, there's really not a rush that you normally associate with the end of a competitive 40K game sometimes. Anthony's played very fast. He's definitely entitled to take a minute or two, take a look at the scoreboard, figure out what's going to happen. I'm curious what decisions he ends up making after consulting the scoreboard. Again, I don't actually want to add up go over there and interfere and double check and see exactly what they're seeing on the scoreboard. So the score I have for you might not be the exact score in the game. So we'll see how it shakes out. I can tell you at a bare minimum, Anthony would have scored 4 primary last turn. So let me do a quick update to the best of my estimation from the following turn. Of course, I'll double check that once the players themselves are not using the scoreboard.
Let's see if I get 28, 36, 37. Is there any way for me to stop his grind? Spawn goes backwards.
What's it looking like so
I don't
far?
get a 12. It's close, but I'm trying to figure out what I have to do. You're winning. Hello.
Cool. Anthony just said you're winning to the Blood Angels. Now, I'm curious whether he meant that in the sense of you're currently winning, which I think anyone would agree. I don't know if the score is exactly right, but it looks like you're right at that ballpark. Or if he says he thinks he's going to win the game overall. Very curious to see what's going to happen. I'm going to take a quick break, run over, look at the scoreboard. We'll put the volume back on the players and hear what they're saying.
Be able to kill.
Unknown caller.
So I don't think I can get any more than 10 there. You've got an 8 on shock, so I'm +2. In close combat, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I kill them, I would be at 8. And then I could swing onto that objective possibly to get a 12 at the end of the game. But if I do that, then I give you grind. I don't think there's any way to stop grind. Could maybe hold both of those objectives in a goofy way with a charge. Put this spawn back here instead of there. So move him like this. Move these guys. They're full 9 inches. Where do I have a tape measure? These guys, they're full 9 inches. And I'm +1 to charge. that way. I think I can. What's the Redemptor have for a save?
3 up.
Okay.
And 13 wounds and then -1 damage.
Cool. The scoreboard has been updated. One thing to note is the Blood Angel scoring is not finalized, actually. Joseph killed 3 units on his turn, which means to deny grind, Anthony's going to have to kill 3 units in the World Eater's turn.
All right. So
I don't know how
what I'm gonna
possible that
do
is. We'll
here
see how it
is
shakes out.
I'm going to charge there.
Okay.
I have to CP reroll.
But there's definitely potentially a world in which the Blood Angels have 3 more points headed their way at the end of the game. That could be the deciding factor.
The main thing that I need to do here is I need to get onto this objective. 2 guys.
Okay, great. Anthony saw the exact play I was talking about earlier, where he uses those suppressors as a slingshot, because the Redemptor is not objective secured, and it only counts as 1 model. So what that means is basically, as long as he's able to kill the suppressors, and then end up on the objective with charge phase movement, consolidation movement, plenty of different ways, he's going to be scoring that 12, because he's going to have all 3 of his own objectives, plus 1 more objective than the opponent. The issue is I'm trying to figure out here is I'm curious if he's going to be able to deny that grind.
I'm +1 to charge, so I have.
I think you needed a 5.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that wins it for you, because I had to stop you from grind. I had to kill at least 3. Did you have enough CP to interrupt?
I have 1 more CP.
You have 1 CP?
But
Yeah,
it's
so it doesn't matter, but I had to make that charge. If you would have had enough CP to interrupt, I was just thinking it wouldn't
Yeah.
even mattered.
I was just gonna burn it because it's all I have left.
9 inches. That's about as far as I can get there. Yeah, I need a 5 for sure. Okay, so then if I kill those guys, I get 1 for close combat. I still get a 12 regardless of what you kill there. We can see if I kill those guys, it may not. And then, so let's just assume that I'll roll that, because that matters. That's the only thing that matters. So we'll say 2 guys can fight. Here's the big guy, 2s, an explosion, and 3s.
I think he's 2s. The sergeant, he gets +1 strength.
Yeah, but that's not enough to.
They're only T4.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because this is the
And then
heavy
another
shield
one.
wave.
Yep, you're right. So that's 5.
Well, great sportsmanship by Joseph. He figured out that Anthony was kind of assuming his suppressors were T5 when they swung, and volunteered that they're T4 and corrected Anthony and made sure he was rolling correctly on the wound rolls. Good bit of sportsmanship right there.
I get a 12. I get 1 there. I'm at 37. You're at 42.
Yeah.
Yep. And then you're at 14, 8, and 9. I'm at 15, 10, and 10. So you're going to win by a couple points. So you're +5 here. You're -1 here. You're -2 there, -1 there. I think you won by 1 point, I think.
42 plus 14.
Yeah, here, add it up. 42 plus 14 plus
Plus
8
8.
plus 9. What's your total?
73.
Okay. And then did you give yourself the 10 for paint?
No.
All right, then I'm 37
15.
plus 15
plus
plus
10.
10.
Plus 10.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
72.
So 1 point, yep.
Plus 10 for paint. So 82.
Yep. 82, 83. So if I would have, actually, I guess then the smart move would have been just to charge the one guy.
The one guy, because you
Is
would
that
have
what I
gotten
got?
2 points for your other secondary for killing him. Because he's a character.
Okay, we have a fascinating endgame here. I want to leave it on the players, but I've got a lot of thoughts and analysis of what just happened at the end.
Purpose of me charging the Dreadnought. But it's good. You played really well. So,
Good game?
Good game, brother. I did my math wrong. did my math wrong.
Okay, so let's quickly talk about what just happened at the end of the game, because that's a fascinating end game. I'm going to take a quick break, quickly let the players know, take off their mics and stuff, and then I'll jump back and do some analysis here, because fascinating end game.
1 point. I did my math wrong at the end.
Great game both.
Yeah.
You guys want to drop the mics right here before you bounce off?
Sure. How do I turn this off? Just press the.
All right. Hey, y'all. Thanks for the patience as we got the player mics off and let them start heading into lunch. Because that was a fascinating endgame. There's a lot of kind of competitive stuff to talk about there. So Anthony made one key choice in his turn. Let's kind of rotate the camera there. You'll notice there's a squad of, I think, 8 bound on his top right objective. He has a Tech Marine with an unfailable charge right in front of him. But what he wanted to do was attempt the 9-inch charge to get into the units on the back objective, or I think the Redemptor, to gain an additional point. Because that gives you 1 more point on the mission, and possibly another Blood Tithe. I don't know if that's enough. He could turn that into Pile of the Skulls. But he definitely would have gained 1 more point there. Anthony thought that to win the game. I think he might have done the math wrong. He thought he needed to prevent the grind this turn, because in the previous turn, the Blood Angels scored 3. Anthony had 2 guaranteed kills. One was the 8 bound on the left side of the screen into the suppressors. The other guaranteed kill was the 8 bound on the right side of the screen in that Tech Marine. That would have given him his current score of 82, but it doesn't stop the grind, which means Joseph would have scored 3. So Anthony instead elected to go for a riskier charge. It was either the Dreadnought or the unit on Anthony's far objective, or excuse me, Joseph's far objective. Basically, he took a riskier multi-charge because he thought he needed to kill 3 units to stop the grind. Instead, if Anthony had taken the unfailable charge into the Tech Marine in front, the 8-bound wipe him, he scores an additional point on the mission's secondary, Break Them Body and Soul, and then it's a tie game. So basically, let me summarize it like this, because it was a very complicated endgame. Anthony went for the win, but failed the charge, instead of taking the guaranteed tie with an unfailable charge. I mean, what an ending to a game. I mean, you can't script it better. You come here, you want great 40K. I mean, both players played their absolute butts off, and anyone that knows Anthony's a guy. He's a true competitor. He's been playing a long time. I respect that he went for the win with the charge into the Dreadnought with his 8 bound up top, instead of taking the guaranteed safe point, just charging the Tech Marine. I mean, wow, what a crazy ending. Now, I do think Joseph made one mistake, whereas if the suppressors on the left side of the board had been further back, then he doesn't give him the charge at all, and then he basically had a guaranteed win. But again, they're 2 aggressive armies. They want to play aggressively here. This is what competitive 40K is all about. I mean, also, let's talk about the sportsmanship we saw from both players. There were points, like especially at last turn, very close game. Both players understand it might come down to 1 or 2 models dying. And Joseph was still saying, like, hey Anthony, a reminder, my defensive stats, you actually have a better wound roll than you think. I mean, great sportsmanship. Anthony and Joseph both let each other go back, adjust some models, or be like, oh, I forgot to do that. Can I go back and do that? Joseph especially, some really great sportsmanship. I mean, that's what you love to see out of a competitive game. So let's talk about, now that the World Eaters have a loss in the books, let's talk about what he could have done differently, because that's kind of what you want to learn from. And for any World Eaters players at home that want to learn. I'll just keep rotating with the camera because I have nothing better to do. Well, actually, before we talk about the post-mortem, let's take a second to appreciate the amazing Warhammer studio Wallace has created. I mean, talk about that view. The brick wall behind, the Warhammer W, some beautifully painted models. We're going to rotate those out in different battle reports, but some great ledgers for some beautiful models. A little trophy in the background. Quality cameras with great multiple angles of the game. I'm going to be honest. I don't live near here. I'll mainly be watching the stream rather than commentating. But I'm definitely going to make sure I watch any stream I can because I'm really enjoying the setup here. Wallace and also Paul, someone else that Wallace is partnered with, have done an amazing job setting up the streaming studio. So nothing but love for both of them. Now let's head back to the game here. What could Anthony have done differently? Oh, thanks. Oh, my friend Ray in the chat. Awesome commentary. Hey, I appreciate you, Ray. Ray's an absolute legend. Um, always enjoyed hanging out with him. Just ended up grabbing dinner yesterday. But yeah, let's get back to the game. Um, man, it's a tough one. I think we've broken down the final turn 5. Very simple choice. Go for the win. Go for the tie. I don't think there's a right answer there. I think Anthony, when it comes down to it, Anthony's a player that with his competitive background, he is here to win the event. And if you're going to win the event with the number of players we have in 5 rounds, you're probably going to have to go undefeated. So if he had accepted the guaranteed charge and just taken the guaranteed tie on the bottom of turn 5, that takes him out of contention to win the event. And knowing Anthony, knowing he's an experienced competitor, he's here to win. So I think he made the right choice. Again, if you're kind of a newer player, it might make sense to go for the tie. You know, one of your first tournaments, you just want to do well. But Anthony's here to win the whole damn thing. He went for the win. He didn't get the charge roll he needed. That's life. In terms of secondaries, I wonder if turn 4, Anthony did something which I think he might have regretted at the end. He spent a ton of Blood Tithe points, got 2 bonuses off the table. He got +1 to hit and explode in 6s. Don't get me wrong, those are both great benefits, especially he knew there was going to be a bloodbath on the bottom of turn 4 and 5. But the downside to that is that he didn't have enough Blood Tithe points left at the end of the game to really start racking up some pile of the Skulls points. And given that just how close the game was, I wonder if Anthony in hindsight regretted spending all of that Blood Tithe and not saving some guaranteed points in the bank to score additional points at the end of the game. That was one tactical choice. In terms of Blood Angels, yeah, I think the one mistake was he occasionally, with those suppressors on the side, gave Anthony a charge he shouldn't have had and a chance to win the game or tie it. But again, I mean, both of these guys, both experienced players, I think they both played an absolute hell of a game. I really enjoyed watching it, and I hope all of you at home enjoyed watching it too. I mean, this was, if you come here, you want to watch a 40K tournament, you want to watch 2 competitive armies, 2 aggressive armies, played by experienced players. That's exactly what we got. I think just on this mission, again, I think if it's the Scouring, for example, a different mission, I think Anthony's complete lack of guns and going all into melee is actually a strength. But on Recover the Relics, on this deployment especially, with 2 of the 3 objectives on his side in the open, it was basically impossible to hold his own objectives other than the back one. I think that ended up coming back to haunt him. But the issue is the World Eaters, there's really no cost-effective guns you can bring. I think, frankly, Anthony brought the best list for the job. I think his list was super well-tuned and just ran into an interesting matchup. And also an army that counterpunches very hard, too. I mean, if it was instead of Blood Angels with guns, say it was Tau with guns, I think he could have felt a lot better about trying to get some wraps up and charge up the board. But there were still Sanguinary Guard, Assault Intercessor, some Smash characters waiting for him if you pushed up, which makes a shooty Blood Angels list a really tough nut to crack. But yeah, I mean, super well played by both guys here. I'm trying to think of any mistakes Joseph made besides that one suppressor movement. I think the only thing was actually he could have started moving his devs up the board earlier so that he could have maybe done a move block on the top of turn 5 if he was going to go for the suppressor play, because Anthony wasn't really going to be able to charge onto the objective. He was mainly just slingshot on. If he'd been able to go for a move block or just had extra bodies on the objective with those devs, because again, the devs in the open don't care. Anthony has no shooting at all. They can walk up the board safely. I think Joseph should start walking those Devastators up the board just to get additional bodies on that objective. Because remember, the 8-bound slingshotting off those suppressors, they're not OBSEC. They flipped that objective on Joseph's side, the one kind of in the bottom left here, through sheer weight of bodies. They had 2 bodies, their Redemptor counts as 1, so Anthony had the objective at the end. If Joseph just straight up puts those 5 devs, I mean, honestly, if he just gives up their shooting and advances them the previous turn, just get bodies on the objective, he locks up the win. But again, that's I'm pointing out some maybe slight misplays by both players. I do want to say that both players played a fantastic game on the whole, and these are just, again, my as an experienced competitive player, my thoughts. Again, there's been no perfect game of 40K, but these guys both played pretty damn close. Cool. Well, thank you so much to everyone that joined us in the chat. Let's see here. It looks like the final vote on the World Eaters poll, we're looking at 30 votes, about 2/3 for the World Eaters. Sorry, all the World Eaters fans at home that the World Eaters couldn't pull through. But again, amazing game. Definitely, you guys did both armies played to a high level. We will be taking a lunch break now, so stay tuned. I'm not sure when we're going to resume exactly. I'd guess probably in about probably in about half an hour to an hour, because we're going to take a little lunch break here. I'm going to double check and then post that in the chat. But stay tuned. We've got two more great games coming up for you later today. And if you enjoyed the commentary, please let me know in the chat. It's my first time doing commentary. I just want to come share my passion for the hobby with all of you amazing fans watching at home, people just, that love the game as much as I do. I just enjoy talking with you. If you've enjoyed the commentary and thought it was good, just please drop in the chat. I'm really curious what people are thinking. And again, remember, there's still plenty of games, because there's 2 more games today, plus day 2, playing for the win tomorrow. So there's a lot more commentary coming up, a lot more stream games at the amazing Warhammer Studio. Okay, stepping away for a lunch break. I'll post in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and ask the TO right now. Oh my God, I'm watching the poll right now. The World Eaters number is dropped, which means after the game ended, someone changed their vote to the Blood Angels. I appreciate you watching, but Corrin, I don't know if Corrin can get behind that. I think Corrin wants you to make a decisive decision, stick with it. Once the game's over, not much use in voting at that point. But yeah, I appreciate you all joining me. Gonna step away for lunch, and I'll go ahead. I'll talk to Wallace, the TR, right now. I figure out the exact time that Game 2 is going to resume. Stepping away. I'll be back with you all soon.
why you shoved your mats. There they are. Slap a 30 across there.
Yep. Yeah, extend it out so you can lay it across.
Okay. And the other one's over there.
Hello.
Testing, testing.
Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting. We really enjoyed our lunch here. It was nice to get a break, and we have an amazing second round coming up in just a second. We've got the magic of Tzeentch Demons versus the brutal might of World Eaters. So, should be a fun one coming up. Go ahead, finish up your own lunches, rejoin us, and I'm excited to see how this game goes here. Cool. We'll drop another poll in the chat, who do you think is going to win? Let's see here. Let's go ahead and get Tzeentch Demons. Who win? Might or magic? Cool. Poll is up. Life is good. Cool, I will swap it back to the players so you can kind of get a little feel for how they're setting up. Both great players, both great sports, both very active in the Warhammer Discord, one of the best Discord communities out there for Chaos players, or really 40k players in general. So I'd love to see you in there sometime. Cool, let's set it back to the players.
Yeah, everything got like shifted like 2 inches.
Shifted 2.5 inches.
Okay.
So if they move them 2.5, though, I'll be good.
Okay. All right, that looks better.
There we go.
Yeah, that looks roughly better. Square that off, and slap your building on that thing.
Can't wait here.
Okay. All right. So you want me to go over anything here? I'd probably just like spells. So World of Traits, I just got Bellicors. Spell-wise, Bellicor has Pall of Despair and Teleport.
Yep.
This guy has Infernal Flames, so that's +1 to wound, and Bolt to Change. And the other guy has Boon of Change and Gaze of Fate.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the models?
Pretty familiar. Go with the stats of stack of Soul Grinders.
T8, 16 wounds, 4 up.
What's their shooting like?
So they have like the 8th edition version of an autocannon and a battle cannon. Do you know
So
that?
pretend I don't know what 8th edition.
So 6 shots, strength 7, AP 1, damage 2, and then D6 shots, blast, strength 8, AP 2, damage 3.
Okay.
I mean, at least I don't have to worry about you shooting me turn 1.
I will combi bolter the heck out of you.
You got like what, some Combi Bolters on the Rhinos?
Combi
and
bolter
that's
on
it?
the Rhinos, that's it. I don't have female to Z-Bang.
Oh man, my 3-up save's gonna get you, bro.
Okay.
All right.
Spicy.
So what we got over here? Warlord trait and relic wise. That's pretty much all I need to know. I know pretty much everything else.
Good. I have the Warlord trait on Angron, so I turn off OBSEC and a second drawer.
Okay. Are they giving you paint score for that?
Hey man, there's a fully painted model I cut in half of this. Yes.
Okay.
There's 3 colors. There's red, white, and dead marine.
Dead
My favorite color.
I mean, that's fair. That's a good color.
Yeah. Bloodthirster 8 wound phase cap.
Yeah.
He has Angrath or Hourgath.
The weapon upgrade.
Yeah. So +1 damage ignores hits and wound modifiers.
Okay.
All these guys are berserkers. This one with an icon and this one with an icon have an icon.
So it's 2 icons for.
Oh,
They're all
right.
5-mans, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's it.
That's it. Okay. Angron with like 3 warlord traits or whatever.
Just the one.
Just the one. He doesn't
Just-
get. He doesn't
he
get
gets-
3 like the other ones. That's lame.
No, he gets to pick one of 3 things that
That's
basically works. like
lame,
one.
man.
I'll take no fallback in exchange for not having sexy warlord traits.
I mean, yeah, but still. Okay.
Cool.
Secondaries.
Secondaries.
So I have 16 for assassinate and 13 for bring it down, and everything else is kind of shitty.
Stop tempting me.
People usually score about the same on each, so.
I give out 13 for bring it down, 10 for assassinate, and 8 for no prisoners.
I mean, I might take bring it down because you're gonna be eating the big boys at me.
3 points for Angron, so 10 can't revive. 3 of it can.
Gotcha.
And since you do bring it down at the end.
That's an yeah.
How much
I mean,
did you say you give out for bring it down?
11 for bring it down, or sorry, 13 for bring it down, 16 for assassinate.
Assassinate. And your characters are Be'lakor and
Be'lakor, the 2 exalted flamers, and the 2 heralds.
the flames. That's what I wasn't thinking.
Yeah, for some reason the ones on the chariots are not characters. I don't get it.
1, 2.
5 objectives is crappy for mission objectives, but it's not the worst thing in the world. We obviously take rebels. No, I need to put my container here so I can write on it. Writing on this fluffy cloth is not good.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us back from lunch. We've got a very interesting matchup here. They're playing the mission 1-2, tear down their icons. This is a 5 objective, hold 1, hold 2, diagonal deployments, and the mission secondary, or I guess the mission second primary, is basically doing an action where you plant bombs in your opponent's territory. It's a really cool one, very thematic. Both armies have a ton of infantry to do the action, so I think there's a good chance we see some pretty high scores over here. Both players, of course, being great sports, kind of exchanging full information about their list, what the weird stuff does, what they give up on secondaries. So let's take it back to the players and see what they're thinking secondary-wise.
I do have a lot of MSU, so you do get a lot of chances to roll it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still I have
Still
to
not
like
great.
8 up for any time.
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's not great.
4 votes in the poll so far, and they're all for World Eaters. Can we get a little Zinch love in the chat? Come on, the changer of ways. He's here. He's flying. He's ready to change the world. Let's show Zinch a little love. I know we all love World Eaters. Amazing army, super thematic, super fun to play. But I think it's going to be a much closer game than all the World Eaters love so far would make it seem.
All right, mine are written down. Cool. I got Rally Rebels, Bring It Down, and the spoilers. Not super thrilled by it, but I guess neither of us are really.
You're doing Reality Rebels, Despoilers, and what else?
Bring It Down.
Bring it down. I'm doing Blood for the Blood God, which is the like Bring It Down but better. To a maximum of 4 points per battle round, I get 2 points for killing a vehicle or character or monster, 1 point for any other unit in melee.
All right.
Then I'm taking Pile of Skulls, which is my spend blood type points, get victory points. It's a auto 15 if
yeah,
I don't
pretty
undo
much.
the math. And Wraith Banners,
Okay.
which is the one I don't like. But
I figured, yeah, the action ones on this one are trash.
yeah. All right, we'll have to see who's defending.
At least I have no OBSEC.
You have no option.
I have no OBSEC. 6. I guess I'm defending, because why would I attack? Deep Strikes.
Yeah, declare your nonsense.
Let's put one of these. Oh, you have. I'm still gonna do one of them.
Okay.
And what else? Five-man and a 5-man flamer. Keep you honest playing around them.
Okay. This is just testing.
Alright, that's my deep strike.
No.
Very interestingly, the Tzeentch Demons have placed their Soul Grinder and 5 Flamers in Demon Deep Strike, which means they come down anywhere 9 inches away. Now, what that means for the Soul Grinder, it's one of the few melee threats that the Tzeentch Demons have. So it looks like the Tzeentch Demons basically are going to use the Soul Grinder as kind of a mobile response unit. Basically, the World Eaters, push one side. The Soul Grinder will come there, do a little counter charge, do some counter shooting. I like the play.
Okay.
Yeah. City terrain is a lot harder to hide stuff against shooting.
Yep. I'm shoving 2 5-man squads
And
into
each one?
each of these.
Yeah.
The yellow one has no icons. Each of these has 1 icon.
Okay.
I'll put a Marine Surgeon on top to know if they have a transport or not.
Okay.
Blood of those are going into Deep Strike. The Blood Tester.
They don't get the leadership deep strike since
No, we
you're
do
not
not
demon,
get
right?
that.
Yeah.
The
So
Blood.
you have to make the 9 up on 3d6, which is not too bad.
I move 12 inches with the Bloodthirster, or I can locus out.
That's true.
Hate it.
Hey, because Angerhead could just die turn 1. I mean, if you move him forward, yes. Yeah. Not sitting back there, obviously.
The Deep Strike decisions are super important for this game. I'm going to let the players wrap that up, and then I'll share some thoughts.
The terrain not helping me.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these.
Mike, why isn't the terrain helping me in particular? I'll Deep Strike the Bloodletter as well. Sorry, Bloodthirster. So all my demons are in reserve.
And all the war leaders on the board. Okay.
Correct. So I only have the rhinos that spawn and my big boys.
And this one's just that.
Very interesting choice there. So the Khorne side, which is World Eaters plus Khorne Demons, has chosen to put all of the demons in Deep Strike. Now here's what was very interesting. Normally in 9th edition, basically every single Deep Strike is 9 inches away. There is a really cool synergy, however, between the World Eaters and Khorne Demons. Angron has the Warp Locust keyword, quote unquote. And what that Warp Locust keyword means is that demons can manifest nearer to him than if they're near him, they can manifest closer to the enemy than they normally would. So instead of 9 inches away like usual, if a unit that comes down, including the Bloodthirster, is wholly within 6 inches of Angron, they can come down a mere 6 inches from the enemy, making them much harder to screen and making their charges much more reliable. In fact, Bloodletter specifically have a stratagem. For 1 CP, they can roll a 3d6 charge, dropping the lowest dice. A 6-inch charge with a 3d6 drop the lowest, it's, I don't want to say guaranteed, because there's no guarantees in a dice game, but it's a very, very, very reliable charge. My one concern is that I almost worry the World Eaters are a bit too light on the board with that much damage in Deep Strike, and the Tzeentch Demons can just push up. But again, we'll see how it goes. They also don't want to give easier charges to the World Eaters, so it'll be kind of a dance in the midfield of like threat ranges versus damage output.
Okay. I might just play that as another dimension just so people can see what's in the buildings. Mike, are we okay with that if I just like put the roof over here so they can see inside the building? Even though, 'cause I'm going to use second floors because I
Awesome.
fly.
I appreciate it. Makes
Okay.
complete sense.
I'll move it around but obviously we'll just measure from there because it's pretty straightforward.
Daniel's been a legend trying to help out the stream, and he's taken actually the top floor of the building off. Obviously, the top floor is still technically there. But what that does, it makes it much easier for the camera to see inside and see who's in the building. Makes it a better experience for everyone. Definitely appreciate Daniel and kind of keeping the interest of the viewers at home in mind. What a legend.
Well, it is what it is.
The cursing is fine.
I mean, yeah, we're playing space fascists, so
No, we're playing the Freedom Fighters.
technically, yes. If you look at it like that, I'll take it.
I'm playing the good dice. That's me.
Yeah, that's... Oop. Just an inch back from the wall so
He's
you
in
don't...
the void.
Just an inch back from the wall so Angron doesn't yeet into it. Oh, I guess I should do that here, too.
Chaos Bone.
Just pull everyone back and half an inch, or the inch from the wall.
Anyone will not be getting their turn 1.
I don't want to give you the chance if you really were cheeky and put him on the line.
I don't think I can physically get that far.
You moved 16, so I mean...
I moved 16, but
I
I'm
was
pretty sure
against-
it's like 24 inches between.
Yeah, so that means you could have
my
like,
zone and your
like
zone.
an 8 or 9 inch charge if you really wanted to be cheeky.
Yeah.
Or I guess, yeah, minimum.
It'd be a lot.
It's not good, but there's a chance. And I don't want that chance.
4-inch charges with Angron the other day, back to back. So I'm not feeling lucky.
That's unfortunate.
I'm sad.
All right, blue's over here.
I have to make actual decisions now because I put down all my free units. Now I have to make choices.
Yeah, I actually get to see stuff now.
There he is. Make sure I'm not off the board.
Just a little bit back from the line.
Oh yeah, I fought Emperor's Children last round. I'm fighting Tzeentch this round. I need
Hey,
Nurgle
hey
next
man,
one.
it is the great game.
I need Nurgle next.
There's only like 4 Nurgle players
Yeah,
at the most.
I'll find them.
I played one already, so now I just need Slaanesh, and there's even less of those.
Yeah.
Cool, it's funny. Both players talked about the theme of the event, which is named the Great Game GT. Obviously, while all players of factions of all players of all factions are welcome, there are additional prizes for the Chaos faction specifically, and I really love the fact that the players are kind of getting in spirit, talking about the great game, talking about each of the gods facing each other. And we have an amazing Khorne versus Tzeentch matchup, but there's also some pure Slaanesh players in the mix. There's some Nurgle players in the mix. So if you love Chaos on Chaos action, you're going to have you're going to have a fun time this weekend watching. So let's talk about deployment. It looks like the Tzeentch Demons, as expected, with their speed, they can pretty much deploy on the line, and just as long as Angron doesn't get an easy charge. Now, what's very interesting is that normally World Eaters will bring a character Lord Invocatus and buy his Warlord trait. The Warlord trait gives 2 units a pre-game move, meaning there's a basically nearly guaranteed turn 1 charge for the World Eaters if they go first. What's interesting is in Zach's list, he eschewed the Warlord trait on Lord Invocatus, which is the pre-game move, in exchange for buying the Warlord trait on Angron, which turns off OBSEC and a 6-inch aura around him. Time will tell if that's a good choice. Honestly, I think the Lord Invocatus Warlord trait, it's hard to pass up. It's so good, it does so much for the army. But I also respect that he's trying something a little different, making some choices that are off the beaten path. So I'm rooting for that choice to work out.
I don't love putting him this far
That was
back.
almost bad.
Oh.
He caught on one of the spikes, because spikes.
I was told that cities would hide Angron.
Yes, that one will.
Does it?
I mean, I probably don't have any long range to shoot him over there, so.
Yeah. So
Unless I put the
so we're basically saying like this area.
Oh
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
see
We're saying
that
the
this
corners.
is in-
Yeah,
oh.
we're saying it's a whole box.
Oh, it's a whole box?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I mean not the back, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah.
Yes,
For Angron.
yes,
Cool.
yes.
In that case.
because I'm probably gonna. I mean, I guess I don't need it, but
No.
consistency's sake, I'm not gonna like do that to my other opponents and then not do it to you. That'd be silly.
So great sportsmanship there from both players. They're doing exactly what you should do at a competitive event. They're talking about the terrain, agreeing on line of sight, like what angles people can get. One of the worst feel-bads in the game is when one player is like, oh, I thought we were playing the terrain this way, and hers will be something different. Both players have agreed on how they're going to play the big pieces. You love to see it. Now, I will say, in terms of, say this World Eaters list had Invocatus' Warlord trait, which again, he has Lord Invocatus in the list, just gave Angron the Warlord trait. If he had Lord Invocatus' Warlord trait, the Tzeentch Demons would be terrified turn 1, because basically they have 2 heavy hit units that if they multi-charge, could basically wipe out a huge amount of the Tzeentch Demons army turn 1. Because they don't have their Warlord trait, the Tzeentch Demons can basically deploy on the line and go for maximum damage. It's definitely hard to say. Oh, I'm seeing now, Alex, thank you so much. We get some feedback from Alex Fowler in the chat that Angron has to be the Warlord if you take him in the list, and that's very interesting. That's almost the downside of Angron. I think kind of speaks a little bit to some design flaws in the World Eaters Codex, that you're basically stuck choosing between 2 benefits the army really wants. Angron's not amazing, but Angron's a solid unit. People want to bring Angron. It's also an amazing model. But because Lord Invocatus' Warlord trait is so good, especially going first, or even going second, because you can kind of redeploy into ruins, out of line of sight. Also change how the opponent deploys, so they can't deploy on the line even if you end up going second. It changes the whole game. But again, we'll see. We'll see how big this trade-off is. And thanks a lot, Alex, for providing that additional context.
Rolled me a 2. And I want to see if it keeps on rolling back.
You want to see if it's still a
I
terrible
want to see
dice?
if it's still terrible. Because I don't want to go
So you
first.
guys first. I got a big ol' 1.
I got a 2 again. Consistently rolling a 2.
All right, well you're going
Not
first.
good enough this time, but consistent.
World Eaters roll a 2 for first turn, but Tzeentch interferes. Give the Tzeentch Demons a 1. They will be going second.
It's great for me.
Do you love it though?
It's awful.
That's what I thought.
I have 5 command points now.
I have 6. Let me mark that, and let me
my
warp storm.
It's funny. Both players are kind of in agreement that it's going first is almost bad for the World Eaters. Because again, without Lord Invocatus, they can't really make turn 1 charges, but it means they basically have to expose themselves turn 1 earlier. It also means that because Tzeentch Demons have some melee counterpunch in reserve, it means basically the World Eaters will have to commit their reserves before the Tzeentch Demons commit all of their reserves, which means the Tzeentch Demons will get the final bit of information and make a more informed turn 3 deep strike decision. We'll see if that has a big effect on the game, but I think the World Eaters definitely want to go second, and it sounds like both players full agreement on that fact.
Yeah. Ingron's going to choose no fallback for his aura.
Okay.
What
What a surprise.
All right. What's the range on the Soul Grinder shooting?
36, both.
Ah, cool, lovely. You can only bring. Oh my god, how many shots is it again?
6 shots at strength 7, AP 1, damage 2, and D6 blast at strength 8, AP 2, damage 3.
It shouldn't one round Angron, right? It shouldn't like
No.
cripple in one round, right?
I mean, those.
Right? I know there's 2 of this problem, but there's only 1 right now. So I'm kind of tempted to yeet Angron out right now.
And this.
And that little cutie. But sending Angron out turn 1 is a bad idea.
Generally, yes.
Generally, yes.
But you also have to do something.
No, I don't.
I mean, that's fair, I guess.
I know what I'm going to do.
I'm okay with you doing nothing. Sure, go for it, bro.
How's it for command phase? Because he gave himself the aura, and everything else is just go.
And then that past turn? Okay.
Yeah, I'm done. No. I have done that, but no. not
Use your
yet.
chaos spawn
I have
just
to
to
get
get
my chaos spawn.
chaos spawn to sacrifice for blood type points.
No! That chaos spawn's going to advance. That is a 5.
He's feeling it.
He is
They
zooming.
move what, 7 base? I
Yep,
think?
so 12 total.
Yeah.
The middle is mine.
Okay, sure.
Now,
You do you, fam.
I will.
They can't raise banners though. They're beasts, aren't they?
No, God, no. It's not the fact they're beasts, it's the fact they specifically say Chaos Spawn cannot do
Oh,
actions.
fair enough.
This round is going to go doot doot.
Same
Line
thing
up
with
there.
blues.
It doesn't matter this game, so I'm not going to jump in at all. But just a heads up, that is incorrect. Chaos Spawn don't have any rule against not doing actions. It is the infantry requirement that they don't have, which, again, most actions require infantry, so there's nothing intrinsically that they can't do it. It's just that Chaos Spawn are, unfortunately, not infantry, which makes sense. They're definitely beasts. If you saw a human that looks like that, I'd be very, very concerned. All right, let's take it back to the players.
Let's put it up in the corner.
Yeah, because all the windows are closed.
Mm-hmm.
That's,
They move 6, so that'd be 9. Or
I can move them, if they pop out, they move 9. If they pop
So-
out with
so that's your
Invocatus
max.
near, it's 11.
so that's your max. That's your max without avocado nearby.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I mean, if you're gonna take a 10-inch charge or 11-inch, 9-inch charge, I
Watch
guess
me.
that's fine.
I will not be taking that charge. You might just really whiff against the Chaos Spawn. Theoretically possible.
It's true.
I think I'm going to get a 4 on primary turn 2 is what we're really saying here.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You said it was 36 on the Soul Grinder shooting?
36 on the grinder. Yes.
Cool. Is it all 36?
Yes. Both gone to 36.
Okay, good. Hammer, 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 hammer. Question is,
Yeah. So one thing to keep in mind that's very interesting here is it is a World Eaters list with Angron, but it's not Disciples of the Red Angel. That does mean the World Eaters have access to a 4-up deny stratagem if their Tzeentch Demons do a psychic power. They also have Khorne Demons, which have a differently named stratagem, which is a 1 CP 4-up deny stratagem, which means they have up to 2 4-up denies. Now, that's a lot of CP. I'm not saying that Zach wants to spend 2 CP a turn once the Khorne Demons are down to deny powers, but it does mean that it's very difficult for the Tzeentch Demons to count on any powers going off. There's always a chance to 4-up deny it. And unlike Thousand Suns, there's no easily accessible way to make powers undeniable. Just one relic, which is rarely taken. Yeah, Alex, in the chat, that's a really great point, and I think that kind of comes down to what's going to decide the game. Does Angron stay on the board, and how easily does he die? because Tzeentch demons aren't the killiest army out there, but they're surprisingly killy. I mean, Flamers. So here's the thing: there's a Warp Storm for. Speaking of which, I don't think they rolled a Warp Storm. Let me quickly check with the players on that, actually.
Any of these got to raise that banner?
You know, honestly,
As I'm sure it's okay if you do that for either of those two units.
I appreciate that because I just kind of whiffed.
Yeah, it's
Great.
you easily have the movement.
That
I'm
one.
Not worried about
That.
it. So that one only has
There you
5
go.
in it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I only rolled 3.
You got 3?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go put the search on.
Yeah, I'll use a bigger dice.
Okay, so what's very interesting is the Tzeentch demons did roll their Warp Storm. They got 3, which means they have access to +1 ballistic skill for the whole army if they want on the following turn. That's 4. Oh, 4. It's only okay. It's only 4. That's an issue. They have access to +1 to cast, but no +1 ballistic skill. So the Tzeentch demon counterpunch will be dangerous in Angron. I don't think it's a guaranteed kill. If they had enough Warp Storms for +1 ballistic skill, I think Angron's probably just dead. Without that, I don't know. It comes down to dice. 4-up Invulns are swingy.
Belcor is going to give rerolls a hit to them. And he's going to give them auto wounds on 6s.
Okay.
And they're going to give auto wounds 6s to this blues, which that doesn't matter.
Looks like the World Eater's turn very quick. They basically positioned. They're more staging for next turn instead of hoping to do damage turn 1. So very quiet turn. But I think if the Tzeentch demons move forward, I think next turn, turns 2 and turn 3 are going to be quite bloody if I had to guess.
Shoot that one
Each
off.
model represents one 5-man squad.
So 9 plus 11, or yeah, 11 is 23. So you could get out. 21 is your max rate. 9 is short into moves. Whatever, I guess. Gosh, I better get the 18. That one's to either.
See, I'm becoming a banker right now. My launcher showed me a flip on my face. Not that. Flip forward now.
One blue, shooting back.
It's all the characters. Choose all the characters if you want to.
No, because it matters. That one's the smallest, and he's easily.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I gave you you gave me a takes you back, so I'll give you a takes you back.
Definitely not gonna use it on that. That's fine. Like I want to scoot him up, but I also still want to keep line of sight here. So I guess I'll
That's
tag
right.
that terrain
Flee
there.
from me.
I'll measure the 8.
From
I'm
my
not.
mighty shooting.
I'm not gonna use all my 8. So that way he can still see around there. All right, that should be a sufficient amount of shooting. So anything can do the 4 up to 9.
Within 24 inches of any World Eater model.
Okay. So you have a thing right at the wall there.
Yep.
All right, scoot the fuck back. That's good.
Also from the so you can measure from the chaos bond as well. So it's just not.
I'm pretty sure that's similar.
Yeah, it's probably really similar.
Yeah, it's similar. Actually, I want to move him
the only
over
ones who
that
don't have it is Bloodrunners and Bloodthirster.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Super, super appreciative of the feedback in the chat. Again, this is our first time streaming an event, so there's still stuff to work out. And honestly, I'm super impressed by the setup here. I wasn't involved. Wallace O'Donnell and Paul over at Tables Towers get most of the credit. They've done an amazing job setting up. I mean, look at these camera angles. You can easily switch between, can easily lower and change the volume. But there's still some little details to work out. So yeah, feedback like that at the top camera. We have the volume enabled by default. Super helpful. And that'll be fixed before next round. So it's interesting. It looks like most of Daniel's focus is figuring out how much damage he can put into Angron this turn. Now, Angron's model, I don't know if any of y'all have played with it in person, but it's surprisingly short. Now, and the first floors are blocking here. The second floor is, I think, for the big piece, which means that he's actually able to hide surprisingly well. Like Soul Grinders, for example, it's actually kind of tough, unless you're as tall as the building, to shoot Angron from that perspective. So I think the Tzeentch Demons have a huge mobility advantage, and I think that's what Daniel's kind of looking for here. You're able to play little angles around the side and stuff.
14. He's a little closer to the wall, though.
I like that Bellicor has blue as the under rock for his stairs.
Thank you. I told my
Tying
friend.
the theme together.
Told my friend to make it Tzeentchy, so.
You didn't make it Tzeentch. One in doubt, green flame.
Like, I can put him closer to you. I mean, I guess that's fine.
Naturally, come closer.
I don't want to be closer to you.
Come
So.
closer.
These are fine where they are. Just gonna scoot them to that corner.
No, you can just leave these guys alone. You don't have to move them.
Okay, that's easily in range. There.
So one thing to keep in mind, for those that haven't played Tzeentch Demons, outside of the Soul Grinders, they have a lot of 12-inch and 18-inch shooting. That basically means that if the Tzeentch Demons move into range to shoot, if they whiff, they're almost always going to be in range for a counter charge the following turn. And let me tell you something about Tzeentch Demons. You know how demons have different invulns, like the super invulns, quote unquote. It'll be for both melee and shooting. Tzeentch Demons, almost universally, with the exceptions of the big boys, like all of the Flamers, all the Horrors, all of the Exalted Flamers, they all have a 6-up invuln in melee. With the volume of attacks and good strength that World Eaters have, basically any Tzeentch Demon unit, besides the Soul Grinders and Bellicor, for example, that gets touched by World Eaters unit is dying. So it's kind of an interesting, almost like an interesting dance between the two players. You know, one's using their threat ranges, one's using kind of, oh, okay, well, if you get in a threat range, you'll be in my threat range the following turn. So it'll be really interesting to see how both players navigate that. Yeah, Daniel's trying to line up exactly on the edge of his threat ranges for all his guns. Doesn't want to be an inch closer than he has to be. Okay, Johan in the chat, appreciate you commenting. Looks like you're asking, okay, yeah, tomorrow. So today we're kind of going for fun matchups. Tomorrow will be strictly, we're going to be playing the top tables. Now, if there's two, like, for example, two games going where both players are 3-0, I will use some discretion to pick the matchup I think is the most fun. But yeah, tomorrow will always be the top tables of the event all the way down, culminating in the final round, people playing one final game for the win of the event. So we're going to see some really, really high-quality 40K played tomorrow. But the great news, the players today, I have also used my discretion to pick more experienced players today. Guys that I know are going to give you, players that I know are going to give you a good game. That's exactly what we're going to get right here. So super excited to see how Daniel and Zach navigate this matchup.
Because of cohesion?
Just in case.
Cool. Gotcha. Just the fact you have to have a
Yeah.
2 with
I
got you.
probably could have had them
Good
against the wall and make
triangling.
it. Yeah. Anyway, so start with him.
Yeah.
Might as well start with a Volt of Change. Goes off with a 7.
So
So it's gonna do. It's 9 dice and 5 mortal wound on Aggron. So we're gonna roll that.
Yep.
He's gonna take 4.
Tiny bit surprised not to see the 4-up deny stratagem come there, but also there's also trade-offs there. The issue is the Tzeentch Demons will almost always cast Shrouded Step outside of deny range, which means that very often their damage powers are going to be deny range. And that's where I like to see the World Eaters use their stuff. There is one big kind of issue here, is that Angron revives. It costs 6 Blood Tithes points. You have to have them at the end of the phase. There is a world where if Angron dies before 6 Blood Tithe points are reached and doesn't come back, I think that's going to be, I don't want to say insurmountable, because again, it's always a dice game, and when you have 2 experienced players, anything can happen, but very difficult if Angron dies turn 1 for the World Eaters to come back. So let's see how this goes. And didn't take it personally at all, Johan. Great question, and really excited to bring you both the fun undefeated matchups today, but then also the very top table matches tomorrow.
Yes, that's super relevant, but I guess I can give it to the blues so they'll have +1 to wound. Yeah, so I guess I'll target the blues.
What do they get?
It's a random stat. It's just movement. It's a D3 table.
I know.
They get 2 inches of movement now for next turn. Whatever. And then Bellicor. He's only going to cast 1 spell. He's going to cast Shrouded Step. That goes off with a 6. I'm going to teleport these guys.
It's a 6 to teleport?
Yeah, it's really dumb. It's also 18-inch range for some reason. I don't know. I don't get it either. I just want to be like back here. I'm sure this is within.
Cool. And Daniel's showing us one of the biggest benefits of having Be'lakor in a Tzeentch Demon's army is he gives you access to the Noctic discipline. There's one power called Shrouded Step, which is, it's very similar to the jump in Orcs. You basically pick a unit, infantry unit in the Demon's case, pick it up, put it anywhere on the board 9 inches away from an enemy unit. That's really great with all the Flamers, for example, which are 12-inch shooting units. You can pick them up from anywhere on the board and basically put them down and barbecue a unit on the front line, which unfortunately looks like Angron's about to feel a little bit of pain. So let's take it back to the players.
4 AP ones.
4 sixes.
Takes all of it. Oh yeah, they only have 4 wounds. I
Yeah,
was thinking they have
they're
5.
T5, but
Wow,
they only
wow,
have one.
Blues, you did it. I didn't think you would do it, but you did it. He can't.
Alert, alert. This is the first recorded instance in 40k history of blue horrors actually killing a unit. So, big shout out to the blue horrors for letting Tzeentch's magic fly.
You're really embarrassed if it did. I mean, we'll do all that first because he might, if Angron might go down already because he's only at 10 already.
He's at 11.
He's at 11? Okay, that's really bad.
It's not great.
So you can see the Rhino, so I won't shoot you yet, and you're out of range, so you just this guy last. Okay. We'll start with his staff. 3s, reeling 1s from Be'lakor nearby. 2 hits. 4s. 2 AP 4s.
2 4-pin villains.
I'm just gonna dump these out and use this.
Pass 1, fail 1.
2 damage.
Down to 9.
Okay.
I knew it was a mistake.
Let me check the range of my Be'lakor rerolls. Okay, so both these are in range. So I'm just gonna roll both of them together at the same target.
He's doing an action. Do you want to?
Oh yeah, I want to do him last. That's right. All right, so just this guy then.
Just the boy.
Okay, 1 hit. 3s. No wound.
Cool.
Very cool thing. You'll notice Be'lakor is a bit far back. Normally, reroll 1 auras are 6 inches, but Be'lakor is actually 9 inches. I guess because he's extra special, which makes sense. Be'lakor, no offense to random, Space Marine captains and such, but Be'lakor's reroll 1's aura should be bigger and more powerful, so I'm glad that's reflected on the tabletop. But yeah, nice 9-inch aura of reroll 1s. It's also not core locked, which is really interesting for demons because all the other rerolls are, except for a few Forge World units, but on the whole, demon auras are locked to core units. Angron's just Legiones Daemonica. So, for example, things like Exalted Flamers, characters that are not core, Be'lakor can still get them reroll 1s. So they're hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s, with 3 flat 3 damage shots. They become real powerhouses in a Tzeentch Demon's list.
18 is 34.
Yep.
Hitting this unit had 4 rerolls, so hitting on 3s, rerolling.
It was this unit had 4 rerolls.
No, he was here. I picked the 5-man. So I don't know if I even rerolled that one, but oh well. 5s. Reroll the 1s. 4, 7, 8,
So
9.
is it the
9?
Herald or giving them reroll 1s?
Yeah, Harold's the reroll 1s. He's reroll hits.
For all core.
Yes.
So how many?
9.
9.
9 AP2s.
9 4s.
That's not great.
No, it's not good. Takes 4.
Okay.
About.
So he's at what now?
5.
5. All right. The other 4 flamers. 'Cause why not?
We're all rooting for you, buddy.
8 plus 12 is 20. That's. Oh shit! Hold on. I didn't roll the other 34 shots. Hold on. I only rolled 20 there. So this is still that other unit. Okay. And 5s. No rerolls there. 5, 6 more in the first unit.
He's down to 1.
He's down to 1. Do you want me to roll the other 20 shots?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Angron down. I repeat, Angron down. This is not the start the World Eaters wanted. That kind of shows the binary nature of Angron matchups, where if you lose him early, things get very bad. In hindsight, I would have liked to have seen Angron start in reserves, just because, or maybe start on the very far back and then just go for an advance turn 2, just to warp locus someone else in and kind of give up his combat until turn 3. The issue is Tzeentch Demons have so much mid-range firepower and so much mobility that even with a tough angle straight forward over that direction, it was really tough to expect them to Angron survive a turn. Now, I like the aggressiveness from Zach. I do respect that. But again, Tzeentch Demons, people don't understand how this army truly functions. I've played some Tzeentch Demons. I love the army. The army is actually, you'd expect it to be kind of magical and shenanigan-y, and there's definitely some of that. But it's actually one of the deadliest armies in the game in the mid-range. It's a really good shooting army, and I'm not at all surprised to see Angron go down. Also, the issue is their shooting's not very long range. Say Angron had basically started on the back line and basically sat there a turn, he would have taken no damage, maybe some random soul grinder, dice chuck downfield, whatever. It takes a few wounds, who cares? And then he can basically wait until turns 2 and 3, when the world leaders have 6+ blood tithe points stored up, and then he can start the whole resurrection cycle. Losing him before reaching 6 blood tithe points. Again, Zach's a great player. I've seen, I know he's an experienced player, but I think that was a mistake to put him in the danger zone early. So again, yeah, Alex, I do agree. Major loss. We'll see what happens at this point. Now, one thing that's very interesting, and this will be for the following turns, but Tzeentch Demons, they can teleport one unit out of combat with Shrouded Step, but they really have no way to fall back and shoot. That's the immediate weakness I notice of the army if I play against them. You'll notice there's a massive cluster of units on that left side over there, and like the back left of the board, where if there's one good charge, like a Bloodletter unit have Deep Strike with the 3d6 drop 1 charge, and they make it, they can easily tag like 6 units and basically turn off Tzeentch Demons shooting for a turn, which is why I'd love to have seen Angron start further back until see if you can start tagging units first before you send them in. But again, that's why you play the game. That's we'll see.
I also forget about bombs all the time.
Anyway, did you score anything on your turn?
Nope.
Okay, so you're just going to get the 1 on banner and
Yep.
4 on primary. All right, and then it's your turn, sir.
Yep.
Get a command point and do a warp storm.
Yeah, and Alex in the chat, I could not agree more.
Thank you.
That's definitely
that's
a big
two on
piece
warp
is
storm.
losing the
That's
warp locus too,
I'm up to 7.
because random characters like Lord Invocatus aren't warp locus. Again, I'm sure you know this. Just for anyone in the
Literally
chat,
is not a 2
like
on
Lord
the
Invocatus, for example, isn't a warp locus. It was only Angron. Now, Bloodletters don't need a warp locus as much because they can still, again, they have 1 CP to increase their charge, get up to like 75 to 80% with a reroll in the strat, which is pretty good. Bloodthirsters are not eligible for the 3d6 drop 1 charge stratagem, which means that you just have to spike a 9 out of Deep Strike. Again, with a reroll, happens about half the time. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely
Send the bloodthirster.
it definitely changes the kind of plays that the world leaders are, if you're comfortable going for it at this point. Whereas again, say Angron, he didn't even have to start off the board. He can even start like on the back edge, or just stay out of threat range, something like a Rhino, empty Rhino just to push back the threat range of their guns. And then the following turn, he advances in after units have already gone tagged, which again is the big weakness of Tzeentch Demons because they have no melee saves, and can't fall back and shoot. I think things would have been
What are those 5 berserkers in that Rhino
more
doing?
promising. But again, we'll take it back to the players. A lot of game left to
They have a
play. I've
lot
seen
of
people come
options.
back from much worse before. So let's see how it goes.
Yep. Yes, they do.
I really should have just planted a bomb. That would have been funnier and actually good. Should have just declared it in case I didn't need it.
So what they could do. Fudge. These guys are buffed, right? So they're rerolling all hits?
They were rerolling all hits, yes.
Great. Wonderful. Love that for you.
So the Overwatch is still pretty decent.
Yeah, that's the problem. Because I can't hide behind this thing.
Yeah, 'cause
oh, wait,
they're
there's no windows. So I could hide
You
like
can.
that.
You could.
So I
yes.
can actually hide them behind
Yes,
that.
you can.
Okay. I'll need a marginally better charge. I'll need a 5 on the die.
Yeah, it's not.
That's
not
not
too
bad. So yeah, we'll unload these guys.
Cool. I'm going to quickly head to the table. I'll take a look at the score sheet and start updating the scoreboard that y'all are seeing. I'll toss it back to the players and give me a minute to get the score sorted out.
Bring up Lord Avocado.
This is right.
Oh yeah, I guess yes. Gotcha. I thought you were measuring from the corner of the building.
He's moved 4 inches so far, so he is
8 inch more.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's math. There's score. Yeah, right there. It's a little small, but yeah.
Oh, here. Okay, no problem.
Guess what I'm gonna do?
Thanks, Joe.
Eat the rhino.
I'm going to plant a bomb
Oh, that's funnier.
with my rhino.
That's funnier. Okay. I forget the rules for bombs. I'll read it real quick.
Be afraid. This rhino's got hands.
You need to get your primary somehow, right? This is mission 12. How does bombs work again? It does satisfy the command phase, so I guess it wouldn't have been great anyway. If it's OBSEC, it doesn't need to satisfy the command phase.
This train is awful. How am I gonna hold 2 without dying?
Yeah?
I think the answer is I don't.
I don't have a lot going into that side, honestly.
No, but you're fast.
I do have deep strike stuff that can just come in instead.
Yeah. You have, Flamer Squad and the Soul Grinder, and then there's this guy coming up.
He moves 8, so
Yep.
you can get up to there. So he's not going to charge you, but he's going to work his way up.
I'm 25 inches away. I can do that. I can, in fact, not do that.
You do with them.
Yeah. I'm gonna pump out a little baby squad. So one squad's gonna pump out,
Okay.
and they're gonna raise a banner.
You can read my handwriting, right?
I think it should be 15-13 right now.
Oh, I don't campaign score at the end, so.
Oh,
But yeah,
yeah.
it's,
Well,
yeah, it's 5-3.
my app does.
Fair enough. I assume you want them all to be on the cover.
That's a good point. Tap, tap,
Because neither of their AP is that good, so.
tap, tap.
Yeah, forgetting cover is a really big difference in Marines.
For sure. One squad's disembarking here.
Just one of them.
Yep, just one.
Okay. And they put a banner up.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, I just have the 1-5 man going in here.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
I
I mean,
think
I'm sure you can get
I
it.
think / hope that's enough.
It should be. I don't save like almost any of them, and you have like what 25, 26 attacks.
21 little swings and then 5 big swings.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine. Unless you roll really bad.
Don't doubt my power. He's gonna fall back. Wait a minute. I took blood for the blood god.
That's you don't want to fall back.
Yeah, no, I can't fall back.
The struggle. I'm glad I tagged then, not planned the bomb.
That's fine.
And we're kind of seeing there in that kind of middle right area of the board where the Screamers just made a charge just to kind of tie up the Rhino and move block. We're kind of seeing the value of Screamers. Yeah, they're not the killiest unit out there, but 16-inch move with Fly just gives them a lot of utility just to kind of mess with the opponent's plans. You know, just they're a good harassment unit. Again, they're tough to shoot. They're super fast. Again, 16 inches with Fly. Pretty small bases. Those Screamers get where they want. Really versatile unit. And Screamers are actually pretty good in Tzeentch Demons, or any demon list where Be'lakor is the Warlord. Because again, Be'lakor's Warlord trait, it's kind of like a Chapter Master from the Space Marines. He picks a unit and gives them full hit rerolls. Now Screamers hit on 4s, which is only half the time. A 4-up rerolling with full hit rerolls is actually 75% of the time. So a Screamer unit hitting on 4s with full rerolls actually hits noticeably better than a unit that hits on a 3-up without rerolls. So yeah, Be'lakor really helps Screamers unlock their harassment potential. Yeah, Alex, I could not agree more. Like, objectively speaking, yeah, it's not where the World Eaters want to be. But, I've seen lists, a big knight, a 500-point knight dies turn 1. More than Angron's 360 points, and they come back. Now, Angron provides a lot of utility they're going to miss. It really does feel like a missed opportunity, though. Angron's no fallback aura, so beautiful in this matchup. But again, a lot of game left to play, so we'll see how it goes from here.
Before my stuff comes down, gonna try the 9-inch charge back here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair play.
They're 9 inches away. Do you want to give me a 9?
Oh yeah. So it's like there.
Boop.
Oh, and I guess I'll give you 9 from Be'lakor too. So about right there.
Yeah. There we go.
There you go.
Cool.
I'm gonna Overwatch you with 2 blues, bro. Watch out.
Okay.
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 Oh yeah. Kind of need my flamer back. Thank
No, it's mine now. Shooting wise, can't because he's doing an action. He can because he's a vehicle.
Yeah,
I think
shit.
that's hilarious.
Yeah. Show me with those combi bolters. T4.
Forwards. Nothing.
Nothing. All right. Good talk.
All
right, quality shooting phase.
intended.
Oh, I guess you got some pistols.
No, I don't, because I can't shoot.
Oh yeah, because they're in
because they're not
yeah.
actually in the combat.
Yeah, yeah. I guess they could shoot over there.
No, because I intentionally hit them.
No, I mean they could shoot at that unit though.
Oh, they can shoot those guys. Yeah, but no, we're good.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably not a big deal anyway.
Charge phase.
Yeah.
Charge over there first.
Okay.
Spending 1 to give them Banner of Blood.
Yep.
Get 3d6, drop the lowest.
That will do it.
Here's the card. Okay.
I'll let you move.
Hello, friends.
Cool. Corrin's kind of rewarding Zach for some bad dice turn 1 with a nice little charge. Start the charge phase here. You love to see it. Now, noticeably, the name of that stratagem is different than the World Eater's 3d6 drop 1 stratagem, which means the World Eater's player with Corrin Demons can use both in the same turn. Opens up a lot of flexibility there.
I'm out of the box, so we might have to give up some attacks if we were trying to do that.
I think I can afford to do that.
Probably.
Yeah, I'll get like 6 of them in there, which is
I think it's 7.
7. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yep.
Actually, you can probably get 8 because we'll pile in. You'll put 1 over there. So yeah, I think you're just not gonna get 2 of them in there.
Yeah. Cool. Truly, I've already taken the points, so I've already done what I need to.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel happy.
Yeah, you can probably fit another one in that corner. Like, scoot him in.
Yeah.
Put another one there.
Just trying to avoid being an inch of the wall.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, you're trying to avoid Soul Grinder coming back around. Okay.
I'm gonna make you work for it.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna make you use that 4 up to 9, sir. There's a bolt of change coming right at those.
Seven.
All right. So 7 dudes in there.
7 dudes in there.
Right.
3 of them won't be able to swing, which I'll.
And then those guys.
Yep.
And then these guys are just yes.
Yeah, they're fine. These guys over here, they just need a 5 on the die. That's a 6.
That was close. I
I
saw
know.
the 2 first. I was like, that would be kind of embarrassing, huh?
They have the icons, so they could have done the 3d6 if they need to, but I didn't think they needed it.
I wouldn't have done it either since it's only 5 up.
I was gonna do it if I had to reroll that one, but I didn't. So we're good.
Okay. And you're just gonna tuck these guys, just scoot them right there. You don't even have to roll it if you don't want to.
Okay, well, I will say World Eaters, they did need a good turn to get back in this game. But it looks like they're having the turn they need. They're executing. To be honest, I don't think it's a game where the scores will be particularly close. I'm not sure if I would have sent the Bloodletters to kill the Blues, or rather maybe go to try to just wipe out a lot of the damage there on the top left. But again, that doesn't mean it's a right choice or bad choice. That's just kind of my perspective. If it's a game you think is really trading low on points, I don't mind trading units to knock off a point on primary or something like that. But especially with no banner there, I'm not sure if that was the place to commit them. But again, we'll see what repercussions that has down the road.
And so, like when you're taking casualties.
Okay.
But I'm sure he'll kill him and then just scoot it forward into the wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got your
All right.
charges.
Where are we going first? Because I'm probably not interrupting you. I'm probably not interrupting you. So. Where are we going first?
There.
Okay.
Because that's the only
Oh, yeah,
one
I
you
guess
could
that's-
maybe
yeah.
ever think about
Yeah.
interrupting.
Yeah, fair.
So, touch, 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 touch.
Good enough. Alrighty, let's do it. Into Screamers.
5, 10, 15, 20.
So remember that Screamers also only have the 6-up Tzeentch Demon Save versus melee. I will be, and only T4 despite being 3 wounds. I'll be shocked if a single one survives here. But let's see what the dice say.
Okay, your only strength is in the charge, that's right.
I'm very strong. Three, 6, 9, 10, 11 at your demon save.
That's actually not that bad. They might survive. It's not good, but they might. No,
One
they're
damage
dead.
each.
No, they're dead.
Yeah.
That was exactly 9.
Yeah. There was 5.
I mean, there was 1 wound.
There
on
was
them,
5
but yeah.
more swings
Yeah, I know.
coming.
I know.
But yeah.
There was a chance they survived.
There
that,
was a
though.
chance,
Made
and
you
it
have
would be
to
annoying.
make you actually have to roll
And
the
then my
rest.
Rhino would do it.
Okay, and then I assume you're just gonna scoot in there.
Yep.
Oh yeah, my board's over here. Yeah, the Rhino would bonk me. You're right.
Okay, the Rhino.
All right, well, Screamers, you were there as insurance, I guess.
I have been avenged.
Cool. Also want to give props to, again, sometimes on 40K tournament streams you can see people get a little tense. Both Daniel and Zach here, they're both playing a really chill game, kind of joking about key moments, laughing off unit, doing very well or doing very poorly. So definitely, you love to see some sportsmanship here at the Warhammer Studios.
Your score, so I can mark it down.
15,
It's been a while since I read their objectives, exactly how they work.
21.
Did you do the blood tithe thing last turn, or can you do it all at the end?
You can do the blood tithe all at the end of the battle round. It's a maximum of 5 per thing, so I.
Okay, so you can just do it turn 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yep. I never do it to turn 1. I sometimes do it turn 2. A
Gotcha.
little bit. Just like for 1, so I can do it better later.
Gotcha.
Hitting on
Threes?
3s. Wounding on 3s because I am
Yep.
strength 6.
Sounds good to me.
Now perish for your crimes.
And 3s again.
Yeah. Before you take casualties, I'm gonna pile them in because I need to do
Okay.
that.
I'll let you move before I
Yeah.
roll my saves, just so it's not skewed at all.
9, 10, 11. Yes.
Save 2, so 3 die. Cool. Yeah, exactly 3 die.
Okay. And then 5.
So one play I would have liked to have seen here. Again, it's always tough to judge from the sidelines. You don't know the guys,
I like to
the
whiff on the
player's
adversaries a
full mindset, or maybe there's some
you see
consideration I'm
final four.
missing. But I've loved to have seen the Rhino charge in and also touch those flamers. Because here's the issue.
Alright, heal a dude.
The flamers, they have 3 attacks each. Unit of 5 is 16 attacks. With full hit rerolls, they'll actually kill a couple berserkers very likely
He's got two
if there's a
screamers,
tag.
two screamer profiles,
Whereas a
and 4
Rhino
that
with
are strength
T7
six,
is basically going to tie up those flamers for a long time.
What is Screamer profile again?
Especially because the
3
following
attacks,
turn, the flamers won't be in
six,
range
eight,
for the hit
strength, so
rerolls.
6 attacks to
I would have loved to have seen the Rhino. I mean, here's the thing. This will not. I don't think this will be a
They hit
game
on 4s, but I
where
can make a +1 to wound, so I wouldn't choose.
it'll come down to a few points. It's not like one of those games where you have to like fight for every
I have
point.
7 CP, so
I think
probably will.
after Angron dies turn 1, the World Leader's
Yeah, no
mindset
one
should
touched
be
him.
here.
Alright.
Okay,
So
cool.
just the 4 bonks
I
might
am
do
probably going to lose
reroll hits.
massively. I need to take some big risks to try to get back in this game. Rather than like fight for like random bomb points, I want to see them pushing up the board, tagging everything they can, and basically trying to completely neuter the Tzeentch turn, the Tzeentch output on the following turn. But again, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Still plenty of game left to play.
Yes. Go Flamer. Okay. So morale time.
I have blood.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. It was right under my nose. 14 attacks, I believe we said, or 15 because of the
It
leader.
was 7 times 2 and
Plus 1.
sergeant's in there, so 15 total.
Okay.
5,
3s and 3s.
10, 15. Yeah.
Cool. So the current combat is those blood letters in kind of the bottom of the board. I made their 9-inch charge into blue horrors,
That was not good.
and they're probably going to do some bad things. Although it's far from guaranteed for a wipe.
4 or 5?
That's 5, yeah.
5 die?
Yep.
5. How many split? Only 1 splits. So you're gonna split out there. And just pull these 4. Oh, I guess I can't put them there. It's not, that's not coherent.
Oh.
But I'm sure. I think that's within an inch anyway if I'm against the wall. So, okay, can I fit one of you in there? Okay, well, you know what I meant to do. The magnets are hitting each other.
Yep.
All right. So I get what? Oh, there's one more dude in here.
That's one more blood tie, then one more
Yeah.
blood for blood.
I mean, they're all. I guess they're all going to win with 6, so I can throw them together. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I believe Brims have 2 attacks because they're strength 1. So it's 8
Yep.
attacks, hitting on 4s or 5s. Let me double check that actually. Where's my phone? Oh, there it is.
So I'm going to be honest. One of my thoughts when it came in was that the Bloodletters aren't actually great at killing blues. I think if the Bloodletters are going to go in there, which again, I'm not sure I agree with that choice, but I get that choice. If they're going to go in, I think you have to get all 10 in combat and try to ensure the squad gets wiped. With only 7 in combat, that's 14 attacks, hit on 3s, wound on 3s. I don't think there's really a world in which 10 die unless the dice spike hot. And again, wound on 3s, still have a 6-up save, so 1 or 2 randomly get saved. It's a little tough to say, but I think if the Bloodletters were going to go there, I'd have liked to have seen them pile in differently. Rather than like worry about the next turn, just make sure all 10 get in there, and that you've at least wiped the unit. Now the good news is, again, because once they start splitting, it's really like you did no damage at all. Now the good news is that blue horrors are never OBSEC, so Corrin has the objective this turn. That's not under any sort of question, but it's like, why are they going there if they're not going to even wipe the unit? If we're not like trying to get all 10 in there, they're just going to die the following turn to smites and random shooting and like a Be'lakor charge. But again, we'll see what kind of effect this has on the game. I do like that the Bloodletters the Corrin player got active, kind of in the middle of the board back there. Maybe you can see that a bit easier down there. Top left of the screen, tagging some units, especially Exalted Flamers. They have nothing in melee, and that's a lot of damage taken off the board. Because again, Exalted Flamers, they're not monsters, they're infantry. So tagging them turns off their shooting unless they get Shrouded stepped out. Or there is also a world in which they get smited out, because the Bloodletters, the Berserkers can be smited to death, and then the Tzeentch Demons can still shoot. But then at least they lose a movement phase. I'm okay with that play up there. Yeah, the Bloodletter play is the only one I think I would definitely done differently. Plus try to charge that Rhino in there too, rather than plant a bomb. But again, a lot of game left to play. Both experienced players and both great sports. A lot of fun left to be had. Oh, and hey, thanks, Maximum Days. I hope I said that right. Joining the chat. Pleasure to have you. And let's have a good, fun chaos on chaos action from here. Back to the players.
I'm going to make you work that fourth deny, sir. Oh, whoa, get off. He's going to advance. Okay. Do I think that's enough? It probably, I'm going to fall back.
So one thing I do want to highlight, everyone's getting that great shot of Zach's forearm up there.
I'm Tzeentch.
Zach is actually a Chaos Knights player. That's
I'm
how
not
I know him.
fighting you.
Very experienced Chaos Knights player. I know he's kind of
yes.
dabbling in World Eaters for fun, especially towards the end of the edition. But Zach's a longtime Chaos veteran. Chaos Knights had a lot of great ideas there. I hope to have him get on stream
Him
sometime
existing there is
playing
gonna be nice for a
playing his
screen,
main
honestly.
army. You can see that the beautiful Chaos
Okay,
Knight
that's
symbol
pretty
there.
good.
We'd have a lot of fun with that
That should
matchup.
be mine at this point. I think I drop Flamers back here.
You can.
Zanalziascus. Oh, I hope I said that right. I'm an absolute legend of chaos. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm really enjoying doing the commentary again to talk about two great players and great sports. Watch them play some really fun armies. Unfortunately, I think the World Eaters Didn't have the turn one they wanted. I didn't agree with all the decisions, but there's also, frankly, some bad luck defensively for Angron. But again, plenty of game left to play. Even with Angron down, most of the killing power is still on the board. So, especially the volume, because volume is really good into Tzeentch Demons, and the World Eaters still have most of their volume of melee attacks left on the board. So a lot of things can go very, very right for him from here. So let's see how Daniel responds here. I would have loved to have seen more of the Tzeentch Demons, damage output.
I think that's acceptable.
Reduce this turn with tagging and stuff. But again, let's see how they respond.
It's not going to be reliable. I mean, this might be. No, it's probably still 9 because I'm 9 from the wall.
It's still an icon boy.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, making you spend CP is going to make you spend CP, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, I'm gonna not. Oh no, yeah, I need something to fall back here. Actually, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just don't want Bloodthirster to come at Belgor, and he has to come in next turn. But it should be pretty hard for you to get the Bloodthirster anywhere relevant if I'm like here, because this should be screened out decently.
Hey, Mike.
Oh,
Do Deep Strikes have to come in on turn 3? Is that just strategic? Do they have to?
Oh,
they have to?
No, he's talking about the Angron coming back.
Not Angron. I'm talking about
No?
Bloodthirster.
Oh, right. Oh, that does.
Cool.
Okay. But yeah, demons are still the same. But can you hold Angron or no?
Cool. So just had a bit of a question. And again, these are two guys I've talked to plenty of times before, so we've had a quick aside for a question about how Deep Strike timing works. So let me just kind of share that discussion with the viewers quickly.
That should be nothing.
Basically, Demon Deep Strike, there's a lot of different Deep Strikes in 9th edition. They all have different names because GW loves being inconsistent. But Demon Deep Strike is just like, Space Marine, Jump Pack Deep Strike, like basically every Deep Strike in 9th edition. That unless otherwise said, if they start off the board, they do have to come back by the end of turn 3. So for example, the Bloodthirster that's currently in reserves, started the board in reserves, cannot come down after turn 3.
Can he see that Rhino? Yes, he can, because this sword is.
Now, one thing to keep in mind, though, is that if a unit starts on the board and then kind of goes into reserves, there's no restriction on that. So say, for example, an equivalent effect like Shrouded Step. For example, when Be'lakor casts that onto a unit of Flamers, that can happen turn 1, and then can keep happening in turn 4 and 5. There's no turn restriction there. Another great example is for any of our Slaanesh fans out there. I know Slaanesh is a very popular god. There's a stratagem to basically take any of the chariots and put them into strategic reserves, then come down the same turn. That can be done turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, and you guessed it, turn 5. Because again, they start on the board, so there's a different set of restrictions around that. But cool, it looks like there's an aggressive turn from the Tzeentch Demons coming up. Let's take it back to the players.
Alright, so there's no way you're going to fit a Bloodthirster with most of these bases like this. Okay, I'll scoot him back just to make sure. Yeah, I don't think you're going to fit a Bloodthirster anywhere relevant right now. Do you have any way to make Angron's charge better when he comes in?
I can even +1 with blood type points.
Okay, just +1. I guess that's fine. Okay. I guess I should move the guy dudes over there. Excuse me, sir. Let me see how many of these guys I can burn. So I need to get to here. That is not that bad. 2 of them are already in range. I will advance them to do that. See if these dice are not gonna. Okay, that's a little better. So 15. For this guy gets right here, and that is within 12. So actually, I was.
2 guys with them?
Huh?
2 guys are in to shoot?
That was before I advanced.
Okay.
Yeah. So with 3 inches farther, they can all make it in.
Speaking of Deep Strike, by the way, I want to talk quickly about Angron and his Warp Locust. That's going to have a big dynamic on future turns. Yes, Angron can come back on future turns, but the big issue is that World Eaters really, really want to have enough Blood Tithe points to bring him back turn 2, because Warp Locust doesn't work on the same turn that someone comes in out of Deep Strike themselves. So for example, say Angron comes back turn 3, he can't be used as a Warp Locust that same turn, because the Warp Locust restriction requires them to have started that turn on the board, whereas Angron will be reviving from Blood Tithe points. So that basically means, yeah, the Bloodthirsters have to come down and spike an unmodified natural 9 charge. It's very possible. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen against me many, many times with different units. But it's definitely not the not the place the World Eaters player wants to be. But again, lots of game left. Let's take it back to the players.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you. 4+, I'm gonna try to deny it. Deny.
Kind of had to, so that's fine.
Yeah, Bolt of Change is like really good.
It's really good.
Really good.
+1 to wound. I guess I'll probably prop it over here if he's in range. And check the 18. If not, I'll just put it on one of them. He's not, so I'll just probably put it on that guy. +1 to wound. Goes off. I'll just go to them. That's him. That guy is gonna Gaze of Fate me. He doesn't get it for some reason. That spell's on a 7. Oh, I need to give myself a ZP.
No, you don't.
And then the other guy is going to Boon of Change. Goes off. I'm going to pick this Chariot. What does it get? It gets Toughness, so that's a T7 Chariot. Actually,
What just happened is Tzeentch demons have a power called Boon of Change, and the way that works is if it goes off, unless you cast high enough, but most of the time it casts, you actually roll a d3 and get a random effect. The random effects are +2 movement, which again, because the psychic phase affects the following movement phase, +1 toughness, and I believe +1 strength. So that Tzeentch Chariot, Burning Chariot, just got Boon of Change cast upon it, rolled randomly, and got +1 toughness, which is always a really, really good one to get. You'll never feel bad about getting that one. Although, frankly, all three are pretty good on a Tzeentch Chariot. All three are especially great on a unit of Flamers, by the way, because it either makes them Strength 6 naturally, so Strength 7 next to an Exalted, which is really, really good, makes them T5, which makes them much harder to kill, or it gives them a 14-inch move, which, with a D6 advance, and then 12-inch guns, gives them a massive threat range, up to 32 inches the following turn. So yeah, great spell in a heavy Tzeentch list. Well, you can't rely on any one effect. If you have units like Flamers and Burning Chariots that love any of the three effects, you really can't go wrong casting it and just seeing what blessings the Changer of Ways wants to give you.
Nothing else is going to go on there.
Going into the 5-man?
Yep, into the 5-man. So we got 10, 18 plus 15 is 33. Oh, and oh yeah, you had that objective actually, so. So 3s, no rerolls.
Powies.
That one's cocked. I said 33 shots, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 3s again. Oh, that's not good. So the first half we got 7 plus I might have pulled out 3s last time. Whatever. 7 plus 6, so 13. AP 2s.
It's
like
AP 1 until I start losing guys on the.
Yeah, it looks like you got 3 on the train.
So 3s.
Take roll.
Sorry, 4s because -1.
Yeah. So one's hurt.
Yep.
One's dead.
Yep.
You can roll 4 at a time if you want.
That's true.
The other 2, because you have 2 more on cover.
There we go.
So one now you have to do it one at a time.
Yep.
Nope. So that's 3 dead.
Yep.
And then you, that was what?
I have 4
9.
left.
4. Okay, so 4 more at 5 ups. All right, so just 1 cert. That's 3 die, 1 cert. Not too bad. All right. Those 4 into the guys in the back.
Oop, apologies, sounds like we just had a little bit of a microphone feedback from one of the players. It happens. I did want to quickly jump in to talk about the score quickly. So it's still early, but I think there's already some takeaways we can see that's going to happen. The issue is, with the Despoilers of Reality accomplished turn 1, that kind of competed against the World Eaters banners, which again, it's realistically, it's a minimum of 5. It's not a bad secondary, but it's going to be tough to get double digits on. So it's kind of basically, if the Tzeentch Demon player scores higher on Despoilers than the World Eaters player scores on banners, I think it's going to be a little bit tough to come back. But again, still early days. The good news is the World Eaters player is going second, which will give him a big points advantage in this game. Because not only does he get his score as primary at the bottom of turn 5, giving him an extra movement phase, well, even more than a movement phase, like a charge phase and stuff to flip objectives. It also means that if he goes second, and he can walk onto like the midfield objective and the objective to like the bottom, like his bottom left. What that means is he can actually plant a few banners at the end to get a few more points than you'd expect. So I'm guessing we're going to finish the game at around 7 points, maybe 8 on banners for the World Eaters. So yeah, as long as the Tzeentch Demons aren't scoring Despoilers of Reality on all 3 midfield objectives, I don't think it's that bad a spot. I do like that they held each other to 4s on primary. So again, we'll see. I'm rooting for the World Eaters to make a comeback because I love Angron. I love the list. It's a little off meta, bringing Angron and Lord Invocatus. So again, a lot of game left to be played. What was a really cool decision was that the World Eaters player took Angron, but is not running Disciples of the Red Angel, which means he can still bring all of his Bloodletter, or Berserkers, for example. Doesn't get Obstacle 8 bound, but gets access to the great stratagems like Fight on Death in the World Eaters toolbox. The one issue is in this matchup, I think Disciples would have actually been better than natural World Eaters because there's a stratagem to consolidate 8 inches when an enemy unit falls back, which is really great when you attack things like Exalted Flamers or random horrors and become immune to shooting for a turn. But again, we'll see how things shake out from here.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to charge him, but that's fine. Good thing Chariots can.
There we go.
Thank God I didn't get punished by for that first one. that would have been hella awkward. Okay. Okay, that's fine. His Flamer here. 5 shots. 3s. 2 AP2s. Or AP is relevant. 2 dead dudes. His staff. I'll hit. No wounds. Wow. You're actually gonna hold this objective better than I thought you would, because they both didn't do great. I'm gonna charge you. But
I'm gonna be in the way.
I'm gonna charge you since my 0 APs don't really matter. Okay. That's a little annoying, but oh well. Him there.
Which
Got
one
it.
where?
Him, bomb dude.
No, my tank.
It's planting a bomb, and you have to stop.
You know,
Please. It takes 3.
how dare you?
Didn't it take 3 before or no?
No, not that one.
Okay.
That did.
Oh, that one did. Okay. All right. Other one. Same thing. Okay. Oh no. Belcourt doesn't reroll vehicles. Okay.
He hates vehicles.
He does hate
only vehicles.
He does hate vehicles.
Game Princes, vehicles. That's it.
Oh, that was a lot worse of a shooting phase than normal. Oh, I got this guy.
No, you can leave that alone.
He'll put everything into this unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Autocannons. Give me 2 AP1s. So 2 3-ups.
Yep.
Number of shots. Big ol' 1.
That's one fair one.
Hits. Wounds. AP2 for the second shot.
Okay. And then one more 4-up. Pass.
Okay. That one was AP2, so that was needed a 5-up.
4.
Oh no, you're right. Sorry. Math's hard.
I'm gonna blitz. No, I'm not. I am not.
Oh yeah, 'cause you gotta do it that way.
Yeah. Although they have already fired, so hold on.
I mean, if you want, sure. I don't see a real point in it, because either way, it's a pretty easy charge.
Yeah.
All right, well, but
That's fine. I'll leave him alone. Yep.
Cool. And get a little weirdness from one of the players' microphones. I'll double check that later. But it looks like not a very damaging shooting phase from the Tzeentch Demons, which is what the World Eaters needed. They need a little bit of a respite. My one concern is when the Bloodletters went in on the blues, I do wonder if there was some opportunity to wrap there that might have been missed. That would have helped them stay on the board, help stop the chariot coming around, plinking them. And that would have basically meant that Be'lakor had to go that direction, back towards the Bloodletters if they'd been wrapped, instead of Be'lakor going up towards the midfield and the top right objective, or top left objective, excuse me. But again, it's always hard to say in hindsight. I wasn't really sure if a wrap was possible. I think if a wrap was not possible, maybe the Bloodletters shouldn't have gone there.
Yep. No, sorry, God's number.
is all the Flamers gonna go here?
Which one?
Is all the Flamer?
Are you sure you want him to go first?
Does it matter?
He doesn't know terrain. when you fly.
He's an infantry. He can just go through the wall.
He's a infantry.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
That's
with
why he
your-
did the action.
I know, with your cavalry base one. Yeah.
Oh, well.
Not with that.
Yeah, that's not. He'll go.
Ovals don't belong here.
Okay.
Ovals are cavalry. Oh, he makes it.
So I just want to talk about that little interaction the players had. That's a good point. So fly is a confusing keyword in 9th edition. The current status of fly is that fly doesn't actually let you go over walls in the charge phase. So say, for example, you had a burning chariot on the outside of a wall that wanted to charge into a building. It would have to take the long way around, just like a rhino. Now, Exalted Flamer has fly, which doesn't mean they don't get to go through building because of fly. But they are infantry, which means with all those breachable ruins, the Exalted Flamer can charge right on in. So yeah, nice use of the keyword there by Daniel with his Tzeentch demons. Cool. I also think that one of the players having a little bit of, there's like a squeaking or something with the mic. I'm going to try to keep it on me until the end of the turn, and then I'm going to jump back in and kind of see if the players can adjust that a tiny bit. But yeah. Let's see here. So I'm checking the poll I posted at the start. Let's see. What were the predictions? We got 18 votes. Okay, pretty 50-50. Looks like a slight favor towards the World Eaters. Now, it looks like the Tzeentch Demons numbers have gone up as the game goes on, which fair, based on how it's going. But it looks like a pretty close fight from the poll predictions, so I'll be really curious to see how it ends up. We did see in the shooting phase, the Soul Grinder shot into a unit of Berserkers on the objective and killed, I believe, 2 of them, which, honestly, Soul Grinder shooting, unless you can spend the 4 Warp Storm to give it +1 ballistic skill, it's just so inconsistent. I mean, hitting on 3s, but no rerolls. Only medium AP, so they're always making some sort of decent save against it if they have power armor. I like Soul Grinders. They're a great unit, but it's definitely, we're kind of seeing one of their weaknesses here, which is Soul Grinder shooting Marine bodies is actually one of the least consistent things. You'll occasionally wipe 5 if they fail all their saves and you high roll, but just a couple Marines on average. It's about what I've come to expect from Soul Grinders. And I consider myself very, very blessed by the Dark Gods if I manage to do anything more with their shooting.
Did all
4 auto wounds.
That's it. They only hit him 5.
Cool. Looks like there's still a bit of squeakiness there. So again, we'll keep it over here. Just in the meantime, I'll let the players get the sword at the end of the turn. But yeah, I just want to talk about the great sportsmanship of both players, because often I feel like a lot of competitive 40k players, you'll see if the game goes poorly, they'll start, kind of act out of it, or maybe moan a little bit. But both players, no matter how the dice is rolling, they're both laughing with each other, both kind of celebrating each other's, acknowledging each other's crazy rolls or acknowledging when they roll super hot. You love to see it. This is what well played competitive 40k is all about. Cool. I will walk over and go ahead and just quickly talk to the players about, I think one of them has a little bit of squeaky mic situation, might be like some clothing or like some accessory brushing against it. And I will be right back with all of you.
Shooting, that was all 3s.
+1 leadership because of the Duke horn which I left alive.
Are they still at leadership 8 then?
No.
Yeah. So they run, and then 3 dudes left.
I still ignore the modifiers, so just 1.
So you only have the sergeant and the 2 warrior guys left.
Yep. That's fine. That's all I need.
Well, that was a little annoying, but it is what it is.
Okay. Alrighty.
The rhino plants the bomb. I think.
It does. Reality or bells. You get
3. Yeah. Actually, am I wholly over this line? That one I am. Am I wholly over
You have
this
to
line?
have more than me.
I have to have equal.
Equal or more.
So if I'm wholly over that line, then yes. But I'm.
All right, time to put out
I
tape
can't
measures.
I can't really tell. Just measure 22 from here. 'Cause I know they
Oh,
are.
line. And then 22 from here.
Yeah.
You
Yes. So
cheeky
I get,
little
so I get
bugger.
4. Okay. But good news in primaries, you get 12.
Okay.
And you get 2 banners.
2 minutes.
And I get a command point back.
And then this bomb goes down. Haha, I'm afraid. So I gotta bring down the big boys. I did not get any blood type points, which I'm saddened by and surprised by.
I guess that's fair.
I was really expecting to have more death.
Me too. I missed everything here. The only thing that hit was the flamer, and I rolled really low on the shots.
It was impressive, and I appreciate it. I go up a CP, you go up a CP?
Yep, I already marked it.
I'm at 5, you're at 6?
I'm at 7.
7? Because I can math. What do I do?
Yeah, your Bloodthirster, I think the only thing that's really going to happen is he's going to try this 9-inch charge, I guess.
I can bring them both down.
Yeah, but
He's gonna choose no fallback from the water. No, he can choose the hands. Wallace is created also. He's not gonna come in this turn, but he chose it.
all right.
Hey, I'll appreciate you waiting as we got that sorted. Player mic's a lot better. Overhead mic is still having a bit of audio. We just quickly tested it. So yeah, we'll keep the overhead mic off and get that audio sorted out before the next round. Let's see here. Cool. Let's take it back to the players and see what's on their minds.
Yeah. I can't believe I only hit 1 out of the 6 shots into that thing.
I very much appreciate the fact that you woofed.
I mean, not the. I guess it could end up being 4 points if that bomb doesn't go down.
He's got 6 left. I'm gonna advance him.
You on the objective just to contest it? Oh, he's not feeling it. He's just shy of the objective, it looks like.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's just shy. You're gonna command re-roll it? That feels bad, man.
I don't need to, so no, I won't.
All right. Yeah, so you can always just charge it with the other dudes in the Rhino.
Cool. I'll jump down to the players table, get a score update, and we'll go ahead and get that updated.
I should have like no issue maxing manners at this point. Already getting your 4 turn 2. Yeah, primary's not looking good. At least at the moment. At least I'm going second. So.
Most of you guys are both doing great. There's like playing also like come across really friendly. So I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
It's good to come across as friendly because we hate each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost said that.
One
out
of
loud.
us is gonna be dead by the end of this turn.
I almost said that out loud.
I don't like any of my options.
That's the point.
I know. I need to not burn out, and it's only turn 2. No, it's turn 3.
No,
It's turn 3.
yeah, stop at 3.
Okay. I have more time than less time than I thought I did, which is good. Less time is good.
Cool. I walked over there, and the first thing Daniel said to me was look at these primary scores. No one's really been scoring a lot of primary points this game, which makes sense. It's two, mobile armies, on the whole, able to mess with each other's scoring, especially on a mission where there's like a very much brawl in the center, kind of incentivized. It's gonna be a tough one to hold primary on for sure.
I almost piled in too far.
Did you? Hold on.
You are over your base. You're still over your base. Here, if you want. There's the edge. There's the edge of your base. Yeah, it's just barely over.
Yes, it is. There we go. Fine. No cheeky anger on for me.
I almost got too.
You almost got too greedy. Can't come in back there because.
Yeah, you don't. You got like an inch of space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Issue isn't Be'lakor. It's
The issue is that
yeah, this guy. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you're like an inch short.
Well. Remember when I said not to count the World Eaters out, the Corn Army out?
Oh, I'm glad I
Well, I just got a report from the table, got the score in, and the World Eaters scored a 12 on primary at the start of their turn 3. Now, again, you know how I said the World Eaters, they need a good turn to get back in the game? That counts as a good turn, getting back in the game.
Great
So,
for this.
and Angron's entering the board right now. I mean,
scalped
Angron's
a
entering the
few
board right
minutes ago
now.
with that Mohawk.
Things, I mean, you know, if you kind of started watching the start of the game, we're like, oh, you know, it's over for the World Eaters when Angron died. Which, let's be honest, I'm sure some of us thought that. I can't say I wholly would have disagreed with that, but wow, I mean, that's things are okay. They needed one good turn of points to make up for their disadvantage on the board, and I think they've got exactly that. And remember, as much as we said, oh, you know, it hurts to start the game playing 360 points down with Angron dead, Angron's coming right back. So that was a lot of damage, which is returned to the table, and they're going to have to do it all over again, now with the World Eaters, a Bloodthirster showing up. Which, let's keep in mind, the Bloodthirster has a phase cap, which makes it very difficult to interact with. Now, yeah, you can say Tzeentch Demons, yeah, they've got Smite, they've got Shoot, and they've got Melee.
Here's hoping.
Great. But it does
At least you can't make
ultimately
this
affect the
hard,
game plan when you have a phase-capped, dangerous unit like that Bloodthirster appearing on the board. I'm going to be honest, no matter what happens for the World Eaters this turn, I don't really envy the Tzeentch Demons the following turn, having to respond to all of the damage that's going to arrive on the table. Now, Zach doesn't have to put Angron down this turn, but you know, next round's gonna be turn 4. I do wonder how long, if he's going to feel comfortable leaving in the sky that long, because that's a lot of damage that's off the board. And again, I think if you're going to put Angron on the board, Angron arriving the same turn as a wound-capped Bloodthirster arrives on the board, that's a lot of pressure for the opponent. So let's see how things shake out from here.
It's gonna be riding backwards.
So it looks like, let's try to rotate around. Okay, it looks like Zach is going to try to charge those flamers. Yeah, the Overwatch will be painful, but at the very least, you know,
Absolutely
they're neutered, because either they're killed or they're tagged for the following turn.
Because they don't actually fly.
And again, the weakness of Tzeentch Demons is being tagged.
I love it.
So
They almost did that in
again,
Total
let's
War.
see what's going
They
on here.
hover.
Yeah,
I was just like, but their butts basically touch the ground. So
I was
it's
a little
close.
I was a little disappointed by that, but
How much time do we have on the clock? A lot. Oh, ahead of schedule, baby.
we started like 10 minutes early, didn't we?
God, we're good.
I'm pretty
Professionals.
Sure. Pairings went out 15 minutes early.
Yeah,
So.
that is true. Just time means nothing when I start thinking about movement. I had to avoid it. It could be an hour, it could be 15 minutes, I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
My movement phase when I did Chaos Knights probably took like half of my time. Just because I did my command phase and movement together.
Hey, goodness is I hit first over there. That's pretty funny, not gonna lie.
It's not funny at all.
He is at 1 wound.
And I will say, you know, at the start of the
Those are
game,
gonna get 'em.
I think a big part of playing
scratch
40k
him.
is acknowledging
It's
when
not
you were
funny
wrong.
at all.
I didn't like the Bloodletters going in on the back objective, but now Zach has OBSEC sitting on the opponent's objective, which is always a very good thing to have when your opponent has literally no OBSEC.
advancing those two
Yeah, they're
dudes over
probably
there.
dead the following turn, but they guaranteed it.
Yeah.
They didn't guarantee, but when Daniel's Tzeentch counterattack kind of whiffed and left them alive, it's a very, very nice 12 to have on primary right there. Cool. I think Zach is kind of identifying exactly the right thing, which is that if this is the turn, the big boys are coming down, go all out. Send your Berserkers out, send everything. Because Tzeentch Demons, yeah, they're kill your army, but it's not like Tau where, oh, okay, cool, if you put everything forward, everything's dead. Or I guess more like Guard's a better example at this point, or Votann. Because Tau aren't actually as killy as people think. Tzeentch Demons are not like that. They're not going to just wipe the board if you expose everything. So I think I love the pressure Zach's going for. And I think Daniel's still in a good spot, but he's going to have a very interesting turn in terms of the decisions he makes to respond. I mean, this is going to be a fun one to the end.
The question is, I'm debating what do I do here. I know what I'm doing everywhere else. I don't know what I'm doing here.
You probably have to deal with that. Or,
Yeah.
Or you're gonna lose that.
Well, we're gonna show you what I'm doing here. What we're gonna do here is
Yeah, there's two transports that you have to deal with it.
and then they move 6 right there. They bring their friends. There. And then this thing moves 6 because it's been wounded.
Oh, and that eats the Overwatch. Okay.
Exactly. So now I have to figure out
It's
what
weird
do
how
they do
fast they
here.
bracket.
I love the fact that they move 3 inches on bottom bracket.
Yeah, that's really weird. You think it would
It's
be?
because they decided to do half for everything,
Yeah, it's. I don't.
and then they chose to not do that ever again.
Yeah, they should. It should be 10 and 8. Or at the very worst 9 and 6.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you bracketed my Rhino. Now they're as fast as being normal Marines. Cool. That was a waste of my time.
Cool. Again, Zach has a lot of decisions to
Yeah.
make this turn. But if everything comes together and the plan comes together like he thinks it will, I think we're looking at a very interesting response turn from the Tzeentch Demons. I like the use here. You're going to see on the right side of the screen where the yellow Rhino and the red Marines, or the red Berserkers, went towards the Flamers. The Flamers' Overwatch would have been very painful into just the Berserkers.
Okay.
But the Rhino, he's going to use the Rhino, which again is a very great play. He's going to charge the Rhino in first. Even if it dies to Overwatch, who cares? I think
Could be a
no one.
madman. I could bring in, going down.
Again, if Daniel spends the CP to
Right here.
Overwatch Flamers and for Rhino, I don't think Zach
No, I
would be
can't.
that upset about
I
that.
can't even be a
if it
madman
kills
if
the
I
Rhino.
wanted to be. Cool.
And then the
those
Berserkers
things
come in.
are
The
only
Berserkers
options
connecting with
if you want
Flamers
Grand
will
Run Tier 2.
absolutely
No.
mess them up.
Well, I mean,
Now,
you 3
I
chances.
that's a
do
third
think
chance
the
to get in
Rhino
there.
being
Yeah,
alive
exactly.
will actually be really
If I
nice
fail it,
for
though, he's
Zach
just
later.
I just
Just to go ahead and
over
put
here
the
and kill him
Berserkers
again.
back
Yeah,
in
you
and
kill
advance
him.
the Rhino, and then get extra 3 inches of movement on turn 4 if the Rhino survives.
Some bolts.
Again, it's a small thing,
That's
subtle
that's it,
thing.
right? And some
but-
pistols maybe?
Yeah, I mean, they could shoot
I don't know, depending on the amount of wounds left. Looks like 4 wounds left.
Crack
That's
grenade
right
from
on the
these
edge.
guys.
We'll see if he overwatches.
Well, actually, no, it doesn't matter.
Cool, we've got
Crack
some World
grenade.
Eaters shooting coming right up. Let's take it
From
back
the
to
guy.
the
Crack
fire.
goes to D3.
Yeah. Frag. And then everyone else doing pistols. 4 shots. And 5s. 1 save.
Oh, he takes
Hey!
it. I'll wait till the pistols take a mark it. He takes 1.
Pistols. You take 1. I'll throw a
Oh,
frag.
that 3 hit.
I'll throw a frag from him.
Didn't that 3 hit?
No, I thought it was 2-2-1.
Whatever.
Frag from
Maybe it was just a 1 next to it.
Invocatus. You got
I
6.
didn't even bring any dice over. What am I doing?
Looking pretty.
Maybe-
Oh, there's 2 set.
oh,
And then
that's it.
5s again with Invocatus. You have some
4.
more saves.
You killed 1.
Oh my god! I killed 1 and wounded 1.
Yeah, wow. Make that charge harder, bro.
Oh, it's impossible now.
Yeah, how about that?
He's gonna pistol that guy.
All right. Good talk.
Yep.
He advanced.
I know. He's going to combi bolt to those flamers.
Yeah.
No. Frag from the dudes.
So I'm gonna be honest, not a big fan of random pot shots into things you're gonna charge later, because with a 3-up invul and a low volume, you're not gonna do a lot of damage. Like the best case scenario is, in terms of like damage output, you're never gonna kill more than 1 flamer. But if you kill exactly 1 flamer, all it does is make your charge harder. Because if the Berserker squad or Lord of Invocatus connects with flamers, the unit is either dead or combat ineffective after that point anyway. I think the World Eaters are a bit too focused on bloodshed here, a tiny bit of greed, but let's see if it actually ends up affecting any of the charges.
Stressful times.
I can't believe this flamer in the center is alive.
Rhino into those flamers.
Okay.
You want your Overwatch?
No. That would allow you still fail it. Been pretty great, not gonna lie.
Those 5 into them.
Yep.
We're kind of just here to start denying.
very minor thing, but I don't love the position
you
of
wanna
that
be in that
Rhino
corner, sound like a
kind of
rebel.
out of the fight in their corner. Again, all it is, think of a Rhino at this point, all it is a +3 movement disembark
really hard to
tool for
stop
Berserkers
moving.
on the
In fact, I'm
following
still
tool
getting 3 next
turn.
turn, no matter what
Or
happens.
turn, for example, if the
It's
Rhino
not killing
moves
you.
up
You
and the
didn't kill the
Berserkers
dude in
all
the center,
advance
so
to
I
be
only have to
within
go put
3,
the dude in the center.
they
I
get
know,
like
I
an
can
extra
kill the
3
dude in
inches
the
of
center.
movement when they embark into it. Basically an extra movement phase over an embark phase plus a disembark phase. I don't want that. I'd want that as far forward towards the midboard as
Invocatus into them?
possible. I don't like that over there. Again, a very minor thing, and this is the kind of,
wounds. He's T6.
you know, it's not necessary to like
Go for
consider
it, I
all these
guess.
things when you're playing. It's just it's a minor little thing I think could have been optimized there.
Even the Juggernaut Corn Demon isn't
Cool.
is T5.
Over there we have Invocatus charging into the Flamers, which again I think he's T6. Flamers are strength 5. Yeah, I think it's fine not to Overwatch there because the actual damage output, hitting on 6s, they're gonna get what you get 5 hits at best, or you get like 4 or 5 hits, you wound on 5s. The damage output just isn't there. Flamers are deadly when charged by low toughness things, but when they're charged by things T6 and up,
you
their
got straight
Overwatch
up
is
to
no
the
longer
Juggernaut
scary now that they don't
Actually, you mind if I
auto
just
hit.
don't charge at all?
Yeah, that's fine.
Which again, that's probably best for the game, because they were a little.
at best you
Flamer
can
Overwatch
just
was a little out of control
And that just leaves you out exposed to get shot.
before the latest FAQ.
Okay. That?
Yeah, I have that.
Cool.
too.
Let's head back over. I know we've got a very fun fight phase coming up.
Gonna charge.
Oh, I just noticed commentary inside the Emerald City. Thank you so much for the comment. I'm just trying to spread some love for the hobby, and appreciate you coming by to spread some positivity. Cool. Let's take it back to the players.
No. Ah, yeah, you're fine.
That's a relief. Stay over there.
Yeah. That's not good. Okay.
Run away.
Fight phase.
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
two options.
I have options. We're gonna do Invocatus first because I want to see if he does it, and it's easier.
He has what, like 7 attacks, something like that?
7 attacks base plus 1 kiss charge.
Gotcha. His damage 2 or 3?
2.
Okay. So they might survive.
Yeah, 8 wounds, 70 attacks.
I know he ignores invols, but thank God that doesn't matter.
Exactly. No, 2 set. What am I doing?
And strength 7, right?
Yep.
So 3s. So 5?
6.
6? Okay, sorry, I couldn't see one in the corner.
Yeah, that's right. I apologize for not having good vision.
2 die. So,
Yep, and then I have 3 more attacks with the horn. I might kill a squad.
yeah, now you can't. Okay.
Cool. So we just had Lord Invocatus
there
in the
was a
top
dude at
left of
one.
the
Yeah,
board
that's
from our
right.
perspective. Went into the Flamers. 3-man Flamers did bad average. Killed 2 plus some extra wounds. But again, as long as he stays engaged with the unit, which he has to, with the
Over
way
there?
the models were pulled, they won't be able to shoot next turn. Because again, their Flamers are not pistols. They can't shoot into combat.
I mean, they
And
did
it's
kill
kind of,
Malphite.
I know he can Shrouded Step that one Flamer out, but it's kind of a little bit of a waste to spend Shrouded Step on a single Flamer. So nice choice there.
20.
The one thing I would have liked to have seen is,
3s and 3s.
let's see here. I would have liked to have seen those Blood Berserkers made combat.
look great.
I'm not sure if you used the 3d6 drop one stratagem. I think that would have been worth it. Not only to
mean,
kill
it
that one
looks great for
Flamer,
me.
but just kind of start pulling OBSEC up the board towards the Tzeentch player's objective. Berserkers move 6 inches, especially the ones in the kind of the top right corner over there. They're never going to get to a relevant objective at this point in the game without some extra boosting from charge distance. Yeah, I would love to have seen them.
For the Eviscerator.
Again, if you use the stratagem and just happen to fail his rolls, that happens. It happens to all of us.
2s.
But if he didn't use the stratagem, I think that might have been
3 more
a
saves?
little bit of a missed opportunity.
So you're telling me there's a chance. Whew, jeez, I only take 2.
Yep, 2 damage.
Can that Rhino do the last one?
You pulled out of engagement, so I don't think that.
Well, you can pile in still. You can charge.
Yeah, that is true.
Doot doot. Can the Rhino kill? Get 1 wound through. Oh, he only gets like what D3 attacks now.
Yeah, I think so. D3 plus 1.
Oh, all right, buddy. Choo choo. Oh, he's feeling it. 4 attacks.
6s.
All right, he tried. Those were good rolls. All right, I'll go over here first. The blues.
That's been 1 fight on death.
All right, that's annoying, but yeah, okay. 7 swings again. They didn't hit anything. They are within 6 Bellacore. Okay, they didn't hit anything.
Okay, my pick next. Well,
Did you even bother to-
wasted me a CP.
Yeah, I mean, you just go here then, though, right? Because that guy gets to fight no matter what.
Hey Patrick, thanks for joining us.
Exalted?
Let's see
No,
here. I
no,
don't
no,
have an
'cause the
easy
final
way to
objective
copy
is
it in the
only-
Zinch Demons
that's not
list.
Oh, it's
So I'll just
only
kind of try to
It's only, yeah, it's only
type a summary of it in the
Okay,
chat.
so now- yeah,
And
now
in the
you
meantime, we'll take it
I
right back
still
to the
think that kills
players.
that. I think you do that.
I think I choose that one as well, yeah. I mean, they've taken 4. How much health does that thing have?
5.
5 left?
Yeah.
It's doable.
I only did 4 last time.
It's doable. And it was a small miracle, but it's doable. Do I risk it for the biscuit? How many attacks does this thing have?
4.
4.
No AP.
Hits on.
4s. Or 3. 3s or 4s. I'll double check.
We're gonna risk it for the biscuit. We're gonna do it over there.
Okay.
Touch.
All right, while you do that, I'm gonna double check.
Yeah.
That's 3s. So 7 attacks, good. 3s.
Mm-hmm.
Not too bad. 5s.
Mm-hmm.
2.
Yeah. Yeah.
5s. Takes 2.
Okay, 2 down. Alrighty.
All right. 4 bonks.
Yep.
Come on, bonker. 3s.
Series.
Give me 2. Come on, fail 1. Yes.
Gonna CP roll
Yeah, I
that?
figured, but still. Yes. Fuck. Oh, that's 4 points of primary at least.
Yeah, that is 4 points of
And
primary.
if I manage to kill these 3, because order doesn't matter anymore, right?
No.
Okay.
Wow, big swing there. It looks like random Exalted Flamer and Blue Horror Melee ended up killing the last remaining Berserker on the top left objective. Now, the big issue with that was the Berserker was the only thing that was OPSEC on the objective, so it belonged to the World Eaters, which meant the Zinch Demons wouldn't get primary on that objective for that point. Now, with that one Berserker dead from random Exalted Flamer Melee, that's a 4-point swing for the Zinch Demons. Definitely not what the World Eaters wanted to see. But again, when you have like random wounds, anytime you're chucking dice, there's always a chance to randomly make some hits, randomly make some wounds, and you randomly fail some saves. It
Still a
happens.
pretty good chance to stay alive. Unless you keep the horn in. Or
Cool.
If you take the horn out, then it's a 1/3 chance.
Other than that, looks like the turn is largely going according to plan for the World Eaters. Obviously, they lose that back objective. Oh, if looks like there's one Bloodletter left. It's a little hard to see. But if there's indeed one Bloodletter left on that objective, it also denies primary there. 'Cause that's one of the weaknesses of Zinch Demons, is very killy, very mobile, got some tricks, but the OBSEC is either very expensive and not very killy. Let me say like this, only OBSEC is Pink Horrors, which are expensive, very durable to shooting, but not really killy at all. So a lot of Zinch Demon lists actually leave OBSEC entirely at home and go all in on the killing power, like this list has done. I don't dislike that choice. I think that choice makes a lot of sense for Zinch Demons, but it's definitely coming back to... it would have really come back to haunt them if they hadn't randomly killed that one Berserker left on that objective.
Morale? And then I have to make morale as well.
Yeah. So he flees on a 6, you said?
Yeah,
He
just
lost 2 dudes.
Yeah, you lost 2 dudes. So your list reduced to 7, so you need a 6 to run.
Oh, I spent my last 2 CP.
Or you spend your last 2.
It's a 4-point swing,
Correct.
and I will roll a 6. Unless...
Use the Cherokee dice.
Now that I've said it, I think I have to roll a Cherokee dice, and if I roll a 6 on this,
You're burning the dice?
we're good.
I've been pretty fucking funny.
Okay, we just had a really big morale roll. That one Bloodletter left on the Zinch home objective at the bottom of the screen. 2 of his comrades had died in melee. He had -1 leadership, so even with leadership 8 on exactly a 6, he would have run. It was a big enough swing that Zach honestly even thought about spending 2 CP to auto-pass that, but fortunately ended up rolling a 1 on morale and surviving on that objective, which very nice points denial by the World Eaters against the Zinch Demons. Again, if he had actually not lost 1 Berserker to random Exalted Flamer melee, it would have actually been a 0 on primary for the Zinch Demons. Again, just shows the power of OBSEC and melee on these kind of central, kind of scrummy type missions. Patrick in the chat, hey, do you want to address that? Because again, great comment. He said it was hard to do despoils for Zinch. I both partially agree and I kind of disagree. The good news is Exalted Flamers are actually really strong for that, because again, they're infantry so they can start it, and they're characters so they can't be shot. So you can kind of use little lookout sort of techniques against shooting armies to actually score despoilers late game. Another big thing is if you think you're going to table them, which is kind of the Tzeentch Demon's game plan, spoilers actually make some sense because you can do multiple objectives on the same turn. So say your game plan is, table them by turn 4, or at least like box them into a corner of the board, and then, bottom of turn 5 or top of turn 5, you start on 3 objectives. You're going to pretty reliably score some points. So again, Despoiled Dominions is, in a sense, kind of betting on tabling the opponent when you run a Tzeentch Demon list. But yeah, I agree with you. It's not a great objective, not the most reliable, but it's something. It's definitely something. Cool. Let's take it back to the players. We have a very key turn here. Bottom of 3 coming up for Tzeentch Demons. They need a good turn here. It's very possible to have a good turn, but they don't have a lot of wiggle room for error.
Yeah.
Is that all?
2+ save, 4 pinball.
Okay. So he's going to have a lot of things coming at him. Leadership is 10, I assume? Like 9?
I think it might be
It's high. It's high as
It's
crap.
high. Leadership 9.
Okay, so
You can deep strike 8 inches away.
I can just bring over Bellator and
Yeah, or
Warp Locust, the Soul Grinder in his face.
Yeah.
Hell, it's still a 7-inch charge Bellator. I'm like just exactly 8 inches away, it looks like. I think it's an 8-inch charge Bellator. 7-inch charge Bellator. It's not too bad. That's really tempting, just try and leave him here. But I don't think I'm going to have much to shoot on that side anyway, maybe? Actually, I will. I want to shoot this dead, so I want to fly this back. Whee!
Hi.
Hello. I want to shoot them with
Fireballs. I'm at 3 CP now. Hi.
It's your boy, the Soul Grinder.
Cool. One thing to keep in mind is that, remember, the World Eaters, or guess the Khorne army, has committed everything besides Angron, which again, he's in Deep Strike after dying, he can revive later, but has committed basically everything onto the board. The Tzeentch Demons still have a Soul Grinder left in reserve, which is, again, not a totally insignificant amount of shooting, and some very strong melee if it can connect. I wonder if he's going to Warp Locust off Be'lakor, or go for, leadership manifestation charges. Let's kind of see how the turn shakes out. I did also get an updated score sheet from the players, so I'll go ahead and update that to make sure everyone at home can follow the exact score that the players are using.
Fight like there, so your Rhino can't be annoying. Oh, I guess Be'lakor give reroll hits to this, so that's the only thing you could have picked.
Yeah.
Sure, why not, right?
He couldn't pick them last turn because he was outside of the range.
Yeah, but I scooted him forward last time.
That's true. You moved in your last turn? Whoa.
I moved him like a little bit.
Crazy. I guess. You look familiar.
Just a little bit. Oh, hold on. No, this is bad. You're not going to get any more relevant, so I'll actually stay back.
Take it back now, y'all.
Yeah, sorry.
Just tap it.
I'm not super worried about their shooting anyway. And plus, they're all in range anyway. So that way... I mean, if you want to send Angron in to kill some blue horrors, go for it. There'll still be 2 characters on the objective, so whatever. I'm just going to bring him forward so that way you won't be able to pile into them. Okay, so we got to make sure... Excuse me, sorry, I need to be in this area.
No, you don't. It's a safe area.
So right about there.
Oh, that's gone.
Oh, yeah, this guy's cut up.
It's gonna litter all over the floor.
Sinner live in the chat. Thanks for joining. Really excited to have the stream up. Definitely Wallace and Paul from Tables and Towers deserve so much credit for making the stream happen. They've put it. Everyone at home doesn't understand the amount of time and work Wallace has put in, and Paul getting the equipment, learning how to use it, getting it set up. It's been a labor of love, and it's just so cool to finally be able to bring you these games. A lot of amazing players here, a lot of really great hobbyists, a lot of really talented players, and also a lot of really great people in the area. So definitely excited to bring you a lot more streams like this. Definitely the first one, far from the last one. Cool. John, good question. What size is what size base is a Soul Grinder on? Oh man, Soul Grinders. Let's see here. I'll actually check the GW website. Okay, 150 millimeter. Okay, cool. Looks like Sinner Alive got the answer there. Thank you for sharing that info. That's a big base. That is arguably the biggest base in the game. I think it is literally the biggest base for any unit that's commonly used. Cool. I do like that the Tzeentch Demons are playing aggressively. Again, the issue is with absolutely no OBSEC. They don't really want to play a game where the World Eaters keep charging, tagging onto objectives and holding them to very low primaries. Okay, we have a Psychic Phase coming up. Let's see what the Changer of Ways can do and head back over to the Tzeentch Demon.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Sad times, Corn will cry. And this Bloodletter just got smote off the board by the Fate Skimmer.
Plus
That's
one
a
wound,
blood
I
type.
guess I can just give it here. Yeah. Oh, okay, he's gonna perils. I'm gonna reroll it because that would be bad. Because he's at 3 wounds. That's better. He has +1 to cast, it goes off, so he's gonna +1 to wound. Not a big deal.
Cool, interesting choice there. The Fate Skimmer rolled for Boon of Tzeentch, which again is the random strength, toughness, or movement buff, and actually perils, which is the issue is with 3 wounds left, there's a chance he just kills himself. The big issue with that is that Fate Skimmer is the only thing on that objective. So if he perils and kills himself, that's not only a loss of a great, very important unit, but also a big point swing. So yeah, very good use of that CP there. Don't even give the perils a chance to kill you, just reroll it. And the fact the spell went off the second time is just a nice bonus. Or excuse me, it wasn't Boon of Tzeentch, it was Flickering Flames for +1 to cast.
It's toughness.
Okay. T7 now?
Yeah. Okay, so he's done. So Be'lakor. I guess we'll smite the Rhino. Yeah, I guess I could do Paul Despair or the teleport spell. It's not super big deal though. Oh, actually, I do want to teleport. So I think I need to bring these guys back. Some of these back more. So let's try and teleport real quick. I just go off. That's fine. I use my reroll. And if you want to bring Anger on.
Yeah, Sinner, I agree. I know Wallace and Paul have put in so much work. I think Warhammer is soon going to be one of the. Again, if I say it, I think they're going to put a lot of work, a lot of great content coming your way. And let's actually say it right now. For anyone watching, please go ahead and make sure to subscribe because we have a lot more battle reports, a lot more streams. Again, so much work has been put into the studio, and we're just excited to be able to share it all with you going forward.
You got 4.
All right, shooting time. All the shots are gonna go there, I think.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna start here.
Okay.
Flamer, number of shots. 4.
You do it, bud.
I'll hit. 2 wounds, AP2.
5 whoops.
Kill the user. Hurt the other. He's gonna put his big shots.
Hold on. Blood
Oh,
Surge.
yeah.
Blood Surge! Surge!
Okay, that's not enough. Thank God.
Every time.
Every time, just ends short. All right, him. I keep forgetting about Blood Surge, and it could bite me in the ass, you know? Oh, I gotta reroll it. He's dead. AP4.
Blood type.
It's true. It is blood type. All right, all the blues into avocado.
Okay.
Did you kill any blues?
Cool bit of play there.
No, you didn't kill any in that unit.
Khorne Berserkers in the new codex have an ability called Blood Surge. Basically, anytime they're shot and the unit's not wiped, they actually get to move d6 inches towards the nearest enemy. You'll notice there that Berserker, after he was shot by, I think, the Flamer, was almost able to move into engagement range of that Flamer and thus not be shot by any other units for the rest of the turn. Unfortunately, just rolled a bit too low on his Blood Surge. Was not able to get in engagement range. But nice bit of play by Zach to move him towards the Flamer. And man, almost had it. Almost had there. Would have been an amazing play to keep that little bit of OBSEC alive on that middle objective. Yeah, I think it was a slight mistake by Daniel to shoot the Flamer first, because the Exalted Flamer, that's the only real target. And with flat 3 damage and only 1 model left, there's no risk of hurting him without killing him and letting him move. So I think the Exalted Flamer should have shot first. But again, whenever I say one of these comments, it's never to say anything bad about the players. They're playing a really great game, both of them. There's just a lot to keep in mind in this game, and just a little thing to to improve if you're facing World Eaters, watch out for the Blood Surge. Because if you're lining up a bunch of shots and then they end up in engagement range, that's really bad times for any gun lines. Especially one that's super vulnerable to melee, like Tzeentch Demons are.
2 blood type? Because your character?
Get out of here, Avocado. That means Bellacor's just gonna charge this Rhino. Okay. Him into that,
Yeah.
I think, right? No. He can only see that, so Soul Grinder first. Soul Grinder first.
Yeah, because he's in cover and he's in cover. Yeah. So 3 up. Pass. 3 up.
Sounds to me like one of the mics is a tiny bit like squeaky or something. Can anyone confirm whether or not they're hearing that? But yeah, Sinner, I agree completely. It's one of those things where even if you don't notice it, even great players are probably making little minor mistakes constantly. And that's why the importance of practice and also kind of understand that, hey, no one's perfect. No one plays a perfect game. So try to get a little bit better every single time. There's always something to work on. And yeah, it's a great tattoo. Zach's actually a really talented Chaos Knights player. He's playing World Eaters for fun. He really enjoys the army and wants to try them out. But I think if Zach was here on Chaos Knights, I think he'd definitely be a very formidable opponent in this tournament. Still is with World Eaters, but yeah, Chaos Knights is his main army and one he's very, very proficient with. Okay, cool, Scott. Thanks for the feedback. Thanks for the feedback on the feedback. I'll talk to the players briefly and see if I can figure out which mic is having a bit of issues. Cool.
Yeah.
I'll leave it quiet.
All right, 2 6-ups.
Do you have any other shooting that can hit them? Because this guy shot, this guy shot, this guy shot.
No.
So yeah, guy in cover. Nope, other guy.
Mike's getting a bit sweet. I think like the shirt's rubbing his thumb or something. Can you like turn it upside, like facing upwards, like Zach is? Again, sorry to interrupt, guys. That's
Mike, we have limited time.
All right, so 2 die.
Yep.
And hopefully the last guy runs away. That'd be really, really sick if the last guy ran away. So I think the only thing I have left to shoot is this guy.
Yep. Choices.
Mouth 18? No. It is going to go there. Okay. I bring it down, the score is going to be trash, but I think that's acceptable, honestly, because you're not going to have great on those banners or other stuff.
I'm doing excellent on banners. What are you talking about?
Huh? What?
So I'm doing excellent on banners. What are you talking about?
All right, buddy.
Yeah. I had 1 banner, now I have 2 banners. Can only go up, maybe? Yeah, that's right. It was meant to be.
1 AP1?
1 AP1. So 4 up safe. Pass.
Battle cannon, 6 shots.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, just 2 AP2s.
2 die.
That was the worst.
Blood surge that unit.
More towards my. Sure.
Now I will hide.
It's not enough to get me.
Yeah, I'm seeing the feedback in the chat. That's odd because I flipped the mic. I had him flip the mic over. Yeah, I wonder if there's a squeak issue because round 1 I heard none of that noise. Again, I do appreciate the feedback. I'll try to keep it more focused on me and a little quieter on the players until we can kind of do a more thorough investigation of the mics in between rounds. Maybe the cable's getting old. Maybe someone's wearing squeaky shoes. Maybe a pink horror infiltrated the computer and is just making squeaky noises of joy that Tzeentch Demons are getting some love on stream. You never know. Especially when you're messing with the dark gods. You get what you get. But yeah. So overall, it's actually kind of funny. You think of Tzeentch Demons as a shooting and magic army, but this particular list with 2 Soul Grinders and Be'lakor can actually get some real work done in melee. And that's what we're seeing right here. We're seeing a lot of charges. Again, I haven't looked super closely, but from what I've seen so far, I think Daniel's done a good job using his charge rolls for distance and moving guys up the board. Like Soul Grinders, for example. Super slow unit. 8 inches, massive base, has to move around terrain. Basically, anytime you get a charge off with a Soul Grinder, it's a second movement phase. A Soul Grinder that moves plus charges, it moves 8, charges 2d6, an average of around 7. It basically gets an entire second movement phase whenever it makes a charge. So yeah, I really like his choice of sending the Soul Grinder up the board. Especially because remember the previous turn we were talking about, the issue was the World Eaters were applying a ton of pressure. Tzeentch Demons are applying that same pressure this turn with 2 Soul Grinders and Be'lakor walking up the board, plus a full strength Burning Chariot. There's a lot of tough units now kind of in the World Eater's face. And that's where I think, again, Zach, I would have loved to have seen Angron come down last turn. Even if all he did was come down, attempt a 9-inch charge, fail it with a reroll, which happens half the time, no big deal. Then he's on the board, moving super fast the following turn, and has one more thing to deal with. Whereas right now, he's off the board, and he's going to come down turn 4, attempt a 9-inch charge, probably fail, and then he's only in the mix turn 5. Yeah, I would have loved a bit more aggression, especially once that phase-capped Bloodthirster comes down. Yeah. But all good. That's why they play the game. The fun's in making choices, and again, I'm not saying my choices are perfect either. That's just what I'm saying watching the game. Patrick, by the way, I saw your comment about not enough infantry to do the spoilers. I agree and I disagree with you. I kind of see both sides. I think Banners was a safer choice because you can pretty effectively hold your back one. Well, actually, it's even tough because Banners is a little bit tough because you have no OPSEC, so it's very easy to take Banners down. I'm trying to think what other alternatives could have been chosen. Reality Rebels, obviously, that's an auto take. It's such a high scoring secondary. Easily scores, and it scores highly when you actively work towards it. Great secondary. See what else it took. Bring it down. I don't know if I agree with that per se. Maybe Grind. Actually, I kind of like Grind against World Eaters, just because when they're sending dumb stuff, you know, on turns 1, 2, 3, just to rack a Blood Tithe, you're scoring Grind. Plus, if you're going to nearly table them, which is kind of your game plan, it gives you a chance to go ahead and put up Grind scores late game. Yeah, I think I would have rather seen Grind. Yeah, I agree, Sinner, yes. As soon as I remembered how fast it is, plus the OBSEC too. Very tough to actually hold Banners. Yeah, I think if Tzeentch took Banners this game, I think they probably just accept scoring 5, try to play a little differently. I think Despoiled's a better choice. The issue is the third secondary is always a bit hard. Let's see here. Maybe, hard to say, maybe Ritual? I mean, issue is the third secondary is always a bit tough. So I'm actually trying to think now. Let's see here. I'll look at the list of secondaries, trying to think what I would have done if I were playing the Tzeentch Demons. Because the World Eaters list, one of the benefits of Angron plus Rhinos plus the Bloodthirster is that no category is actually that good. Because normally World Eaters lists will just hemorrhage no prisoners, like a traditional World Eaters list. But this list, it gives up, you know, like decent stuff in a lot of categories, but there's not like one obvious category like no prisoners. Let's see here. Assassinate's not great. I think Grind. I think Reality Rebels, and then yeah, Despoilers is solid. Maybe Ritual, and you just make them waste CP on 4-up denies. I don't know. But yeah, I do think that ultimately, I think Despoilers is a fine third choice. I probably would have preferred to see Grind instead of bringing them down. But again, we're kind of splitting hairs. It's probably a few difference of points on average. It's not a huge deal breaker. See, World Eaters, yeah, Blood for the Blood God, classic. Pile of the Skulls, another classic. Raise the Banners high, yeah. I mean, I think that's a very good selection of secondaries by Zach. Banners, I think, feels very good because you're going to score a minimum of 5, probably high single digits. Especially if you go second. If you go second, you're in a really good spot. And of course, Reality, you know, Blood for the Blood God, killing units on objectives. On a 5-objective mission, I think that's a great choice. And Pile the Skulls, yeah, that's a no-brainer. Because that's one that, even if, no matter how the game's going, you can always just, you know, spend those Blood Tithe, put some points on the board. The one issue with Pile the Skulls is that in an Angron list, see, engage. Sinner, did you mean engage for the Tzeentch Demons or the World Eaters? Yeah, the one issue with Pile the Skulls is it costs you Blood Tithe that you're not using on Angron. And if you're just bringing Angron to die turn 1 and then probably not revive him, it's probably not worth it. But yeah. Again, Pile the Skulls is one of those ones that's good. You're never going to get zeroed if you don't want to. You're always going to score like high single digits. So it's kind of like the worst case scenario. So that's always a good choice. But yeah, Sinner, if you mean that for the Tzeentch Demons, The issue is it competes with Reality Rebels, so you're never taking that. So yeah, for World Eaters, Engage makes sense there. Yeah, no, I agree. Although I like that a lot more with the Lord Invocatus builds, because the issue with this build, when he went first, World Eaters went first and would have scored 0 on Engage. Especially because solo spawn don't score that, because you have to have a unit of 3 or more, unless you're a monster or vehicle. And solo spawn are the only thing you're okay throwing away. But yeah, Engage is not bad. Engage is not horrible. But yeah, I think it's much more of a Lord Invocatus build, because that combos really well with the pressure, and you just keep putting up points all game. But yeah, definitely. I think it's part of a lot of the fun of secondaries is there's often no like slam dunk picks, and you have to kind of think hard. Yeah. Ironically, the issue is non-Angron builds score Engage a lot better, but non-Angron builds also have the Blood Tithe to put up nearly guaranteed high scores on Pile of the Skulls. And Pile of the Skulls is weirdly enough the same category as Engage. But yeah, a lot to think about. Lot to think about for sure. Cool. We haven't taken to the players in a while. I'll jump over there. I'll take a look at the scoreboard, and we'll see what's going on.
Do with 8. Try and psych the crap out of Bloodthirster. I mean, at least I didn't go second to make it for you to always
I
deny.
hate that I went second.
Give me one first.
Much rather have gone first.
Don't mind me.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Oh, I need to mark the 4 in front.
I need to stop you from getting 12 on your turn.
And that definitely involves going to the center,
Yes.
which is hard.
Yes.
'Cause I think either way it's going to be 9 starts. It's like pretty much the exact same distance there.
Yep. It's an 8 on the die instead, so.
It's a little better. At least you're not charging both.
How many wounds does Soul Grinder have?
16.
16?
Four
Tough,
up.
Toughness?
8. I think Angron's the only thing that's going to... These two are going to be the only things that are going to bring him down.
No, it's the only thing that's going to bring him down. He's...
I mean, you can just do the OPSEC bullshit.
Oh, I'm going to do the opposite. Bullshit, no matter.
Yeah,
That's not a question. The question is, do I bring anyone down this turn, or do I bring him down next turn to deny bring it down? Even harder.
I mean, you're not going to take out my Exalted, so I'm still going to have some good anti-tank to put at him. Gotta figure out how I'm gonna blow this 5 CP. I was kind of planning on teleporting Be'lakor, but I didn't end up needing to.
Cool, so got back. I'll update the scores. Let's see here. Zach made a very interesting comment, which was basically, does he bring in Angron, or basically keep him off the board until turn 5 and use him off the board to deny the bring it down of the Tzeentch Demons? And that's ultimately one of the issues of bring it down against this World Eaters list. Not only does it not give up a ton, but also there's a lot of counterplay when so many of those points are involved in keeping Angron dead, and he can just revive. Now again, there's counterplay. The counterplay in the sense of he's making Zach waste, Blood Tithe that could be used for a pile of skulls at the end. But I think ultimately, yeah, bring it down. I think it was kind of the one weakness of the Tzeentch Demons plan. Cool, I'll go ahead and get the score update in a sec, and we'll make sure everything's good.
What does this Rhino do?
Cool. All right, everyone, we're back. We got the scores updated. So it looks like, again, as expected, each army has had some very good secondaries. Part of the issue for the World Eaters is a lot of the kills, especially with the mobility of the Tzeentch Demons, have been off the objectives, which means they're not counting towards the secondary for kills on the objectives. Now, pile the skulls. I do like that Zach decided to just pile in the points and cash in the points and turn that into 5 VP. I like that a lot. Bring it down, though. Still looking very weak for the Tzeentch Demons. Now, the good news is there are some wounded rhinos running around that the Tzeentch Demons could track down turn 5. But again, do they want to spend resources turn 5 thinking, okay, how do I track down this rhino that's advancing towards the back line to hide for my short threat range? There's always trade-offs to these things. Let's see here. I do like that, yeah, Soul Grinders aggressive at the board. So again, let's see. Daniel did a really good job clearing the objectives he needed to clear, but it wasn't an overwhelming amount of damage. So let's see here. It looks like the World Eaters running out of units with 2 turns left, but let's see what happens here. That one capped Bloodthirster can still be a massive pain in their demonic butts on later turns. All right, every World Eaters player's favorite words, charge phase, coming right up. Let's see here. I mean, honestly, there's very, very few World Eaters units left on the board. I mean, and this is Patrick why I kind of liked the Despoiled Dominions in this matchup, or Despoilers of Reality, just because the World Eaters not have a lot left at the end. So the Tzeentch Demons can just start their secondary. I'm looking around the board. It basically looks mainly like there's just one Bloodthirster, which again, no disrespect, that one Bloodthirster is a beast. The Rhinos are empty. Nothing really on the central objectives, or the Tzeentch Demon side of the board. Let's see how things shake out from here.
Bloodthirster into that single flamer. I need an 8 on the die. No!
Command reroll.
Look at me roll. That's 2.
That's enough.
Oh, that's an 8, baby. Melee! Melee!
Okay, great stuff for the World Eaters. That Bloodthirster made the charge onto the central objective, is obviously going to instantly pick up that one flamer, and that's sending a lot of pain headed towards them. That can also intervene on the central objective, making it a bit tricky for the World Eaters to interact. Now, the one weakness of the Bloodthirster is it can be tagged, which I know sounds crazy to think about, but I think if Be'lakor goes in there, with access to the Slaanesh stratagem, only be on a 4-up, I can tie up the Bloodthirster. I like that a lot to stunt the Khorne scoring on the later turn. Let's see what ends up happening.
Screamers. I have 3 CP, or 4 CP. I'm going to spend 1 plus 1 wound, so wound them force. It didn't matter. He only wounded 2 anyway.
Pass 1, fail 1. Okay.
Yeah, get out of here. How much can I do in psychic? I don't know.
You did 2 damage?
Yeah, so he's at 18.
Yep.
You want D20?
Cool. I will say, if the World Eaters come back to win this, which again, too early to figure out what's going to happen on the scoreboard, but I mean, that would be a really impressive comeback. That would kind of show you, remember, again, it felt really bad when Angron died turn 1. But at the same time, again, that was resources that was positioning the Tzeentch Demon player used to kill him, and he's going to be alive at the end of the game probably. That's the crazy part.
What were we doing at the end of the fight phase?
I'm going to do something. I'm going to spend 4 to get a 6+ Feel Pain,
Okay.
leaving me at 4 blood touch points.
Okay. So start my turn, I'm going to get a...
Yes.
So I'm going to be honest, a tiny bit confused. Zach just spent 4 Blood Tithe to buy a 6-up Feel No Pain. I would, unless he already thinks he's going to max pile the skulls, I would much rather see those Blood Tithe points go towards scoring points. A 6-up Feel No Pain is not really going to make a significant difference on any unit at this point in the game. It basically is like 1 or 2 extra wounds on Angron. If the Tzeentch Demons catch him, he's probably dead anyway. I don't think the 6-up Feel No Pain matters a lot. Whereas VP and the Bank, it turned out to be a surprisingly close game. I would rather have that. But again, using Blood Tithe is never bad. It's just I'm not sure it was optimal at that point to spend them. Let's see what ends up happening here at the end. I don't know what exactly just happened, but it sounded like physical pain coming from the World Eaters player, which is not good. Oh, Rhino's dead. Oh, okay. I wonder if... Looks like what happened to me was the Rhino was against the wall, and what that meant was that the Soul Grinder could charge it and kill it. And of course, Soul Grinders, their melee is swingy, but it's high damage. Not at all surprised that it killed the Rhino. That's very interesting to me. Very, very interesting. I wonder if it was to soak the Overwatch from the Soul Grinder into the Berserkers, but if that was the case, I'm not sure I love that usage, because I think the Rhino late game might be almost more valuable, just to have something on that objective so the Berserkers can head towards the middle. And if someone spends 1 CP to Overwatch with the Soul Grinder, it's fine. It's like 1 hit off the main gun, less than 1 hit on average off the battle cannon, so it's like you lose like 1 in kind of a worst case scenario. The average Berserker is probably less than 1 Berserker dead. Don't fully agree with that choice there.
Mike, if I make this, you're taking everything back you said about it.
Huh?
This Rhino lives because of this, you're taking everything back you said about it.
That's fair. Absolutely.
No reset.
Okay. Unfortunately, the Rhino, 6 of Feel the Pain did not matter. The Rhino has gone to a better place, gone to Rhino heaven. It crossed the Rhino bridge. So I'm just super happy we're getting this really interesting late game. Again, you never know. That's part of the tough part of streaming, honestly, is trying to choose armies that seem like they have interesting matchups and give you a long game, Last thing I want to do is put, no offense to any Knights players, but put, Votann or Guard versus Knights where there's a chance the game just ends turn 1. That's no fun for anyone. I want to give people entertainment, let people, grab their hobby equipment and, spend the day painting with us, hanging out. This matchup has definitely turned out to be an interesting one, so I'm super happy about that. So we're entering the bottom of turn 4. Tzeentch Demon's a little behind on points. That's the thing that's staying out to me. But again, it's very close. Very, very close. Let's see how things shake out from here. Cool. I'll head over to the players, grab the scorecard, and I will be right back. Unfortunately, again, one mic is squeaking. Obviously, I don't want to interrupt the player's game further to figure out what's going on. We'll figure that out in between rounds. In the meantime, I won't be clicking the commentary back to the players for you. So yeah, just a quick break. I'll be right back. I'm checking the score. I'm going to update that on the score you're seeing here with us. Also, before you go, Sinner saying, Chaos Rhinos go to the scrap heap for parts, not Rhino Heaven. I listen. I don't know. I've seen the Rhinos do some real work. I think they deserve a little better. Some Rhinos have had some heroic moments holding objectives or soaking Overwatch. I think all Rhinos go to heaven. No Rhino will get sent to the scrap heap on my watch. Cool, back from getting the scores updated, and yeah, as expected, we're at a very close game. Very, very close game heading into the final turn after this one. See, it looks like they're checking a roll. I think that's always a great idea, especially when you're doing decent on time. I think you can never really go wrong. Never be afraid to stop the game, double check something. I think it's much better to take a quick break, double check the rolls, make sure you're playing it correctly, than try to rush through and end up feeling bad later when you realize you misplayed a roll. Again, it's a minor thing, and I'm not sure it's going to matter. I'm not sure it was possible. When the Bloodthirster finished killing the Flamer and Consolidated, I would have loved to have seen the Bloodthirster fully cover the center circle of the objective. And what that means is with a 3-inch intervention for being a character, it means it's literally impossible for the Tzeentch Demons to tow onto that objective without ending up in a fight with the Bloodthirster, which is a fight that anyone's going to lose. But again, it's a minor thing. It's not a big deal. Cool, I just finished updating the score with the Tzeentch Demons primary, and I mean, wow, okay, 41-42. I think the Tzeentch Demons will end up ahead on points at the end of this turn because of Reality Rebels. It's just such a great secondary, it's such a consistent farm. Even if you're going out there, you're at the very least going to hold your own 2 objectives. I mean, so it's hard not to score on that. Cool. I just had a brief conversation with Paul, our sound guy. Again, well, the stream's a lot of fun. It's our first stream, so there's little details to sort out. He just came by, gave me some ideas to explain the squeaky mics from one of the players. That's one of those things where, again, it didn't happen last round at all. So probably just, we'll do a little investigating after the game. Both players, though, absolute legends for coming here, playing on stream, and in what's a tough matchup for both of them, and playing with absolute class. Great sports, great play. You honestly love to see it. Sinner asks, what are we using to stream? I have not a freaking clue. I have no knowledge of the stuff. I am merely the commentary. I think Wallace, maybe tomorrow we'll do an interview with Wallace, talk a little bit about how the stream setup came to be, and we'll definitely do a little talk about some of the gear and how they got that set up, because it's been a massive labor of love. Absolutely massive. Cool, and I realized the World Eater score was slightly off, gave him a couple more points, one for I undercounted Blood for the Blood God, and one for a banner I forgot to put up last turn, which is really not a bad spot to be in. I mean, we're sitting here, a 3-point game in the second to last battle round. You love to see it. Now, the one downside of this list is in a pure Khorne Demons list, the Bloodthirster can get a Warlord trait for a 5 of Feel No Pain. And that, when comboed with the Wound Cap and the 4-up Invuln, makes it basically impossible for the opponent to interact with. Well, not impossible, okay, that's a huge overstatement. It makes it a real headache to interact with. The one issue with an Angron plus Khorne Demons list is that Angron has to take the Warlord trait, and what that means is that you can't buy the Warlord trait on the Bloodthirster either. So not only do you miss out on Lord Invocatus's amazing Warlord trait, you miss out on Angron's Warlord trait. Again, there's still upsides to Angron's Warlord, still a great unit, but definitely, as those mortal wounds went straight through the Bloodthirster in the Psychic phase, I definitely would have been interested to see what effect a 5 of Feel No Pain would have had as this Bloodthirster, as killing the Bloodthirster becomes the Tzeentch Demon's main focus as we enter the final round.
All right. So there's a dude in here at 1, right? Yeah. Okay, I'll do the flamer then. Okay. Number shots. 10. Finally, I rolled good on that. The other 2 rolls were like 5. 3s. Give me 7 or 6 AP2s.
4 ups because he's in cover.
Yep. So
2 feel no pains.
Oh, that was a little worse than I thought.
He dies.
Dude hurt and wound was over.
Oh, I thought you were shooting.
No, I
at-
was shooting at the 3. I'm gonna charge a single guy. That way, yeah. I charge both. Nah, not that I give a shit. Because I mean, you're not gonna kill it. You only have 3 dudes and just in T6. Or no, yeah, he's T6, not T7 anymore. Charge phase.
Yep.
Bellicor. The one that matters. Yeah.
He's in.
Well, Bellicor is going into the Bloodthirster. Very glad that charge made would be horrible if there was
that's
like
all.
random like double
Yeah,
ones
he's
twice
gonna
in a
charge
row.
both those.
That would give us. We want this climactic Bellicor versus Bloodthirster fight. We don't want to be denied that because of dice.
Base you, I guess. So shenanigans, Sultan too.
I mean, also, how
Soul
cool
Grinder's
is
not
this?
going
I know
anywhere.
it's a
I
competitive
blocked it
tournament,
off if I do
but
an
how
action,
cool
but
is that
that's
that's
fine.
coming down to near the end of the game? We have Bellicor and a Bloodthirster brawling in the center of the board. I mean, this is what playing Chaos is all about. Your big, beautiful monsters coming in here, fighting, battling for the Dark Gods. You love to see it. Okay, Bellicor's, he hits on 2s, re-rolling 1s. Looks like all of the hits went through. Wounding on 3s here. Looks like some failed wounds, and that's one of Bellicor's weaknesses. No real bonuses to his wound rolls at all. So let's see, 4 wounds go through. Okay, pretty average-ish. 4 up invulns. The ones I see. Oh, hold on. Let me check with the players here. I think that might have been 4 out of 4.
A 6, 2 5s, and a 4.
Yeah.
All 4?
Yeah, he made
all,
all 4.
all 4 passed.
All right, one time. Blood for the Blood God. The Bloodthirster makes every single invuln with Bellicor coming in. I mean, you couldn't script it better. You couldn't script it better. The Blood God is here, and he is here to stay. I'm just noticing, a Squirtle Ninja, thanks for commenting. He let the Alpha Legion Rhino die. Unfortunately, that Rhino got soul grinded into dust. Soul ground? Soul grindered? Who knows? But the Rhino is no more, unfortunately. It went up to Rhino Heaven, which we've established is where Rhinos go to die. Cool. Let me see what's going on over there. It looks like we have a Burning Chariots into something on the back objective. Killed 1 model, that's fine. I'm sure the World Eaters still hold it. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, Sinner bringing up the Silent King. Oh, then Silent King has been responsible for so much disappointment. So much disappointment for other players. A lot of fun unit to use. I've played a lot of Necrons. Really enjoy playing him. But he is... he can be so swingy, both defensively and offensively. Cool. I mean, I'm going to be honest here. I'm kind of sitting on the edge of my seat here, about to watch this Bloodthirster versus Bellicor fight that's going to happen soon in a sec. I'm seeing more celebrating out of the World Eaters. That's not good for the Tzeentch Demons. That is not good. I don't know why Zach's celebrating. Maybe Zach is just celebrating because he's such a nice guy and is rooting for Daniel. But I'm guessing if he's celebrating, that's not good for the Tzeentch Demons. Cool. Okay, so it looks like we have Berserkers on the back right objective, the World Eater's home objective, swinging back into a Burning Chariot. And Zach has spent 1 CP, great stratagem for Gory Dismemberment. And what this stratagem does is unmodified 6s to wound are an additional mortal wound. Now, one of the weaknesses of demons, especially Tzeentch demons with their good saves overall, is mortal wounds. There's really no protection there. So yeah, any bit of extra damage you can do, always worth it. Especially late game, you know, you don't get to take your extra CP home with you in a box at the end of the game. Use them, get extra damage through. I like that play a lot. So the one thing I would have loved to have seen is if Be'lakor is going into the Bloodthirster, in case he whiffs, which happens, I would have also liked to have seen that Burning Chariot right there go in there too and just ensure the Bloodthirster is tied up for the following turn. I think that might be a little bit of a missed opportunity because again, is it likely that the Bloodthirster kills Be'lakor? No. Is it possible? Absolutely. It's a lot of pressure to leave to the dice. Okay, it looks like we just lost 2 Berserkers in combat with the Soul Grinder, but honestly, weird enough to say, I don't think Zach cares at all about how that combat goes, as long as 1 Berserker is still alive, because he's there for OPSEC. That's what he's really there for. He's not there to do damage. The idea is not that 3 Berserkers will solo the Soul Grinder. I mean, obviously he's going to roll the damage back, but the damage back is almost irrelevant to this game. As long as 1 Berserker survived, I think that's a really great outcome for the World Eaters. Cool. Let's see who's going on here. Cool. Looks like we have some fighting going on. It's a little unclear to me who exactly is fighting, but that's half the fun of figuring it out. Cool. Let's see what happened here. Okay, so it looks like ultimately it was a little bit of a whiff overall there. Bloodthirster went, Be'lakor into the Bloodthirster, did literally 0 damage. Bloodthirster went in exchange into Be'lakor and did close to 0 damage. Looks like he took 9 wounds, which again, sounds like a lot. At this point in the game, it doesn't really matter that much. It happens. Let's see here. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting board state here. I feel almost like a WWE announcer. We're coming here towards the end of the game. Both armies are just throwing everything out there. No one's leaving anything on the table here. Okay, this is great to see. I like what Zach just did there. He just turned some Blood Tithe, 3 Blood Tithe into 5 on Pile of the Skulls, and I love that choice. Spend that Blood Tithe. Again, it's near the end of the game. You don't get to take the extra points home. He's putting points on the board, which I think is exactly what we need to see here. Exactly what we need to see here. Cool. Cool, we're entering turn 5. We're entering the very final battle round of the game. Let's see here. So the World Eaters are scoring. Let's see here.
Unironically, that might be what he does.
Cool, let's see here. Okay, so they're talking about the fact that bombs are, again, the mission secondary here. It's all about planting bombs because they're playing tear down their icons. Zach has just said there's a chance he might just put Angron in the back corner and literally just plant a bomb with him. That would be absolutely hilarious. The biggest overkill of all time. I don't hate that play, though. I don't hate that play at all. In fact, I love the focus on points here from both players as we enter the end of the game. I love that focus on points. Let me double check. Let's see here. I will double check the wording on the bombs. So here's the issue. I'm kind of going to try to say this quietly. I don't want to interfere with the game at all. Basically, Zach's plan is to have Angron come down the corner and plant a bomb. Good for him with that. But the issue is the wording on bombs is if it has objective secured, it's completed at the end of the turn. Otherwise, it's completed at the end of your next command phase. Neither player has a command phase left, so they can't score any more bombs. Let's see here. What do y'all think? Do y'all think I should say something here? I'm actually curious what the stream thinks. I think I will say something quickly here. I just have to give both players, credit. Whatever this final score ends up being, absolute sportsmanship from both of them. I am loving what I'm seeing here. The entire game, they've been super open, helping each other out, helping each other remember little things. This is exactly what you want to see from a competitive sport. You don't want to see a game where people are like, oh, I'm going to gotcha you to death, or I'm going to hide some rule, or I'm going to make things difficult for you. Both players made it easy for each other all game, and whoever wins this game, I think they're both going to walk away honestly feeling they played a great game, and that'll be a very well-deserved feeling. Cool. I see Pasha commenting. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Go Zach. He's on the ATC team. Yeah, Zach's a great player to have on your team, especially the armies he plays. Frankly, I'm looking at Chaos Knights and World Eaters. Those are both going to be great teams. Great teams, armies. Let's see here. Shuffleboard Club. All right. We'll talk about that later. But let's see here. Sinner Live, way better than Super Salty. I agree. There's a few things worse than when you tune into a game. Honestly, I don't want to single out any Battle Report channels, but I've seen Battle Reports play just for fun, not at a tournament, where like one player starts getting super salty, and I'm like, this is just, it's painful to watch. It's a game here. They're playing it competitively. They're playing it at a high level, but they're here to have fun. It does help that they've known each other from before, so it's always a lot of fun and banter. But yeah, gotta give Daniel and Zach both credit for amazing sportsmanship so far.
Get one more, maybe, if that guy survives.
If that guy
I don't kill the rhino.
Yeah.
But I have whiffed on rhinos before, so we'll see.
Shooting phase, pistol. Yeah.
Get him.
No. Shooting phase, pistol. Yeah. No.
That pistol actually mattered.
Cool. As expected, a little bit of a disappointing shooting phase from the World Eaters, which I'm gonna be honest, Zach's shooting phases so far have been, I'm gonna roll like one combi bolter, throw one grenade, and let's move on. It's not the amount of damage you'd expect. Let me say that. I don't think anyone's built a World Eaters list and come out of it thinking, okay, cool, I want to have a good shooting phase. The one exception, I have seen some disciples of the Red Angel lists with 2 Land Raiders, which I'm not sure how I feel about those. I think they're better than people think. That is 100% a fact. Are they good, per se? I wouldn't say that, but they are better than people think. The big thing about Land Raiders and Disciples of the Red Angel, or really World Eaters in general, is that Land Raiders can transport 8-bound. And that's really valuable when they're already moving up to 9 inches, up to 11 inches with Lord Invocatus, and then up to 14 inches out of a Land Raider. That's a speedy unit. Let's see here. Oh, great points. I will go ahead and quickly update the score and be right back. And both players here in Battle Round 5 in the best of spirits. Okay, let's go ahead and quickly see. I'll update the score. Just got the score off the table. Let's see here, we're looking at 412, 48 on primary. I mean, this is one of the saddest on Blood for the Blood God scores I've ever seen. But that's just kind of the nature of this matchup. See, 7. Cool. The World Eater's score is up to date unless more stuff happens into this turn. Now, he will have some additional banner points coming at the end. So do keep that in mind. Cool. Scores are updated as of the middle of turn 1 of Battle Round 5. So Daniel's actually already maxed out Real de Rebelle, so there's no points left for him to score, which kind of shows the strength of the secondary. It'll come down to those other secondaries at the end. We're looking at a very close score at the end. Oh, it appears Angron is down, but not for the reason you think on the table. The model has physically fallen over. Let's see if we can get a better angle there. There we go. We'll see here. I'm not entirely sure what's being rolled. I'm not entirely sure the players know what's being rolled. They're just here absolute brawl as the table just kind of gets very muddy at the end. I was kind of expecting Be'lakor with the steel chair to finish off the Bloodthirster over 2 turns, but hey, it happens to all of us. Now we have the Bloodthirster activating into Be'lakor after Be'lakor failed to kill it, left it on 1 wound. And even a 1 wound Bloodthirster, especially with the flat 3 damage sweeps, still a real terror into Be'lakor. So here, the -1 to wound is definitely an issue. Wound on 4s instead of 3s. I'm only seeing 2 dice went to Be'lakor, so yeah, that's not going to be enough to kill him. The damage is largely irrelevant at this point on Be'lakor. Cool. I'm going to be honest, I've literally never seen a World Eaters game before where Blood for the Blood Gods has scored fewer than 5 points. And it doesn't mean Zach's playing poorly. It's just the nature of this weird matchup. Tzeentch Demons don't play a normal game. They're not going to just be a traditional army at you. I think Zach's responded appropriately. Again, he still has more points coming turn 5, potentially from Blood for the Blood God. Yeah, see Alex talking about Rapier Quad Heavy Bolters. 75 points basically gets you, 4 Heavy Bolters, 12 shots at 5 -1, 2. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. The issue is it's nearly an entire unit of Berserkers. I don't know. I think World Eaters units with shooting are probably just like... I think Anthony Vanella, actually, I gotta give him a lot of credit. A cast player I talk to, I respect a lot. He had a point the other day where he said that a World Eaters list with shooting is more consistent than one without, but it's just a worse list. Because World Eaters that aren't going all in on melee are just kind of like, in a sense, like worse like versions of other mixed armies. Bacon and Normal Cake. Hey, great to see Bacon and Normal Cake. Yeah, and that Chaos Beanie is sweet. Zach's always got that Chaos Strip. See here. Daniel's battling for every point at this point. I really want to see if Angron randomly dies to Soul Grinder shooting. That is horrible. Let's see here. So Squirtle, what they've been doing is they haven't actually put it down on the score sheet. That'll be updated at the end of the game. There's definitely some sort of score there. I'm not sure exactly what. I just don't want to make assumptions for the players. All right, let's see here. Okay, quick update. The game did get a little, again, both great guys, no one played slowly, but just with the nature of a weird game and played on stream, we're right behind schedule. It's the final game, and we're hearing that other players are waiting on this round to end so we can start pairing the final round. Yeah, Grey Center, complete bloodbath. I mean, this is just a crazy ending here. Man, absolutely crazy ending here. We've got Wallace. Wallace is joining the table. Wallace, of course, owner of this game store now. Again, him and Paul put so much work into getting the stream set up. Glad to get Wallace on stream there. See his beautiful face here. I will go take a break. I'll join the players as we go through the talk it out and finish scoring the game accurately, because this is one going down to the wire. I want to make sure both players get all the points they deserve.
Cool. Keep it because that's how effective it is.
There There would have been one AP1 and one AP2. If you hit both of them, I would have won. Jesus Christ. So, feels bad, man.
Where is it?
Cool, Paul. Can you hear me? Are we good?
What is your pin?
Just single 0.
I gotcha.
Testing, testing.
Sometimes it doesn't work for me, so I've not done it.
Okay, am I making any weird noises? Okay, let me try the other one.
You gotta love technology. No matter in this technological world,
Okay.
it'll always take us down the wrong road.
Yep.
He hit twice.
Yeah,
I already called it, so.
No, he didn't roll any. He needed 5 to win, right? With the...
No, the Soul Grinder, I rolled it after he called it. He said to end it, so I ended it.
Oh, well, you're saying if you, we didn't know which one shot it.
Oh, that one shot. So this one was hitting 5. I had to roll better.
Just talking to him, Mike. You're good.
Testing, testing. Are we good? Cool. I think it might just been like a clothing thing or something.
Think to know. And Gron stays behind.
Okay. Well, hey, I mean, if you're good, I'm good.
I didn't think
Cool.
he was going to for sure.
Wallace, can you grab that other mic?
I definitely thought so. Who's going to put him behind that wall?
Wallace,
Yes, that wall was very.
Wallace.
That's why I put all my caps right there.
can you just talk in this microphone?
Hi, I'm Wallace.
Mike, go ahead.
Here, I'm testing. I'm testing.
Go closer to each other.
I'm
Mike
testing.
Testlin's more
Testing.
like.
Testing.
Stay close to each other like you're talking about a game.
Hey, it's me, Mike.
Hey, I'm a gamer.
It's me, gamer man.
Yeah, gamers. There's no problem, fellas.
Okay.
No problems. Okay, I think it might have just been a clothing thing. It's all good.
Yeah, probably like rubbing up against like
yeah.
a piece of fabric or something.
All good, yes, sounds clean. Okay.
I think.
We appreciate the understanding of the viewership dealing with technical problems. It's always fun.
Cool. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us for an actually amazing game. That's what I'm definitely going to watch back later to learn from. We're quickly focused on testing the mics, so I will leave everyone be for a while as we rush to get the next round ready.
Hang on the door, baby. Yeah, yeah. Is it doing it all the time? How about now? Is it doing all the time? Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Sounds great, doesn't it? Tell me, is it because the wire's hitting it?
I wonder if this little thing is sliding down. It's like a zipper noise. I wonder if this little thing is slippery down.
Oh my God.
Win this counted.
Okay.
I counted banners twice by accident. So
okay.
I actually won. Yeah.
Wait, so
Yeah.
you won?
Yeah, I won. We miscounted. We both double checked independently.
Awesome. Okay, let's make sure we tell Wallace ASAP. Yeah, I think it's this thing. 'Cause it was like a
It's
zipper.
that thing, then undo
I'm
it.
just gonna do it and we just move on.
Yes.
Cool.
Oh, you want me to talk now? How about now? How about now, young lady? You don't hear the zipper noise? Nothing when this antenna goes there? Wow, sick. Okay, we need to replace. Oh, this is Paul the Barbarian. How are you? Got it? Y'all good? Again, Paul the Barbarian saying hello. Sick.
I appreciate it. Me and my opponent refused to change it afterwards. Yeah. Even though it was literally for nothing for him. It was last round. It was literally nothing for him. And he put it in. I'm not sure if you were actually, but potentially could have gotten me third. And he just refused to do it. Yeah. So. I appreciate it.
I think you can call it if you want.
It's turning off then.
Yeah, we'll just focus on the game. Good luck with your own game, Paul. Good sportsmanship about the weird ending. I know it was in the way any of you guys wanted. Really great game by both of you.
Hey, can you all guys come over? Just bring your stuff over. Cool. Alright, welcome both of you all to the big leagues. Cool. So it sounds like, can you use one of these before? The Bill, right? Sorry? You're Bill, right? Steven. Okay, sounds good. The other guy was Bill playing Demons. We're getting a lot of Demons players here. Yes, Steve and Ken, I'm congrats to both you on 2-0. So the way these work, basically clip it, please, somewhere about your lapel area. And this, do not put this in your pocket. Put it like outside of your pocket like this, for example, hang it outside. We don't want it in the pocket, because in the pocket buttons get pressed. So like, for example, like this is what you should be doing. Basically hang it there, clip it somewhere up here, mic facing up. Sound good to all of y'all? Cool. The other thing is, with the stream, in terms of active judging and like stuff, if I see like a rules mistake I can correct right away, I will try to jump in, but if it's like I know something later, I'm just gonna let it slide. Basically the idea is to make everyone here look good, make for a good game. If we know something obvious right away, I'll be like, wait, hold up, like Stratagem's 2 CP or something. Other than that, you don't really hear from me at all. And the other thing is, for very key dice rolls, like mainly the first turn deployment, please like verbalize, because we don't have an overhead dice cam. Please verbalize, I rolled a 2 or rolled a 1. Other than that, congrats to both of you. This should be a super fun matchup, so good luck to both of you all.
Alrighty. So where are the cameras?
Great. We've got 1, 2, 3. Overhead one's not working.
Oh,
so
there's no overhead. There's just
Okay. So
awesome.
it's actually pretty good quality, but we can't really see into the dice tray per se. So yeah, key rolls and how's that? And I will come over here occasionally, just like applying the rolls, so I can look at how y'all are keeping score and pop that over there.
All right.
So we'll have a camera directly on the score sheet. You just ignore me. I'll just stay out of your guys' way.
Cool. Sounds good.
All right. All right. So we're talking about your army.
Yep. Some Nurgle demons.
Yep. So they look awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
I love the like ooze you have all over them.
Yeah. My partner actually helped me paint them. So
Awesome.
many late nights painting.
Okay, so you have the Plague Bears, the Nurglings, the Beasts, and then you were telling me about the Gnarlmaws.
Yeah. The trees of Nurgle, Feculent Narwhals. So they have a couple of abilities. First of all, they forward deploy in deployment. So 9-inch away, normal forward deployment.
Yep.
They had the 6-inch aura. If anything that's not a monster or vehicle, I don't have any vehicles, but within 6 inches, they become -1 to hit and shooting. The trees are able to be charged or shot. They have a 3-up in shooting, a 4-up in melee. I'm pretty sure you know what the demonic saves are. AP doesn't matter.
For demonic saves, is it shooting then melee or melee then shooting?
I just know all my saves are 4-up in shooting, 5-up in melee for most of the things besides Nurglings. Let me look up exactly how it looks, and I can.
So that would mean that the shooting one is second. Yeah, that's right. So the shooting one's second. So you said 3-up in shooting, 4-up in melee,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, and then you have the Plague Drones.
Yep, 5-man squad.
Yep. Do they have any kind of special abilities or anything?
Not innately. I have a couple spells and stratagems to buff them up. I have a spell to make T7. I can make them transhuman or any of the Plague Bears. Plague Bears is 1 CP. The drones is 2.
Yep.
Since they do have the Plague Banner, I can spend 1 CP. Any 6th to wound is an additional mortal wound, cap of 6.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yep.
Now just tell me about your characters.
So starting off with the Warlord, Exalted Great Unclean One.
Yep.
His Exalted trait is the -1 damage in combat.
Okay.
Yep, that's Revolting Resilient. His Warlord trait, he's rocking, what is it called again? I forget at the top of my head.
I don't know. Revolting, really resilient. Is
No,
that
that's
the Warlord trait?
the Exalted.
That's the Exalted.
So for him, it's the Plague Fly Hive. So each model that makes a melee attack within 6 inches of them, -1 to hit, and they cannot perform actions.
Okay. So any of my stuff within 6 inches. Okay.
Yep.
Do you have any way to extend that aura?
I believe there's a trait on the Warp Storm table that costs him Warp Storm points to do that.
Okay. And then he has a relic too, I see.
Yeah, it's a Fluvier, so it's the Relic Flail. So in shooting, it's AP 3 damage, and the damage will splash over.
Okay.
Since he is a monster, he can shoot in combat, just so we know.
Okay.
Then I have my Demon Prince right over
yep.
here. He's rocking the Relic Sword, Corruption. So it's the Ignore Phase Cap, Ignore Feel No Pain.
Okay.
Last but not, I have a couple other characters. I got a Sloppy Bile Piper right here.
What does he do?
He can turn off your OBSEC in Morale phase.
Okay. And then the Spoil Pox.
Spoil Pox Scrivener, yes sir. What he does, he can give OBSEC to the drones, or make my Plague Bearers double OBSEC, so they'll count as double.
When does he do that?
Command phase for him. Command phase, morale phase, and then my last character being Heracles Slimux.
Yep.
Reroll charges on a targeted beast or plague drone unit, and then +1 to their attack rolls and melee.
Okay. All right. Does he interact with the Gnarlmaws or something?
Not anymore. That was an 8th edition thing.
Okay.
I wish he still did, but no.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen like people like including Nurgle demons in their lists in 9th, like with the new codex, but I haven't played against pure Nurgle.
I've been rocking pure Nurgle since like the beginning of 8th. It's my true love. I like
That's
Nurgle.
fair. That's fair. All right. You want to hear about my list?
I would love to.
So I am Iron Hands, Sons of Medusa, successor of the Iron Hands. So I have Born Heroes, +1 to hit on the charge.
All right.
And Whirlwind of Rage, 6s to hit explode whenever I charge or am charged or heroic.
Heard that.
Okay, so those are both in melee. I don't have a 6-up Feel No Pain army wide.
Huh.
Because I'm not normal Iron Hands.
Melee hands, I like it.
Yeah, so I have 3 squads of infiltrators, no deep strike within 12 of them, overrules all the demon stuff.
Yep,
Yeah.
kind of just like nullifies half my army.
Yeah. I have, this is going to be combat squadded into 2 squads of 3 Eradicators.
Heard that.
With Heavy Meltas and Multi-Melta. Iron Hands, our special doctrine is in Devastator. I'll stay in it all game and all likelihood.
And it's reroll 1 on
It's
heavy.
reroll 1s to hit with heavy and ignore the penalty to move and shoot heavy.
Okay.
I have 2 Devastator squads. One is 3 Melta, 1 Grav. One is 1 Melta, 3 Grav.
Heard.
A drop pod, Landspeeder Tornado. There's a relic, Contemptor Dreadnought. He is a character with 9 wounds.
And it's double Volkite.
Nope, he is Volkite and Chain Fist.
Ooh.
Chain Fist has a heavy flamer, and he also has a Cyclone Missile Launcher. He has a Warlord trait. His 6s to hit, shooting, and melee generate additional attacks.
All right.
3 aggressors, and then Vanguard Vets. I'm going to combat squad this into 4 squads. They all have Storm Shields. There's 17 Lightning Claws, and then the 3 Sergeants. Each one has a Relic Blade and Storm Shield. And then a Lieutenant. He has the Warlord trait. He gives out an aura of OBSEC.
There it is. Okay.
And he also has a relic that gives me CP back on 5s. Yeah, there's nothing too surprising that I can do. I have a strat to get a 5-up Feel No Pain. Yeah, a couple different. One weird strat that I probably will use, but it always confuses people. There's a strat to give me 6s to wound explode. So like for each 6 to wound, it's an additional wound.
So it's a flat additional wound, or you have to roll that wound.
It's a flat additional wound, but it's not additional damage. It's an additional wound.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's still an 8th edition codex, it has some like weird stuff.
Oh
that doesn't
yeah,
exist.
it is still an 8th edition
Yeah.
supplement. The only like weird thing that might get you
off my Nurgle demons is the Beast of Nurgle Heroic King 6.
Yeah. Is there anything else that can any of the other non-characters heroic?
No. I'm not sure if you know this, but Beast of Nurgle heal back at the end of each phase, back up to full.
Yep.
Yeah.
Heal to full on the model, but if you've lost them, they stay lost, right?
Yeah. But
Do you have any ability to bring back models?
Yes. That's one of the key things about this list. With the Beast of Nurgle, I can do it by spending 5 Warp Storm points. And that's an army-wide thing. So, like, if a model's missing and no other models in that unit is wounded, I can bring back a model in that unit at 1 wound. With Beast of Nurgle, they'd heal back at the end of that phase. A little cheeky interaction. Then the Grand Clean One's rocking the bell, so he can bring back either 1 drone or D3 Plague Bearers. And that's the last little thing about the trees. At the beginning of my command phase, I roll 7d6. For each 6 up, I get a Plague Bearer back.
For a Plague Bearer unit within 6 inches or something like that? Okay.
Exactly.
Cool. And you don't have any advance in charge?
Nope.
Redeploy, pick up a unit and place it someplace else, anything like that?
No, we're some of the slow foot slog and Nurgle goodness.
Okay. I can pick up an infiltrator squad and put them back down the next turn.
All right.
It's not phenomenal, but
so the
could
infiltrators are your only base subset, correct?
yes.
Okay.
You have OBSEC on the Plague Bearers and Nurglings?
Nurglings do not have OBSEC anymore. We lost that with the Knights
unless
of the
unless you're Disciples of Be'lakor.
Unless you're Disciples of Be'lakor.
Yeah, I've played against them as Disciples of Be'lakor. All right, let's mark out some objectives, play some terrain, and get started.
Sounds good.
All right. So we are Data Scry Salvage.
Data Scry Salvage.
It looks like the terrain is, I guess it's placed from the last mission. So. All right.
Player package.
So let's find.
No worries.
When I play on a normal table, nobody updates it. So.
Right.
Where's my tape measure? Oh, in my case. All right.
How many CP do you start with?
I start with 1.
All right, and I start with 2.
Okay. Unfortunately, that Contemptor cost me 3 CP. All right, so that'll be the center.
That's good.
And draw to the corner and place them at 12 inches and 24 inches.
Let's see. 12 and 24. Make sure I have this correct. Beautiful.
Okay. And then the other 2 go on the other axis, 18 inches. So trace into this corner. 18 inches.
18 inches from this corner or from the middle?
From the middle.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no problem.
Alrighty.
Now let's do some terrain.
Yep.
Right. So 27 inches and 4 inch. Wait, that's not the right terrain. This one. 28 inches and 4 inches.
And which one's that for?
I'm gonna start with.
Whenever I pull it up, it's super
this.
blurry on
Yeah. I'm gonna start with this piece. Roughly here. Yeah, 28. Yeah, a lot of times it's like real blurry, and then after a minute, it like realizes. That's not the right word. But the image resolves. There we go.
There we go.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us for round 3. We've definitely had a little bit of tech issues and sound issues as the days going on, but we think we've got them all solved, and I mean the stream keeps getting better and better. Round 1, an amazing bloody matchup between Blood Angels and World Eaters. Really fun stream game. Round 2, crazy Magic versus Might battle, Tzeentch Demons versus World Eaters. And here for round 3, we get another fascinating clash in styles. We've got pure Nurgle Demons. That's it. Not Death Guard soup, not Chaos Space Marine soup, not demons with a lot of Nurgle. Pure, unmitigated, nasty, stinking Nurgle Demons going up, piloted expertly by Steven. He's sitting there at 2-0, going up against Ken Knox, a longtime Space Marine player, piloting his Sons of Medusa, which he is running as an Iron Hands successor for, again, Foreign Heroes and Whirlwind of Rage, basically exploding 6s and +1 to hit on the first round of melee combat. Should be a super fun matchup. Again, what's interesting is this Iron Hands list, it's got guns, don't get me wrong, but it's not like the oppressively shooting Iron Hands style. It's a list that's not afraid to get in the mix, do some damage in melee, contest the mid board. So I think two armies are definitely going to clash. I think the mission here is very interesting, where the mission almost, in a sense, depending on the final train deployment, so I want to see how it happens. But it's a mission that can reward some passive scoring, things like banners, rebels, etc., and make things like Oaths of the Moment a little bit tricky. Now, I think the Iron Hands probably have an advantage in terms of list, but I think that, okay, also thanks Corey, I'll pull Steven aside quickly and just correct him on that, because we don't want to enter the game with false assumptions. But I think the mission here will play a huge deciding factor. Cool.
Mine might be turned
Give me just a sec, I'll be right back. I'll swap it back to the... I will mute the players for a sec while I talk to Steven. Just correct a little rules misconception happens to anyone. Just want to make sure they play a game with the correct assumptions. All right, everyone, I'm right back. Just had a quick talk with the players, just about how stream games go and stuff. Yeah, Corey, we're on the same page. We got that sorted out. I think both players here are going to play a fantastic game, and both seem like great sports too. I think this will be a fun one. Cool. Let's talk it back to the players as they finish picking secondaries.
5 characters for assassinate. So no prisoners. Are plague bearers are still just 1 wound?
2 wounds.
2 wounds. Ah. So that's 80 right there. The Nurglings are 4 each.
4 each.
So that's 100.
Plus the drones.
There. How many are the drones?
5 wounds per model.
So that's 125.
And that's
and
without
the beasts.
Yeah, and that's before reviving anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I give up 14 on no prisoners. It's not super easy.
Yeah, I'm not.
But it is available.
Yeah, I already have mine picked out. It's pretty like solitaire list I'm trying to do.
Okay. So I have 2 of mine. I'm just gonna think for a second about the third. You have 2 psychers?
2 psychers. Do you have any?
No.
Okay.
No prisoners.
Yeah, the secondary decisions here will be fascinating. I'm really curious what both players pick, because the mission where... Oh, sorry, just a quick sec. Cool. Sorry, as I was saying, yeah, it's a mission that, in a sense, with 3 objectives on each side, it does reward passive play in general. But if you'll notice, each your side has one objective, especially you can see from angle 3. Well, especially the ones kind of in the middle. Each player's objective closest to the center of the battlefield is really open. So we'll see what effect that has on the players.
Do you have like a move after you cast or anything like that?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. So I'm taking Shock Tactics, which is the Marine one. I take objectives from you.
All right.
So I get 4 points if I take an objective from you in the turn.
Okay.
No prisoners and assassinate.
Yep.
So I'm not 100% certain on assassinate, but it may work out. This is not. At least some of your characters are not ones that you can really hide. Like
yeah,
they're,
like
you
the
you want to
Grand
be
Queen
active.
one.
So.
Yeah, the Grand Queen one, Demon Prince kind of want to be doing things.
Yeah. All right. The Great Unclean one is like 20 wounds. Is that
22.
right? So he is snipeable.
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna do 20 inches and 15 inches. And mark out our deployment zones.
Okay, and both players' secondaries are in. I think they both made really reasonable choices. Steven is going with Reality Rebels, which, of course, why would you ever not pick that as Nurgle Demons? The secondary rewards you for every table quarter at the end of your turn that does not have more enemy models in it than yours. Again, you win ties, you can score it off your own back quarter, great secondary. The other one is Warp Ritual, which does make sense. Iron Hands, this list has no deny. Iron Hands do have a 2 CP 4-up deny stratagem, but it's super pricey, it's only a 4-up. I think that's not really got an effect. And then Raise the Banners, I think that's a great choice by Steven. We're looking at a mission where you can reliably put a banners way far back and make it very difficult for opponents to interact with them. Smart choice there. Over with Ken and his Sons of Medusa, I took Shock Tactics, which gives you 4 VP. It's kind of similar to Long War if you're familiar with Chaos Space Marine secondaries. Basically gives you 4 VP for every turn in which you flip an objective. Good secondary there. His other 2 choices are both killing secondaries, and that's one that I wasn't sure about at first, but it makes a lot of sense the more I think about it. No Prisoners makes a lot of sense because Nurgle Demons have Plague Bearers, Plague Drones, Beasts of Nurgle, Nurgling, all these high wound count models per point that are just really good farmers for No Prisoners. Especially because with the fact that Steven's list can resuscitate models. Now, Assassinate's one choice I'm a little uncertain of. Nurgle Demons have 4 characters, but the good thing about pairing No Prisoners and Assassinate is that covers everything in the game. So basically, Ken's game plan is just find stuff, kill it. That lines up with what he wants to do, and anytime your game plan kind of lines up with like big picture what you want to be doing anyway, that's a pretty darn good place to start. Cool, let's take it back to the players. We have some deployment coming right up.
Reserves.
I think with all your infiltrators, I'm just going to start everything on the board.
So I'm definitely going to start the drop pod in reserve, obviously.
Yep.
I'm going to put the 2 squads of Devastators in the drop pod.
Okay.
You really don't have much of any shooting. What's the range on the Great Unclean one?
7 inches for the cool relic flail, then a 12-inch like puke vomit flamer.
And I know a couple of your guys, like the Plague Drones, I think throw something.
Yeah, they throw like a really garbage bolter at you almost.
I think beyond that, I'm going to start the Landspeeder Tornado in reserve.
Okay.
And that's it. All right.
All right.
So let's place them. Let's. I guess we need to roll off.
Yeah, defender.
Yeah. I got 6.
I also got a 6.
All right, let's roll again.
2.
I got a 4.
All right.
So I will let you have the first. Do you have anything that 4 deploys? Just the Nurglings, right?
And the trees.
Oh, and the trees. Do the trees like block out deployment and stuff?
Yeah, it's a model.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it is always a model because it's destructible too.
Yeah, unless I've been playing it wrong, but like since it's destructible.
No, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're fortifications, so they can't like hold objectives.
Yeah, they
and
can't hold
stuff,
objectives, but I believe they score Reality Rebels since they're still a model.
I think that's right. Okay, so I will actually take the first drop.
Alrighty.
And I'll just pick this up.
Okay. All right.
All right. I'm going to start out with some infiltrators.
So what was really interesting there is normally the opponent, when they win the roll-off, like Ken did, they want to give the first drop to their opponent. Now, in this case, both players have infiltrators, which means there's a chance they want to jockey for forward position in the midboard, which means Ken will actually take the first drop and place his unit of infiltrators somewhere that makes it very difficult for the Nurgle demons to get to them, and also screens that, prevents like a unit of Nurglings, for example, from deploying right outside that building there, or like a tree that they're going to use later to get up the board. I think that's a great choice by Ken.
So if I can get 6 inch here, 6 inch here, 6 inches from here, 6 inches from here. So if I stay in like that area, put a tree roughly around this area, both that and that can get the tree benefit.
You can already see Steven's brain working hard. He's got a list, and this Nurgle Demons list is packed full of synergies and tricks, but it's also super complicated to play. And this is no offense to Ken. Ken's a great player, but I think Steven's list here is much more difficult to pilot. And I wonder if that's going to have any effect as the game goes on, because there's just a lot to keep in mind. It's like every unit has synergies with every unit. When he's placing this tree, he can't just think of, oh, where do you want the tree to be turn 1? He's thinking, where does he want the tree to be, you know, turns 4 or 5 too. So, a lot going on in this game.
Shift them all down just a tiny bit here.
Yep.
Getting my coherency.
Do you have any norm modifiers to movement? Got it.
No.
Well, so what's really interesting about this game is played competitively, there's almost a a little meta game played between the two players when there's forward deploying. Because not only does you switch from, instead of wanting to go second, you want to go first with your drop, but also normally the kind of general rule of thumb, if you're playing competitively, is if you have a forward deploying unit and your opponent doesn't, you wait for the forward deploying unit and make that one of your last drops, because you want the most information about where the opponent's going to go, because that unit is most likely to interact with them early, so you want to have like that unit placed properly. Here, neither opponent can afford to wait on their forward deploying, because if they don't forward deploy early, there's a chance that their opponent will go ahead and screen out in the midboard the space they want. Because all of these units, Infiltrators, Nurglings, Feculent Narumaz, they all specify that they can forward deploy, but have to remain 9 inches away from enemy units. So opponents can basically screen each other pre-game here. Steven and Ken are playing the whole kind of meta game between each other right now in this forward deploying. It's really fascinating to see two good players handle the situation well.
Back to it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm okay with the Infiltrators there. So I'm going to switch over to some other units here. Vanguard Vets. Let's stick them up here. You said you had no advance in charge, right?
No advance in charges.
Yeah, I'll stick some Vanguard Vets up here. Like that.
2, 3, 4. Let's do the first squad of Plague Bearers. Let's pull them over yonder. Cool. Actually, get them within range. -1 to hit and shooting. All right, that's my drop.
Here's some Eradicators.
All right.
Yes, Sinner, I see your comment. I couldn't agree more. It's very easy to mess up the first turn. I can tell both players are pretty practiced because they're not kind of falling the pitfalls that newer players sometimes fall into. I like the unit of Eradicators right there. It's very simple. I think Ken suspects a Great and Clean One is going to head to the center because of Warp Ritual. So he wants his Eradicators there to poke holes in all of that Nurgly goodness when it heads towards the center. Also, there is one thing to even add on to kind of the metagame of their forward deploying battle here. Ken does have a drop pod, which can come down turn 1, again, but does have the restriction about 9 inches away. If Steven goes second, he needs to kind of plan ahead and say, okay, cool, how can I use my forward deploying units to deny landing space to the drop pod, to deny angles to the other units I have? I think he's probably okay if the drop pod comes down and shoots a Feculent Naruma, but if it comes in and wreaks havoc in his lines, I think, or it takes like huge chunks out of his scoring units, I think he'll be a lot more upset. So yeah, a lot for both players to consider here, and they're handling it really well.
Here's a drop pod.
Hey Chris, thanks for joining us. And absolutely, Sinner's got it just right. They're currently deploying. Both armies are about maybe a third, maybe halfway through their deployment. All of the forward deploying units are down, with the exception of the Nurglings. So now we're just kind of see where most of the actual damage dealers or most of the scoring units are going to go down. One thing that I think Steven did really well is Ken has 2 forward deploying units. Remember what I said about you always want your forward deploying unit to be the last drop, one of the last drops realistically, unless the opponent doesn't have any forward deploy or has some forward deploying of their own. Well, at this point, Ken's already used all of his forward deploying units. Ken put 2 down, the 2 units of infiltrators, and Steven put 2 down, the 2 Feculent Narumas. That means Steven, even if he's going to forward deploy his Nurglings, at this point can wait and get a lot more information about where all of Ken's army is going to be. So definitely some nice play there by the Nurgle Demons.
All right. Thanks, Peter.
All right. Some more plague bearers going. I think these guys will be over yonder. Just taking some real estate back here. Make a harder deep strike. So that's a dead zone. That blocks them out. All right.
What did you put down? Sorry.
Plague bearers right here on the back objective.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah, Bacon Normal Cake, couldn't agree more with the comment. Definitely there's no shame in taking your time in deploying, and probably a smart move. Even on games where you're playing with a clock, I'm not sure if they're using them here. I don't see a reason to unless the game gets off to a slower start. But even in games with a clock, it makes a lot of sense to spend a lot of time in deployment, because that kind of really does set the tone for later turns. Especially because neither army is super speedy, so it's definitely a thing where they don't want to make a deployment mistake that would come back to haunt them a turn later, because now their unit's out of position. It's not where they need it to be. Honestly, if everyone just wants a little pro tip to like easily get better at 40k, when you're going to bring an army to a tournament, even if you haven't played it, that's sometimes fine. But what you should do is just take a table, a kitchen table, whatever, put a little bit of terrain down, and just practice deploying the army, and kind of get a good feel for like how much space it takes up. Are there units that like units logically fit where you want them to go? Like, oh, I wish I had some forward deploying. Oh, Like I need that unit to be like start within the command range there, but I also want it like up on the line normally. You really can't go wrong practicing deploying. Nice, I see Bacon Normal Cake started with Kill Team Arena. Kill Team's so much fun. I wish I had time to play it more. Like, there's definitely another life where I find Kill Team and like it more than 40k and just play Kill Team all the time, because that's such a great game. Also, I'm not sure if anyone in the chat has played Warcry, but like these GW skirmish games like really, really hit hard. They've done well. Cool, so I'm taking a look at the Devastators inside the drop pod. Looks like Ken has 2 squads. One squad is all multi-meltas, which makes sense, or like 4 out of 5 guys have meltas. The other squad is all basically Grav, and that's really interesting, because think about it, Grav is really good into most of the meta these days. There's a lot of power armor, so they get that +1 damage. Demons don't actually have normal saving throws, so Grav doesn't work against them. So all of that Grav is basically just 1 damage volume. Now it's still strength 5, which is not bad. It's still got pretty good volume. Reroll 1s turn 1 because it's heavy because it's a heavy weapon. But Grav is not as effective in this matchup as you'd traditionally expect it to be. Yeah, no, Chris, I agree completely. TTS, great tool. I enjoy it. But it's definitely more of a supplement than a complete replacement for in-person practice. And honestly, call me old-fashioned. I just kind of like pushing my models around. All the Chaos stuff I own it because I think it looks cool. Well, most of them. Some things I bought because of rolls, no shame. But on the whole, it's just fun getting to push your models around. Yeah, TTS is a great tool. I think there's a lot of like people say like, oh, one's better, as like people like get like arguments over it, when it's really, I don't think it has to be a choice. Like play what you enjoy. Let's see here. Yeah, also Sinner. Yeah, great point. Great way to try some models you don't normally own, or some like expensive models, or models you can't have access to. It'd be a big investment to get. You want to mess around on TTS. Cool. Let's take it back to the players. So let's see the deployments starting to get close to finished. I want to hear their final thoughts.
Vanguard Vets.
Let's go Sloppity Bilepiper.
You said he's the guy who cancels OBSEC, right?
Cancels OBSEC, that's correct. He can also give Plague Bearer units, Great Unclean ones, or yeah, those 2 type of units, +1 movement.
Cool. Cool as in I'm almost the end of my units here.
Cool. What's interesting about the Stevens list is I also use a Sloppity, but I feel like I use it very differently than he does. I normally start my Sloppity in Deep Strike because it works in the morale phase. It's a 12-inch, like pick a unit and turn off their OBSEC. I like it out of Deep Strike actually because it can come in off Warp Locust or Leadership Deep Strike away, come in like flip a key objective. Whereas he started on the board, so basically he's using his Sloppity more for the +1 to move and +1 to advance and charge rolls. Whereas I use mine more for turn off the OBSEC. So I'm really curious to see how effective his Sloppity is. I think it could be used either way, and honestly, there's going to be points in the game where both kind of halves of his rule set become applicable. So yeah, really excited to see how the Sloppity influences the game.
No. Okay, I'm deployed.
As Steven finished up his deployment, here's another good idea for a good third use of a Sloppity Biopiper. Getting people on YouTube to like and subscribe. If you're watching, you're probably already subscribed, but hey, if you're not, why not drop a subscribe? This Warhammer Studio is going to come more great battle reports in the future, more great streams. I'd love to have you there too. And if you don't like and subscribe, I'll use my Sloppy Biopiper to come down out of Deep Strike and turn off your OPSEC, so watch out. First turn roll off.
1.
Got a 3.
All right.
Guess I'm going first.
Guess so. Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck, sir.
And we have the Iron Hands winning the first turn roll off, 3-1. So let's see what the Sons of Medusa are going to do. I'm really curious where that infiltrator unit in the middle ends up. Because very clearly deployed defensively. Now that it's gotten first turn, they're in the forest, they're moving only 4 inches. I'm very, very interested to see what happens there.
Start with 1, we each gain a CP.
Yep.
So I'm up to 2, you're up to 3.
What's the tertiary on this one again? It's
The tertiary is you do an action back here.
on the home field one.
Yep.
Okay.
It completes at the end of your turn, and then you score points equal to how many of these
Yep,
you
I remember
control.
this one. Yep.
Yep. This also has, if you control an objective marker in no man's land at the end of your command phase, with a unit that's objective secured, it becomes sticky for you.
Oh, cool.
So it's like the marine ability for everyone.
Nice. Well, good thing I play mostly OPSEC in this list.
So I'm immediately going to sticky that with my marine ability, and then with marine slash the mission, I'll sticky these.
Oh, that's
as
it.
well.
You're already at the end of the command phase. Oh.
Say that again? Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Let me check if
I
there's
do
anything
have a
else I
command
have
phase
here.
thing on my warp storm points at the beginning of the battle round.
Oh, that's true.
Yep.
Yeah, that actually is my command phase.
So 4. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 warp storm points.
Okay.
Wait. 2, 4, 6. Sorry, I miscounted.
6 warp storm points. And what can you buy with that for Nurgle?
Not much in the way of Nurgle.
So there's the revive that's like add a model back to the plague bearers and heal characters. Is that
it
right?
mostly just heals them. It doesn't actually bring them back. Only the trees or the bell can bring them back.
Okay. So it just heals them.
Yep.
Any other interesting Nurgle abilities?
-1. This is a general one. It's -1 to hit and shooting if I'm more than 12 inches
More
away.
than 12 away. Yep. That's right. I forgot there were general ones, but there are.
Yep. I mostly use the general ones. The Nurgle ones are kind of like hit or miss.
That's fair. All right. What to do, what to do. Okay. So I could bring in the pod this turn. I could wait. So things within 6 of the Gnarl Maw. So that'd be like these guys. You said the plague drones, these guys.
Yeah, plague drones
They're
are
all
going to be
-1 to
within,
hit. Is the Great Unclean one -1 to hit?
No, he does not get that ability because he is a monster.
And he doesn't have like a natural one or anything?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. Looks like that would be a 7-inch charge. You said these are 4 wounds each?
4 wounds each. -1 to hit always. They're T3.
5 up invuln? Or what's their invuln?
It's a 5 up in melee, 6 up, 5 up in shooting, 6 up in melee.
And no feel, no pain anymore. You just reduce all damage.
Nope.
Do they not reduce?
Nothing reduces damage.
Oh.
We don't have disgustingly resilient.
Oh.
The only thing that can do it.
Nurgle more.
Yeah. The Great Unclean one does it with his Exalted trait, and it's only in combat.
Oh, thanks for clearing that up for me.
No problem.
Okay. So that's an interesting idea, at least. The beast moves 6. Is there any way for you to speed up the beast?
Nope.
And you don't advance and charge. So that's actually kind of a tough distance for them. I think that's an interesting idea. Otherwise, I've got some shooting to do.
I've got some shooting to do. The Iron Hand story. See, I do like Steven's deployment here. It's surprisingly tricky for Ken to get angles with his big guns, and those trees are going to keep him safe from a lot of stuff for a while. So we'll see how this pays off.
That's looking like a 7-inch charge.
Yep.
Pretty much a 7-inch charge to any of the front ones. Gonna move these Vanguard vets up top here.
All right.
No, I'm actually going to advance them.
6 inches.
Move
Yep.
them in here.
They're moving.
Yep, 18 inches. Nestle on in here, if you will.
Yep.
It's going to continue to be an inch from that wall. Unless there's nothing I need to worry about. Let me measure. I'll put that back eventually. Yeah. So they can move max 6. So.
Yeah, it'll take me like 3 to 5 business days to get there.
And they can move max 10?
10 base. If they were within range,
They get plus 1 inch.
But yeah, just 10 base right now.
So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to get all the way in there. What's the grade on clean ones movement?
7.
So while
It does degrade though, so eventually he'll not be he will barely even move his actual base size.
That's not fantastic. Alright. Okay.
Hey everyone, as a heads up, while Ken does his movement phase, I'm actually really curious which army people think is going to win. I'm going to post a quick poll. So the previous one, we have had people, I'll be honest, the voters have been 0 for 2 so far. I'm picking the right armies today. Siege Demons won the previous game, and World Eaters lost the first game. So let's see if we can get some good luck this time. I suspect people are rooting for the Nurgle Demons, and this is no shot at all at Ken. Ken's a good guy. But everyone loves to see Nurgle Demons on the tabletop. So let's see here. Which army will win? Posting the poll. Nurgle Demons. Let's see here. Cool. All right, first 2 votes have come in, and they're for Nurgle Demons. Bacon Normal Cake, I see you voted for Tzeentch last game. Honestly, why not vote for Tzeentch this game? I know it's not on the poll, but Tzeentch loves chaos. So I think, just from a board control perspective, well, it's generally better to go second against a shooting army. I think because it's kind of tough to hide, because there's so much bulk in this Nurgle Demon army. I love to see that, I would have loved to see the Nurgle Demons go first and just kind of rush the Iron Hands and just say, hey, I'm going to stat check you with infinite 4-up invulns. This going second, I think it's still a very much like a very winnable game for either army. But I think going first definitely favors the Iron Hands, just in terms of doing damage before the Nurgle Demons start establishing board control.
Land speeders are measured to the hull, or sorry, measured to the base, by the way.
Oh.
Lots of people mess that up. Okay. Now just those infiltrators in the middle. I'm gonna advance them.
Can we take a second to appreciate just how well painted and thematic Steven's army is? I mean, look at this. The whole army is painted in the same scheme. Really sharp choice of colors. Very easy on the eyes. And this is the kind of army any Demon player would be proud to own. Big props to Steven for putting this army together on the tabletop. Oh, this is not good. I'm checking the poll. We were at 4 votes. It was 3 Nurgle Demons, 1 Iron Hands. We're still at 4 votes, and now it's split. Meaning a Nurgle Demon player saw that Iron Hands were going first, and then swapped over to Iron Hands. Where's the loyalty? Where's the love for Chaos? Let's get that vote back on Nurgle Demons, whoever you are. Cool. Cool, let's go ahead. A Baking Normal Cake about Head Knights of Slaanesh. No, I would love to know more about those. AOS seems like an amazing game. Definitely would love to know more about that. Cool. I'll take it back to the players because it looks like we have some heavy shooting coming up.
Yeah, I just want to double check my ranges, see if I need to use that Warp Storm ability or not. They should be good. They're good.
You said you think they're in?
Are they outside? Yeah, never mind. They're actually outside 6
they're
inches.
out.
I don't think they're really going to get shot that much. If that's my fatal mistake, that's my fatal mistake. We're good to start shooting.
All right, cool. So I'm going to start with these Eradicators here, and they're going to go after the Gnarl Maw.
Oh no, my tree.
So the orange are heavy melter rifles. The others are regular melter.
All right.
They have different damages.
Yep.
So -1 to hit, so I'm hitting on 4s.
Yep.
Rerolling 1s from being a heavy weapon, and I'm Iron Hands. 6 misses. And then these are Strength 8 against T7.
Yep.
2 wins.
All right, 3 ups. Fail 1.
So these are D6 plus 2 heavy melter rifles.
All right.
Damage 6.
6, that's a lot. The tree is down to 3.
Coming over here, these Eradicators into this tree. Fours again.
Yep.
Only difference here is I'm not going to have Lieutenant rerolls on the hits. Sorry, on the wounds. Rerolling the 1 because it's a heavy weapon.
Yep.
All right, 5 hits.
Yep.
3s to wound.
That's good.
So these are 2 heavy melta and 1 melta.
All right.
They have different damages.
Yep, I'll do the orange ones first. Make them
Good.
both, and then the single one. Tree's good.
All right.
For those unfamiliar, a Feculent Narmal actually has a 3-up demon save versus shooting, so that's going to be a real tough nut for Ken's heavy weapons to crack.
So hitting on 4s with the melta. 1 hit. Wounding on 2s.
Yep.
1 wound.
All right. 5 up. That's cocked. All right. Damage on that?
Let me double check. I don't think I'm quite within 12, but no, I'm not. So D6. It's 4 damage.
All right. That's a dead base.
And then I have an
let's take the one peeking out.
Nope, that's actually just the normal speeder. So no assault. All right. Now finally the Contemptor.
All right.
I think he's going to put everything into the tree, into the wounded tree. Over.
Alrighty.
Here are his crack missiles. So -1, so this is 4s. Rerolling 1s because it's heavy. 2 hits.
All right.
Strength 8, so this is 3s. Rerolling 1s from the Lieutenant. 2 wounds.
All right. Give me 3 ups. 1 gets through.
It's damage D6.
All right. Low roll.
It's 2.
All right. Down to 1.
Now the Volkite. 8 shots. 4s, rerolling 1s. All right, so we finally have some 6s here. Rerolling the 1s. Looks like just 1 6 actually, but so that triggers an additional attack for him from his Warlord trait, which also hits. So I have 6 hits.
And 6s are mortals, right? Off the Volkite?
6 is to wound or mortals.
Okay.
So strength 6 against T7, so it's going to be 5s to wound, re-rolling 1s, 6s are mortals. So I actually didn't get any mortals, just 1 wound.
All right, 3 up. I will spend a CP just to keep the tree around.
Yep, so you're going down to 2.
Yep. Tree's good.
Okay. All right. I think from there, it's just the charge phase.
All right.
So we said this was 7-inch, Vanguard Vets into the Nurglings.
Yep.
7. It's a 6. I'll CP that. Do I get my CP back? No. New charge roll.
All right.
It's an 8.
Yep, you're in there.
I'm in there.
In a complete betrayal, Ken needed a 7 on the dice, Nurgle's blessed number, and he made the charge with a reroll. I was kind of hoping Nurgle was going to protect all of his beautiful followers from those evil Iron Hands. It does seem like there was one small mistake by Steven have the Nurglings in a spot where they're easily charged turn 1 if the Iron Hands went first. I don't think there's a need for them to be that close. But hey, it's just a minor thing. Let's see how the fight phase goes.
Yep.
6 up in melee, you said?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a CP for +1 to hit.
Got it.
Do I get my CP back? I do.
Alrighty.
That's my CP back for the battle round. All right, I'll start with the Relic Blade.
All right.
Hitting on 2s. The 6 explodes, the 1 misses.
All right.
Right, from my other chapter tactic. Strength 7, so it's 2s. 3.
Alrighty.
These are 2 damage each.
All right. 6 ups. Dead and a half.
And then I'm going to have 16 Lightning Claw attacks.
That's a lot.
So one thing to note is that Nurglings are always -1 to hit. Ken gets +1 to hit on the charge from his Born Heroes Legion trait. Now that's why he had to spend the +1 to hit, even though he already had +1 to hit, to cancel out the -1 from the Nurglings. Because while dice can't stack after all modifiers are added up, you can still get +2 to hit to cancel out the -1.
Re-rolling from the Lightning Claws. So 5, 10, 15.
Nurglings have 10 wounds left. They're taking 15 saves on their 6-up save. Like, they should be dead, but let's see if Nurgle can provide.
They are dead.
Spoiler alert. Nurgle did not provide enough. So it looks like all of Ken's total damage turn 1 killed 1 unit of Nurglings, partially wounded a tree. That's actually kind of fine, I think. I think if you told Steven, hey, this was like, you know, how bad turn 1 was going to go, I think he would have taken it. It could have easily been much worse. And it kind of goes to show how durable Nurgle stuff is. So the issue is Steven isn't going to get a knockout blow on any given turn from Ken, but over 5 turns the damage will add up, whereas I'm not sure the Nurgle demons are really going to be able to do much to stop the damage coming in a return. Maybe they'll have the Plague Drones come out and make a good play, start tagging some units, because Iron Hands don't have a way to fall back and shoot, except with speeders. So, again, we'll see what's going on. I think those Vanguard Vets in the top left corner are a legitimate issue for the Nurgle demons. Let's see if we can get in there at all. I don't know how to do this. Yeah, those Vanguard Vets over there. I do apologize. I'm still kind of learning how to use the how to use the cameras to their best ability. Those would be an issue because it's actually not even a guaranteed charge, even if Steven heads directly there. So yeah, let's see how he responds.
And that's all command phase. Nothing to bring back Plaguebearer Deadwise, so movement. Oh wait, one last thing. These are gonna get to +1 movement.
Okay. Oh, it's just 1, it's not an aura?
Yeah, it's I think we advanced the drones here. 4, so nice 14.
Perfect.
Yeah, fully within 6. Cool, perfect. Go there.
Okay, so checking the poll, we're looking at 10 votes, exactly 50-50 between Nurgle Demons and Iron Hands. That's pretty fair. I think that's fair. Let's see here. So it looks like Steven advanced the Plague Drones this turn instead of attempting a charge into the Infiltrators, which I think is a fine play. It's probably a long ball anyway. I'm not sure if it was possible. It looks like it might have been like a 10 or something if I had to eyeball it. Whereas advancing them gets them up the board, it makes them the highest priority. The only issue is, and this is kind of an unavoidable issue, I don't think it's an issue with what Steven's doing. Whatever unit pushes up the middle is just going to take a ton of pain from those Eradicators just sitting there shooting out. But again, we'll see how it goes from here. If Steven's going to push up the Plague Drones, yeah, I love what he's doing here. If you're going to push one thing, just push all of it and just make them deal with you.
Way. Got him here. I'm gonna advance these plague bears right here, the metal ones. They're feeling it today. Nice 10-inch.
Yep.
Some around the objective. Just cuddle around the tree. For the drop pod. Spread these guys out a little bit more that way. Just be safe. Drop pod. Tokyo Drift Slimucks. Move these guys over this way. Character block now. Move him over this way so I can get more rebel points. I'm gonna advance the beast.
Okay.
Oh, that's cocked. 6, so 12 inches.
They're loving it.
So right by the tree. So you have, how many units do you have in this quarter? 1, 2, 3. So another one up behind the wall.
There is another one behind the wall as long as they're within they're totally within.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 4.
4. So we actually become tied. 1, 2, 3. I actually have it either way. 5. After I move him, keep up. All right. End of movement. Let's see. I can't do banner and data scry salvage. That's annoying.
Not with the same unit.
Yeah. All right. I'll data scry salvage with them first. Just set up for that. Psychic now. Demon Prince is going to Ritual.
Yep.
Getting a 4. Getting 11.
Okay.
Right. So that's 3 points. Good. 3, 7, 12. Shooting. Oh wait, no, I still have more psychic. So Grand Clean One's going to attempt to cast Fleshy Abundance to make the Plague Drones +1 toughness. Needing a 7. Paraling, I will reroll that, going down to 2 CP.
Okay.
Failing it, but not perils. It's annoying.
What's their normal toughness? 5?
6.
6.
Trying to get him to T7. And then he'll just throw a smite into the first row of infiltrators.
Okay.
Getting it with a 5.
Yep.
3 mortals.
Okay. Let me think about which one I want to go with this. Yeah. Okay.
All right. It's an impossible charge because of the forest.
Your wings let you ignore the forest, actually.
No, his foot's in it. His foot was touching it, so you would have to charge.
Oh,
the
you mean
forest.
for me?
No, I'm talking about me.
You ignore the forest because you fly.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, heard.
Dense cover or difficult ground does not affect models that fly.
Let's try a hero charge with the Demon Prince.
Okay.
Needing a 9. Getting with a 10.
Got it.
I think both players have displayed excellent sportsmanship so far, but a nice bit of sportsmanship from Ken, especially there, pointing out to his opponent that, yeah, he actually had a roll to ignore the dense penalty.
+1 damage, so it's going to be AP3 4 damage. Ignore modifications to the damage, so feel no pains and wound caps.
Okay. And how many attacks does he have?
6 base with the sword, then he gets 1 more with his claw.
Ah, I see. I'm gonna spend a CP to transhuman.
Alrighty.
Because you don't have any rerolls to wound, right?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Alright. 6 attacks, hitting on 2s. All hit.
I'll hit.
4 ups. The transhuman mattered a lot. You got 2 coming in, AP3.
AP3, so 6 ups. I save 1, and my Helix Gauntlet will nullify the other.
Yep. And then Malefic Claw. Hits. Wounds.
AP.
I think it's AP2. Let me double check real quick.
Sure.
Both things die before I get there, so.
Yeah, those infiltrators can be sneaky tough.
It's AP1 2 damage.
So this is a 4 up, which I failed. So it kills the one.
Right. And that burnt the Helix Gauntlet.
It refreshes each turn.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah. It's once per turn.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So end of turn.
So I do get to fight back here.
Yep.
Yeah. 10 attacks. No melee weapon, but 10 attacks. 3s, 6s explode for my chapter tactic, but I didn't roll any 6s. 5 hits. T7.
T7.
So 5s to wound. 2 wounds. No
Alrighty.
AP.
5 up.
Yes. You don't have any AP anyway.
If
care about
you
it,
get
yeah.
through, he's down to 6 wounds.
Is he 4 up against shooting, 5 up against melee?
Yep.
Cool. So I think that's the end of the turn. They're okay on morale. They only lost 2.
Yep. I have Reality Rebels, so corner, quadrant.
What do you have holy within this one? I
Tree,
guess,
we're
yeah.
tied.
Yep, we're tied. Okay. So 1, 2, 3,
4.
and then 4. Yep.
Yep.
So 4 for Reality Rebels. You did your first ritual.
Yep.
You didn't raise a banner yet, did you?
I did not raise banner. I did the Data Scry Salvage
Yep.
instead.
And so that'll score you 2.
Yep.
So 2 data intercept. It's going to come to me. I hold 2 for 4 primary.
All right.
Because this is a hold 2, hold 3.
Yep.
All right. So it's to me. Those are still sticky.
Or I'll check. -1 leadership for demons, so exactly the 6th thing you're on.
Oh, you give me -1 leadership?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So on a 6,
Yep.
they're good.
Okay.
Is that just within like 6 inches of all demons or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can give you
okay.
the exact range real quick.
So we each go up a CP. It's a new battle round, so potentially I can get a.
Yeah, it's within 6 inches.
Okay. It's a new battle round, so potentially I can get another CP back.
Yep. Warp Storm table. 2, 4,
Yep.
6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. This is the Scrivener.
Yep.
In 1 unit. And then there's a unit, and is there a character here?
Nope.
No. And then the Biopiper's over there. Oh, and the Demon Prince, obviously. Okay. So those are the, okay. So I do have my pod. Might be a good turn for him. Oh, that Demon Prince is kind of in the way.
That was kind of the plan. Like, I'll sacrifice a prince to keep the pod away.
Yeah, I might have to put the pod down over here. So let's say if I put the pod down there, I can still reach the grid. Might be the way. Other choice is to bring the pod here. I don't like those beasts. What's the save on the beast?
Same 4 up, 5 up.
Okay. Same as the plague bearers and the
Yep.
plague drones. Is that everything except the great unclean ones? Like a 4 up, 4 up? Is that right?
4 up, 5 up.
Oh, 4 up, 5 up too.
Yep.
So it's only the Gnarl Maw that's different.
Yep. Well, and the Nurglings that you already mushed.
Oh, they were made to be mushed. They probably enjoyed it, to be honest.
I mean, all we know is they smiled along the way.
Okay. Do plague bearers still just have 1 attack?
2 attacks.
2 attacks. What's their weapon profile?
AP 2, 1 damage. 6 is auto wound.
What's their strength?
Strength 5.
That's not bad at all.
Let me double check. It might be strength 4. I believe it's strength 5.
I know they're strength 4 times 5 base, but
That might be right. It's been a long day.
I get it.
Yeah, major respect to Steven for battling with this army. Again, it's all about synergy, so many different stats. Definitely one of the more mentally taxing armies in the game to play. I think he made an interesting choice to send the Demon Prince forward. I'm not saying interesting in kind of like a wink-wink that was a bad play. It's genuinely an interesting choice. It does push the pod out, for better or worse, so it's not a huge deal. Counterpoint, I think you're almost okay if the pod comes somewhere close and you can charge it, and then become immune from shooting. And the issue is, yeah, with access to 1 CP transhuman, Demon Princes they're eternally disappointing. Into targets that have access to transhuman, they just don't really do anything. Especially infiltrators with the free Helix Gauntlet, which is a little bit silly. But yeah, a little bit of bad luck on the dice there from Steven. Probably should have killed 1 or 2 more. Maybe 1 more with the transhuman. But I don't know. My only worry is there's only 2 Psychers in the list, which makes Warp Ritual always a little bit sketchy, and one of them, I'm guessing, again, the Demon Prince, no disrespect to him, very likely he dies this turn, that far forward with no character protection. Another thing I think would have been cool to see Slimex stay a little bit further back and just kind of, if we're not going to use his ability, maybe do the action on the back objective. But it's almost hard to say in hindsight. You know, it's easy to say in hindsight. I think Steven made a great choice with 1 unit on the back objective to take the free points from the mission secondary, which guaranteed him 2 points, over 1 point of banner. Because you can always do the banner later with that. You can figure that out later. Whereas not taking free points on the board while you have them, I think that would have been a mistake. So yeah, I like the move by Steven, and we'll see how this turn plays out. Also, I know it's not a great angle, but can we all give a little bit of love to that display board, that classic Nurgle, color scheme really feels like you're walking in the garden of Nurgle, in the swamp of Nurgle. Always good to see a beautiful display board.
Hey.
Oh no. Vanguard Vets. Beast of the March.
Part of the issue, just at like a high level in this matchup here, is that a lot of the Nurgle demons' toughness is built in from having a pretty high toughness and wound count per point. Things like Plague Bearers, they get 2 T5 wounds for 13 points. That's pretty darn good. You're paying, 6.5 points for a T5 body with an invuln. Plague Drones, you get 5 T6 wounds for 40 points. That's pretty darn good. But part of the issue is Ken's list specifically. The Vanguard Vets, wounding on 5s, they don't care about your access to transhuman stratagem. And they just have a massive volume of attacks. They're going to be hitting on 2s, 6s explode, and full wound rerolls, and every wound roll of a 6 can explode with the stratagem. So really the damage output can get honestly kind of, it's like perfectly designed to cut through Nurgle demons. Now, Steven still has plenty of play, but it's definitely looking a little bit uphill early for the Nurgle demons, and it's not any fault of Steven, not a fault of Ken, it's just simply the way the army matches up. I think almost a more traditional Iron Hands like shooty list with more Eradicators, more Devastators, whatever, something like that, like some Gladiators. I think Steven would have almost rather have seen that, because this Iron Hands list can really, really brawl in melee. But again, they're going to roll dice. They're both going to keep playing very well, and we'll see how things actually shake out in practice. Yes, Sinner in the chat. That's a great point. Iron Hands are honestly, again, demons are pretty good on the whole. They're a very strong army right now overall. Nurgle demons specifically haven't really gotten the same love. I think they're better than people think. And I think Steven, I gotta give him a lot of credit. He took him to 2-0. He clearly understands the army very well. But there's a very clear kind of difference in army strength tiers here. But I think Steven came up with a good game plan. He's implementing the game plan well. So again, they're going to keep playing the best of their abilities, and we'll see how things shake out.
See what we still got over here. Gonna advance these boys.
Alright. Another squad of Vanguard vets there.
There's just infiltrators and a lieutenant in that building. If you're
Got it. So you have another surprise in there.
All right, I appreciate bacon normal cake. always got the bands. Coming in here, we're all praying for Steven to just roll all those 4s against those guns. Listen, I couldn't agree more. Let's send some energy Steven's way, because this is the Sons of Medusa pain turn right here. This is the turn, no one's playing around anymore. All the guns are coming down, and I think we're gonna see. I think based on how many Nurgle demons are alive at the end of this turn, will give us a pretty good indication of how the later turns are going to go. I mean, listen, turn 1, it lost part of a tree and 1 unit Nurglings. If that happens again, I think we're all going to be very happy to see it. Yeah.
All right. Drop in the pod.
Oh no, bad news. Not only is the drop pod coming down, but I see in the chat, Iron Hands have actually pulled ahead. We're at 54% votes for the Iron Hands. I mean, that is, oh man, we're guys, what's going on, everyone? We need to send Nurgle our energy right now. We need to send all these beautiful Nurgle demons of all stripes, all of our love. Not a fan of this negativity. Oh no, it's not. Man. Just a reminder, there's, I think, 6 total Meltas and 4 Grav Cannons among those 10 devs. So one thing that's also very interesting, if you play against Iron Hands, watch out for this. Devastators have free weapons, except for Meltas, which cost 10, which is still a great value. But the Sergeants can also take a free Thunderhammer as of the latest points update. So actually, random Devastator Sergeants are actually kind of scary, because they're going to have, I think 1 attack base, or 2 because they're a Sergeant, plus Shock Assault. And in this list, for example, they get +1 to hit, exploding 6s. I mean, that one random Dev Sergeant can randomly bonk a bunch of Marines or a character if you're not careful. So yeah, if you ever go for a play where you're like tagging Devastators, watch out. Devastators are not as inept in combat as they should be, or you're probably used to. I'm seeing in the chat we're getting some love for Slaanesh Demons. You love to see it. You genuinely love to see it. Let's see here. Now, Cake is running Slaanesh plus War Dogs. Love it. Sinner is running 3 War Dogs plus Demonettes and Fiends. Yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong. 2 great things, War Dogs and Slaanesh Demons, combine them, and you're looking at something really, really spicy. The trio, Keeper, Shalaxi, Big Z, love it. Going big. That's what I love about Slaanesh Demons. You can go small with a lot of Demonettes and Fiends. You can go big. I think the Keepers, I think Shalaxi in particular is a great data sheet, and Big Z, I mean, the mortal wound output when you roll hot. Beautiful. Okay, let's take it back to the players, because we have a big shooting phase coming up.
Crack grenade. Hits. Does not wound. Crack grenade.
Yep, -1 to hit, get a tree.
No. Here, am I really going to kill a beast? Yeah, I'm going to attack the beast.
Alright, -1 to hit because of the tree.
Yep, 4 is to hit on the Melta. Good talk. And 4 is to hit on the Assault Cannon. Rerolling 1s.
T6.
Okay, strength 6, so these are 4s. 4 wounds on
Yep.
the beast.
Sounds good. 1 gets through.
Okay, so he's down to 6.
All right.
That wasn't a great start.
It's
Hold off
1
on the
damage?
Eradicator. It's 1 damage.
Okay.
That's correct. Oh.
Part of the issue with this matchup on this mission is that looking for the Nurgle Demons, of course, again, because I have to root for them. No offense to Ken, but as a Chaos player. On a mission like the Scouring, where you can probably hold 2 of your objectives, then just kind of trade over the middle, that's okay. On this mission, you have to go wide, and you're basically always exposed to guns, and it just becomes a bloodbath on the center objectives. Now, Nurgle Demons can handle guns better than most, but also the issue is they don't really have a mechanism to stop those guns shooting with like their own shooting at any point. So, Definitely not a favorable mission. Oh, nice. I'm seeing some Seeker love in the chat. Yeah, Seekers, 1 CP for full hit rerolls, amazing with Hysterical Frenzy, drops 71 attacks with full hit rerolls and exploding 6s. It gets really, really obscene. I like a 10 brick out of Deep Strike. I like small units on the board. Yeah, Seekers are a great, great data sheet.
Drop pod at the tree.
Oh no, I forgot the drop pod shoots.
1 hit. Oops. Doesn't wound. All right, so I have left these boys, and these boys, and these boys.
Yep.
So how do I want to do this?
I mean, nothing really Nurgle has actually come off the board at all in the shooting phase. Like, all things considered, this is kind of the best case scenario.
All right.
Yeah. He is gonna flame. He's gonna flame the Demon Prince.
Okay.
He's gonna crack missile the drones, and he's gonna Volkite the Gnarl Maw.
Sounds good.
Here's the Volkite into the Gnarl Maw. 4s, rerolling 1s. 3 additional attacks. 1 of which hits. So 4 hits total.
All right.
Looking for 5s to wound. Rerolling from the Lieutenant. There's a mortal wound.
Oh, rip trajectory. All right.
The Flamer into the Demon Prince.
Sounds good.
3 shots.
All right.
5s to wound, rerolling 1s. 2 wounds.
Alrighty. Whoops. Fail 1, damage.
1.
1, all right, down to 5.
And then crack missiles into the Plague Drones. Rerolling 1s because it's heavy. That triggers an additional attack.
Yep.
Which hits.
Yeah, they're no longer minus 1 to
because
hit.
the tree's done. Toughness 6, strength 8, so 3s.
Yep.
Rerolling 1s from Lieutenant. 3 wounds.
All right, 4 ups. Fail 1, damage.
D6.
Alrighty. 5. That just completely nukes a drone.
How many wounds are there?
5 wounds each.
Oh, perfect. All right. So I still have Devastators, Lieutenant, and the Eradicators, and the Aggressors. That Demon Prince really needs to die. So I am going to shoot the Eradicators into him. He has 5 wounds left. So the orange will be... Or do I risk the Aggressors? These are the Plague Bears are T5, right?
T5.
So let's see. So the Aggressors, no minus to hit here. So we're looking at like 18 hits, like 6 wounds. Yeah, they're not going to kill him. So yep, the Aggressors will shoot the Demon Prince. Orange or Heavy Melta. Jeff's line.
Yeah.
Orange or Heavy Melta. 3s. We're rolling 1s because they're heavy. And then 3s because it's strength 8.
All right.
We're rolling 1s from the Lieutenant. So 3 Heavy Melta that are going to be D6 plus 4. 1
You did
multi
the Demon
Melta.
Prince?
Yeah.
All right. 4 ups. Give me them. Give me it. All right, 1 gets through.
That's D6 plus 4 already.
Oh, rip. Yeah. Yep, min damage killed him. Tragic. He did his job. He made the drop pod go farther away.
What?
He did his job. He made you get the drop pod
He
over
did.
there.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with Steven's logic there. I definitely get what he's saying. But also, a drop pod can be a beautiful saving grace for a melee army against a very shooty army. So, as always, there's pros and cons. I do think Ken's a definitely experienced player. I don't think he was going to give a very easy charge in the drop pod, but I always like having it down on the field somewhere. It's a good feeling.
Yeah.
These are my Frag Storms. So that's 6 shots plus 6 for each. That's 24 shots total. 8, 12, 16, 24.
All right, minus 1 to hit.
Yep, so these are going to be 4s and then 5s. And then 5s. These are rerolling 1s from the lieutenant. Oh no, the lieutenant moved. Just 3 wounds on the plague bearers.
All right, 4 ups. These are 1 damage each, right?
Correct.
All right, 1 dies.
All right, so I have these eradicators and I have the devs. These eradicators, they're going to go after the Beast of Nurgle.
All right, -1 hit due to the Warp Storm.
Yeah. So those are the heavy Melta, these are the regular Melta. So 4s rerolling 1s.
All right.
Two misses. And then strength 8, toughness 6, right?
Yep.
So 3s. So just 4 heavy Meltas.
Alrighty. 4s. 2 get through.
Okay. These are d6 plus 2 each.
All right.
First one, 6 damage.
All right, kills the first one.
And the next one can't. I guess I could. I need a 5 or 6. It's a 4.
All right.
Do I CP it? What do I have left? I just have the devs. I don't think I have any range. I don't. Now what the heck? I'll CP it. My new roll. So I need a 5 or 6 to kill one.
Oh, you kill it.
So that's 6 plus 2 is 8.
No, man, 2 beasts down with 2 Melta failed saves. That is pretty brutal. You do hate to see it. What's interesting about this list is, man, I feel like if that one piece had survived heal to full, it gives a very real counterpunch that can hang out in that side of the board, you know, charge the speeder, kill it, and then, you know, kind of control that area for a while. Now the Nurgle Demons are looking a little bit light there. I guess the Plague Bearers could walk forward. Like, it's actually really tough for Nurgle Demons to kill things like Vanguard Vets with shields, you know? So, we'll see how it goes from here.
It's army-wide.
No, I mean, so if I'm shooting, if some of my units in range, within 12 and some of it's not.
Oh, it'd probably be model-wide then.
Oh, I mean, do you have the rule? We can look at it.
Yeah.
Because the multi-melta guy is within 12 and nobody else is.
Use this effect to start your opponent's shooting phase until the end of the phase. Each time a range attack is made against a Legion demon unit in your army, if the attacker is more than 12 inches away, subtract 1 from the hit roll.
So I guess it's by model. Attacker's kind of vague, but
yeah.
All right, so the Melta is going to be within, and everything else is going to take the penalty. So here's the 2-up Melta hitting on 2s.
All right.
Rerolling 1s because it's heavy. Wounding on 4s because you're transhuman.
Yep.
Rerolling 1s from the lieutenant. 1 wound from the Melta.
All right, 4.
Good. Now the Grav, 12 shots.
Okay, the 4s are swinging back around. Happy to see the Plague Drones surviving. The Grav is really not efficient into Plague Drones that are T6 with a 4-up invuln. So, it looks like the worst of the shooting phase is over. I'm curious, how bad did people think that was? Were they expecting more damage, less damage? Let me know. I'm really curious what other people think.
Alrighty. 2 get through, so 2 damage, 1's down to 3. I will put it on this guy over here.
Alright. I'm going to use the Cherub to reload the 2-up Ballistic Skill Melta and shoot again into the drones.
Fair and balanced.
4s because you're transhuman. Rerolling 1s from the lieutenant. 2 wounds.
Alright, let's see some more 4-ups.
There you go. Boxcars.
Alrighty.
Right. Over here. He's out. This is actually kind of getting close. I think think he's out, and he's in, and he's in. So this squad, I'm going to have 2 Meltas that are in, and the rest that are out.
All right.
All right. So I'm going to move on to the other dev squad. Same target.
All right,
the
sounds
plague
good.
drones. Can you bring back a plague drone
I can with the bell, yes.
with the bell? Just one?
Just one, and be back at full wounds.
Yeah. Okay, yep, I'll continue on. Okay, so I'm going to give 2 up ballistic skill to one of the Meltas that's within 12. That'll be the orange one. This will be, I guess I need 3 colors. These will be the Melta that's not 2 up, but is within 12. And then these will be the Melta that's not 2 up and is not within 12. So it's going to be 2s, 3s, 4s.
Got it.
So these are the Meltas into the plague drone.
All right.
You're rolling 1s because it's heavy. That was basically exactly the breakdown of shots I didn't need. The one that needed 4s hit on rolled 2 3s, and the ones that needed 3s rolled 2 2s.
And the other ones
and the
rolled
one that
4s.
needed 2s rolls 2 4s. 4s. 1 Melta wound.
Alrighty. Oh, yeah.
Got it.
Nurgle wills it.
The grab. We're rolling 1s. Nothing. And then I'll reload the 2 up Melta and shoot it again.
Alrighty.
2 hits. 4s. 2 wounds.
All right. Keep the 4 up train rolling.
I can't do anything about that.
This box stars into box stars. Like.
All right. Charges.
Okay.
These Vanguard vets are going to charge the Plague Bears.
Sounds good.
It's a 3, but that's going to be all they need. And they're just going to get kind of just barely here.
Yeah, stay away from the beast.
Stay away from the beasts until their pile-in move. Over here, Vanguard vets are going to charge the Plague Bearers. It's also a 3. All right. Combat.
All right.
So, let's start here.
All right, sounds good. I don't have any CP to interrupt if that's what you're trying to think
Yeah.
about.
So I'm going to spend a CP for 6s to wound explode.
Yep.
Do I get my CP back? Nope. So I'm out of CP as well. All right.
Now we're playing fair Warhammer.
So I'm going to have 20 attacks here. This is the one without a sergeant. On the charge, I'm hitting on 2s. 6s explode. Okay, that many misses. 1, 2 explosions.
Yep. And 6 is to wound explode too.
Yep, and I'm wounding on 5.
Yep.
Rerolling. All right. Just 3 6s and no 5s. Reroll all of these again. So that's 10. And then for 5s, that's 5 more. So I'm at 15 wounds.
Alrighty. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. $5. Let's see a miracle. One damage each, correct?
Correct.
Alright, dead. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half. 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half.
I think you only picked up 5.
2, 4, 5. You are absolutely correct.
I think you were confused because I shot 1.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. Coming over here. Relic Blade first. 2s, 6s explode. I'll hit, no explosions. Strength 7, so 3s. 2 that are 2 damage.
kills a Plague Bear, and it's in this squad over here.
Yep. And then the lightning claws. Right. So the ones miss. Each 6 explodes.
All good to see in the chat. And yeah, I mean, this stuff's just fun to talk about. Trust me, no one should ever take any offense. This is just, it's a fun hobby. Always a lot to talk about, always a lot to think about. But yeah, I will say that, let's see here. Honestly, I like the change. I do wish, my one change is I think we should get a free Relic and Warlord trait. Then it gets really stingy. But I do like the change. Stops people from front loading turn 1. Spreads it out over the course of the game. I do think it is better for the game overall when people have to pace out their CP instead of trying to do wombo combos turn 1. Yeah, no, I think more granularity is always good. More CP, more differences in stratagem cost. That's probably be a net positive for the game.
All right. Like this. So 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 7 altogether. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hitting on 4s. So 3 hits, 1 auto wound, and 1 more wound. AP2, 1 damage.
So 4 ups. I'm good.
All right. And then over yonder.
I do apologize. It's my first time, manning the camera. I am trying to get smoother with the transitions, but we'll see how it goes. The issue is these Vanguard vets just do such outrageous damage to Nurgle demons. Full wound rerolls into an army trying to be built around, medium toughness. The issue is, honestly, the Iron Hands Vanguard vets are actually kind of cracked. Because they have a 1 CP stratagem. Every 6 to wound counts as an additional wound. So say you roll, you've got 1 attack. Let's say you roll 6 to wound. You hit, you roll 6 to wound. They have to make 2 saves of that same attack. And with the Lightning Claws, the math gets actually kind of crazy because you get a ton of exploding attacks, and you're also getting exploding attacks on the hit roll. And the damage is just outrageous. Oh, great question, Kit. Thanks for joining the chat, buddy. We are on turn 2. Let me go ahead and update that. Let's see here. We have currently, so basically, summary of the game for people just tuning in. Iron Hands went first, didn't do a lot of damage. They killed a unit of Nurglings on an objective, charged with Vanguard vets, and they did like 6 damage to a Gnarlmaw, so really very little. The issue is the Nurgle demons pushed out and did absolutely no damage, like no real damage to the Iron Hands, and then turn 2, the pod came down, everyone finished stepping out of buildings, and the damage has been a little out of control. Cool. I'll take a quick break to step away, go consult with the players, look at their score sheet, and make sure that the score sheet on the screen has been updated. Yeah, Kit, the combination of Exploding 6s to hit and to wound, and the full wound rerolls procs Exploding 6s to wound so often. I remember someone did the math, like a unit of Iron Hands Vanguard vets can end up doing like 14 wounds to a T8 Knight, even on the 6s to wound, because they just proc so much damage. Really an outrageously good unit, and it's kind of cool to Ken to run a more aggressive Iron Hands list. It's okay, Kit. You're welcome anytime, anywhere we are. Cool. I'm stepping away to go double check their score and make sure the screen's updated.
I have another drone here. So, Grand Clean One's going to revive a single drone.
Okay. So that'll get you to 8 primary.
They are not OBSEC, so I won't actually get it. I lose the OBSEC at the command phase.
Oh.
He's not in range to give it to him, unfortunately.
So you are going to be at 4.
Yeah, I'm going to be at 4. I was checking.
I'm out of the way. I'm just a fly on the wall.
Okay.
Try and get a picture of the score sheet to update for everyone else.
Yeah, I'm out of range to give him OBSEC, unfortunately. So over here, reviving, I roll 7d6 and I get 1 back on each 6.
Yep.
2, 4, 6, 7. Praise Nurgle. Apparently nothing. Unfortunate. Alright. I didn't do banners last time. Alright, so he's out of range of everything.
Are the beasts, I don't know if they have like crazy low morale or something. They're okay?
Yeah, they're good. Alright, movement.
Beasts are leadership 7, so they can fail on exactly a 6.
Oh, they could?
They actually
Okay.
can fail.
Okay.
It's a 4.
That would have been unfortunate if I rolled a 6. Alright, movement now. I think that Plague Bear needs some backup.
Cool. Working on getting the score sheet updated. I'm actually really curious. I want to hear other people's thoughts. I know Joe from Wargames Live. We all love him. Absolute legend of the 40K scene. His attitude is he will never jump into a game. I think I prefer a more active judging role in the sense of if I notice something right away and I can fix something that like just happened, I'm happy to jump in. Obviously being respectful of the players and always assuming the best of intentions. Now, if I notice something later, yeah, the game's already moved on, that's fine. I will sit here silently, not say anything, and let the players keep playing their game. But like if I notice something like right away, like they thought they didn't have to roll morale, I'm like, hey, just because they were talking about it, came up, I was like, hey, on exactly 6, they can technically fail. How do people feel about that? I'm actually really curious. And yeah, that's the issue. Nurgle is like a hair below the durability they need. It's almost they'd be better if they were like more durable, if they were a little bit more killy, so they had like a little bit of shooting to like take away some guns, because taking guns for 5 turns is no fun. Whereas if you're slightly less durable, but you're able to actually pick up their damage, I mean obviously you understand this, Kit, but like for everyone else, if you're able to pick up their damage as the game goes on, so you're not taking the same sustained damage for 5 turns, that's its own form of durability. So.
Alright,
Have 1 CP.
yeah, we're both at 1 CP. Psychic, Grand Clean one's gonna attempt a ritual. Getting a 4. Getting it. That puts me up to 7 points for Psychic Ritual.
Yep.
Alright, that's it for Psychic. Shooting. So he's actually in range to shoot a Fluvier at him, and he's also going to puke on him.
Okay.
So let's do a Fluvier first. So it's
So what are the profiles on these two?
So a Fluvier is the relic flail. So it's 3d3 shots, AP 3 damage, and the damage spells over.
3d3 damage. 3. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
All right. So 2, 4, 5 shots. Hitting on 3s. 4 hits. Toughness on them?
4.
4. Threes. Okay. You're looking at 2 at -3.
4 pinballs.
Yep.
Made 1, failed 1.
So 3 damage and it spills over.
Yeah. So it kills 1, and then 1 guy takes a wound.
Yep. All right. Now the puke flamer, 1 shot.
Seeing a question in the chat, why do people call it Psychic Ritual? Honest answer is I think we're all still a little salty about not being able to take Psychic Interrogation anymore. So it's just a little bit of resentment spilling over.
So plague drones are going to shoot their death heads. Shoot them here.
Okay.
So D3 shots each. So 2, 4, 5 D3. So 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 shots. Well, 10 total to shoot. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Hitting on fourth. Toughness 4.
Yep.
So you're looking at 2 at AP 1, 1 damage.
4 ups. All right, so one's going to be the Helix Gauntlet, and one's going to deal the damage.
All right. All right. I think it's time to charge. So you got 1 CP, so you can't do your crazy Overwatch.
That's correct.
You don't have CP to interrupt either, so this is maybe a point. Beast is going to charge into them.
Yep. And a 5.
5. Here. That keeps us equal there.
Okay, so we're sitting here, 19 votes in. We're looking at 58% R in hands. Man, I'm so disappointed. It's not the energy we needed. We needed 100% votes for Nurgle Demons. I get it. People are voting with their brains, not their hearts. But a little part of me is still disappointed.
I don't think I make it.
I don't think
I
so.
do not. All right. Great Unclear. Declare a charge here. Getting a 6. Getting it with a 7. I believe that's it for charges. Yeah. So that's it for charges. Fight phase. Let's go Beast and Nurgle first into them. So you get 6 attacks.
Okay.
2, 4, 5, 6. 6s don't go to wounds. It just says 2 mortals instead.
Yep.
Hitting on 4s. So we got 1 going to mortal wounds. Then 2 normal. You got 1 at -2, and they're 2 damage.
Here's the -2. Saved it, so I just take 2 mortals.
Yep. All right. Let's go into the Great Unclean one next. Boop. All right. You get 6 attacks with the bell. Hitting on 2s. 1 fail. Winning on 3s. So you got 3 at -1, 2 damage.
These are 3 ups. They're all dead. Would have jammed my assault cannon.
And let's move the Great Unclean one a little up that way. All right, you do get the first fight over here.
Yeah. All right, so here's my Relic Blade.
Yeah. I think Steven on the whole has done a fantastic job of playing in a very difficult matchup and still focus on finding points where he can, focus on finding ways to squeeze out some efficiency. That being said, I don't fully understand why these Plague Bearers stayed in combat, because like well, hold up, let's see here. It's only 3, I think. Let me check. I mean, still, it feels like a fight they're not going to win in the long run. I would have rather probably fallen back. I don't know. It's a small thing. It's not a huge deal. It's not going to win or lose the game. Yeah. again, also I know I talked about it earlier, but just really appreciate how thematic and how cool this whole Nurgle army is painted. This is really just exactly what you're looking to see out of the hobby. Now, one cool thing about these Plague Bearers is I do wonder if that guy that, the first guy that fell over, if there was a way for him to pile in and consolidate onto the objective, or it's probably too far away. It's probably too far away. I would have liked to have seen Steven at least kind of measure and just see if that's an option. But also, again, he's got a lot on his mind. There's a lot of fights going on all over the board. Normal Cake, we're only seeing the great and clean one from the back. Here, Cake, if you want a better view, I'm happy to serve up a little cake for all of you. Really cool model. Really cool model. Love the beasts. Great and clean one. All right, that's as close as we're going to get. Stop. Stop. The camera is going autonomous. I can't stop it. The camera is going of its own free will. Cool. Let's get back to the action over there. See what's going on. I just found out I can also zoom in on this camera, which is really cool. I mean, let's talk about how beautiful these Plague drones are. Again, I don't think the full shades are coming up. I love the shade of almost toxic green used for the base. It really feels like they're flying at you directly from Nurgle's garden. Cool. I will head over there, put it back on the player mics, and walk over to update the score sheets.
I didn't get shock tactics next turn. I'd like to remedy that. Taking this. This is my die. All right. So the great unclean one. $22 wounds at T9. Is there anything else? You said -1 damage in melee.
-1 damage in melee and -1 to hit in melee too.
-1 to hit.
Within 6 inches of them.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay. So the land speeder has to come in, so I'm just gonna set him to the
beginning
side.
of the battle round, warp storm table.
Yep. And we're just gonna go up to 2 CP.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. Oof.
Okay.
Score update, you guys carry on.
All right. So this becomes sticky again. There's Plague Bear is one character, Plague Bear is one character, Plague Bear is one character.
Yep.
And you got your Beast drones, one Plague Bearer, and one character front and center. So symmetry here. Okay. Them and him. Yeah, there we go. There we go. My Devastators better plan on avenging themselves on those Plague drones after last turn.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, luckily I got the cherubs out of them, so.
Yeah, I mean, they might not do any better. We don't know, but I'd like to think. They'll pull it together. Is it just a 3-inch heroic on the?
Yeah, Grand Clan one's only 3 inches, Beast is 6.
Cool. Well, Ken's taking some time to plan his turn. Figured this would be a great time to talk about some other armies of the event. We've got a really good mix. All 4 gods are represented. And yes, Cake, we do have a Disciples of Be'lakor player here. So today we've basically picked matchups from the undefeateds that look the most fun. Tomorrow we will be streaming the top table. I do reserve the right to use some discretion. Like, say there's 2 tables with both 3-0 army. Say there's 2 tables that both have 2 3-0 players playing. I will use some discretion for the one I think would make the most fun matchup. Like, for example, say there's knights going into Votann or Guard. I think there's a good chance that that matchup could be over in 1 or 2 turns. So I'll probably pick the other matchup over that if I think there's a game that'll make for more 5 great turns. Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, we're here to watch a competitive tournament. We're also here to have fun, hang out, enjoy the hobby together. I want to make sure people get a game that's worth watching. So yeah, we'll pick tomorrow based on the matchups. But yeah, today was a little bit more fun-based. Tomorrow we are going to more of a top table focus on the streams, but there's still a ton of really great Chaos armies here, and you know me, I'm biased. If I can choose the Chaos army will still fit in the top table criteria, you know damn well that's happening. Cool. See, worst player ever. Oh man, would have loved to have had you here. But yeah, I know Westminster, it's an amazing location here. In terms of the the store itself, the gaming area, I love playing here. But yeah, it's not like in a major city per se, so I know some people have trouble getting here or finding time off. But I will say for anyone watching, the whole Tables and Towers setup will eventually be Warhammer, but we'll call it Tables and Towers for now. It really is one of the best places to play on the East Coast here. The staff are knowledgeable about competitive play, and you kind of use tables that give all types of armies good experiences. The events here are well supported. Get some great players here. I know we've got, at today's event, we've got Mark Ertl, we've got Anthony Vanella, we've got TJ Lanigan, we've got a few of the biggest names in 40K, all here rolling dice with us. And up and down, I've seen basically everyone here. I've seen great sportsmanship. Just kind of, at a good event, you walk around, you're just picking up good vibes, you're seeing people laughing, you're seeing people having fun. Especially watch the last 2 games on stream. A lot of, looks like the camera zoned out a tiny bit. But some of the best sportsmanship I've ever seen, and even this game. Both players obviously a little bit more, thoughtful and more focused on thinking rather than talking as much, but they're still playing with a lot of sportsmanship, super friendly, playing a very clean game. Yeah, so Tables and Towers, really enjoy playing here. And hope to see you, worst player ever, and everyone else at future events. Sinner and Cake, I don't know what to tell you. I think what you have to do is go ahead and win so many events in Australia or the EU that you build up this truly massive prize support fund and can use that to pay for tickets. So, only recommendation I have. Oh, only 20 minutes away. Awesome. Well, we'll probably cross paths at some point. Let's see here. Also do want to give a shout out to Anthony Birdsong, former owner, a great player in his own right. I should have mentioned him, a really great player and accomplished player in his own right. Actually, he generously offered to host me while I flew in town from Colorado. So stayed at his place last night. We actually ended up watching some Cocaine Bear. Just good times and enjoying all the friendly faces here in Westminster. Cool, let's take it back to the players and see if we can catch some more of Ken's thoughts. Ken's a very experienced player. He's very methodical when he plays. I've played him before. We had a couple of really great games. So yeah, I'm always eager to hear what he thinks about a matchup.
All right. So I got these infiltrators, and I have Lieutenant. He's an easy decision. Infiltrators. I'm actually gonna do this. Data intercept back here.
All right.
And let's go. So shooting. Those infiltrators over there are going to shoot the plague bears.
All right.
If you did the -1 to hit, they are within 12 over
Yeah,
there.
they are within 12 though.
6 is auto wound.
Yep.
5s. So 5 wounds on the plague bears.
All right. Fail 1.
There you go. Crack grenade from the Vanguard vets into the plague drones.
All right.
Hits. Strength 6, toughness 6.
Yep.
Doesn't work.
Hold up. Legendary moment. I've just noticed the voting. We're up to 25 votes, and amazingly, the energy has come through. Warhammer fans have delivered. We're up to 52% votes for the Nurgle Demons to win this game. Listen, I always respect people that go with their heart over their gut. And listen, we've got a lot of heart, a lot of energy supporting these Nurgle Demons. Now, we know would I bet my house on it? Probably not. But it's awesome to see here. And Nurgle Demons are one of those armies that even people that don't play them are just like, oh, it's so cool to see Nurgle Demons on the tabletop. So even when players of other factions are sending you their energy, you know it's a fun army to root for. All right, 7's in the chat. Come on, let's keep the good times going.
No, wait a minute. I'm going to go here. He's going to shoot the beast.
All right.
The beast gets -1 from the maw, right?
Yeah, from the tree, yeah.
Yeah. So -1, so this is 4s with a multi-melta. 2 hits. And 3s. 1 wound.
All right, 4. It's good. Nurgle wills it.
And the assault cannon. Those are misses. And strength 6, toughness 6, 4s. 3 wounds from the assault cannon.
All right.
1 damage each.
All right, down to 4.
Huh. That was like the intermediate result. Let's go to the aggressors and shoot the beast.
All right.
4. So frag storms. 13.
Yep.
Plus 18 is 31. 7, 10. 21. So this plus 10.
All right.
4s to hit.
Cool, great question, WPE. Let me go ahead and take a look. Let's see here. Oh, first, Blake asked for a list. That is a great question. Great question, Blake. Let's go ahead and get that list pulled up in the chat for you. Now, I don't have a way to copy from BCP directly, so I'll more summarize it in the chat. Let's see here. Cool. So I will say, I did talk to Steven before the game. Before I knew he was going to be on stream, we talked about his list a little bit, because I love the concept. Steven freely admitted that he doesn't think this is the optimal Nurgle Demons build. He thinks, and I fully agree with this, that if you're going to go Nurgle Demons, you kind of lean into one data sheet and just go all in on that. Like, you don't go some beasts, some plague drones, some plague bearers. You go all in on plague bearers, bring like 80 plague bearers and support for that. Maybe like 1 small unit of drones, just like skirmish. Just because how Nurgle works. They want to stack buffs. They want to present common target profiles. Like, say all this Melta that Ken has, say it was all like 80 plague bearers instead of the beasts and drones. Suddenly he's just never chewing through that. So let me go ahead here and all right, I've got Steven's list pulled up. I will start typing it in. Cool. That's the list in the chat, and yeah, Cake. I don't disagree at all. It's more fun to talk about it. I love the list. Plague drones can turn into a lot of plague bearers, and obviously lose some damage output. But the list, I don't know if the list really has damage output anyway in the best case scenario. I almost think in that the version of the Nurgle Demons I would want to run, you also drop the Great and Clean one, which I know sucks because it's such a cool model. And you just kind of go all in on just like 100 plague bearers, support characters like 2 demon princes for warp ritual, and like some Nurglings, some Gnarlmaws. It's hard to say for sure what the best Nurgle demon list is, but I think you want to go either all plague bearers or all big, like some great and clean ones, some soul grinders, and then some like drones and beasts for harassment. Something like that seems pretty darn good. But yeah, when you go a little bit more hybrid, you kind of lose the efficiency of just kind of blanking out certain types of damage. Demon Princes don't do a lot of damage. The one with Corruption can be pretty spicy, but it's just like a worse version of the CSM Nurgle Relic. I think you end up, bring 2. One with Corruption, one kind of cheap just for ritual. Yeah. Yeah, very sad to see the DP with Corruption die early, but I think Steven knew the risk he took when he sent him on his little joyride up the middle. I don't think it was a horrible play. It's not what I would have done, but I definitely saw his logic. The one part I disagree with was that he talked about sending the Demon Prince to kind of screen out the drop pod. I don't know if I agree with that logic per se, but again, he's done very well with the list. He's in 2-0 so far, so hats off to him for piloting it well. Let's see here. Any Tau army is doing well. Let me see if I can. I'll pull up all the 2-0 and 3-0 armies and see if there's any Tau in there. I did see a Tau player. I'm not sure how well he's doing. Let's see. I'm scrolling, not seeing the Tau, because the Tau are currently sitting at. They lost their first game, won their second, lost their third. It happens. So, decent run. The Tau could still finish above 500. So send them. Oh, I see there's another Tau player that's sitting at 0-2 right now with the Tau, which, again, it happens. Especially because some of these train sets are definitely favoring more like mobile melee infantry. So I can see Tau struggling, especially if it's not a super tuned list. So yeah, no worries at all. Tower is still a very strong army, even if they're not as good as they used to be. Will the channel be streaming the Maryland Open? I don't want to speak for Waltz and exactly Table and Tower schedule, but I know there has been some discussion on that front, and I think that's very likely. Actually, I played the Maryland Open a couple years ago when it was hosted by Don Gregor. Definitely a lot of great players and a lot of really great people in the area. So that'd be a really fun event. And let's see here. Khorne and Slaanesh Demon Princes are so spicy. I love them both. Yeah, I agree. Khorne and Slaanesh Demon Princes are both really good. I love the Khorne one. I love the first Nurgle one with Corruption. I love the first Tzeentch Prince. It can bring 2 damage powers and a 4 damage weapon. That's not a bad package for 185 points or whatever. How are Drukhari doing? I think Drukhari in a good spot overall. At the tournament, let me see if there's any Drukhari doing well. I see Ulthway is actually sitting at 3-0. Matt Laura, another great player. I'm good to see him here. Let's see here. No Drukhari though. It's Ulthway plus Harlequins. See any other Drukhari? Yeah, I don't think there's any Drukhari here. I'm seeing there's some undefeated Guard. There's some undefeated Dark Angels, undefeated World Eaters. Very nice. Let's see here. Some undefeated Necrons. That'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, I think Drukhari are in a good spot. They just have some tough matchups. And they're very train dependent. Like I think Drukhari have literally 0 chance versus any shooting army on this train in particular, for example, on this mission. But yeah, actually, I played Drukhari at RTT a while ago. I really enjoyed them. Really enjoyed playing against the army. I was like, wow, there's a lot of cool tricks they can do. The Succubus that can dunk on you and then jump out of combat is still really good. Draz and Incubi still hit really, really hard. Yeah. No, Drukhari got a lot better with Armor of Contempt removed, because now they just go back to eating Marines for breakfast. Tantalus, yeah, I'm not super sure about the Tantalus, but I think with the reroll people, some decent decent efficiency. Let's see here, worst player ever going to vacation that weekend. Oh man, well, have fun in Florida. Should be a fun time of year to be down there. Yeah, I guess we'll see you at another tournament or Maryland Open. I will say, despite how badly it seems to be going on the tabletop, I'm not seeing a lot of Nurgle Demons left, to be frank. The score is really not that far apart. If you look at it right now, again, there's still a world in which Nurgle comes back. I do think it is partially dependent on Drukhari making, or excuse me, the Iron Hands making mistakes, and Ken's a very experienced player who's going to be very good at not letting his foot off the gas. But again, anything can happen. Let's keep rolling dice and let's keep seeing what happens. Again, I think Steven's playing well. I got to give him a lot of props for battling with a tough matchup.
All right. So I'm going to get shock tactics here.
Yep.
Is the Great Unclean one your actual Warlord?
Yeah.
So I get 4 Assassinate on that.
Yep.
And I'm going to get 3 Data Intercept because it's max 3.
Yep.
I guess actually we have to fight over there, and you fight first.
Yep. 16 attacks again. 2, 4, 6, 8. I lied, it's only 11. So 1 auto wound, 2 auto wounds. Then let's talk. Roll the 1. So you got 2, 4, 5 altogether. -2, 1 damage.
4 ups. So you killed the wounded guy and 1 more.
I mean, I think part of the issue is, let's just say, Steven, gets the luck of Nurgle and rolls literally all invulns the rest of the game. Doesn't take a single other wound. I'm looking at his models. I'm looking at the location of the objectives. And I do feel definitely worried about how that's going. Now, Iron Hands can't heroically intervene, so there is a world in which maybe he charges the bottom objective on the current screen and then gets guys on that objective just to deny primary. But the issue is he's just not going to be able to hold it at this point. He's got a couple units of Plague Bearers. And that's kind of the issue with Nurgle in general with GW's design, is that being slow is such a disadvantage in 40k that you have to be a really good data sheet. You have to be kind of busted in terms of stats to make up for being slow. And when Nurgle Demons are merely good in stats, it's often not enough, so that's why they kind of struggle a little bit. I think Nurgle Demons are probably Slaanesh stuff is pretty good, but Nurgle Demons probably have better data sheets per point than Slaanesh. It's just mobility is king, and yeah. But again, it also depends on the mission, and I think Steven himself admits not only is he taking. I have a lot of respect for Steven, because not only is he taking an army that he knows isn't at the top of the meta, but he brought a list which he didn't even think was the best list for that specific faction. So, again, it happens. And I don't want to take away from Ken's play either. Ken's an experienced player, a good player, and he definitely wins a lot of games with any faction he wants. So don't want to say anything negative or take anything away from him at all.
Advanced Scrivener. Then I'm going to be wholly within, so I can't do that. Human Tokyo personnel. Alright, that's the end of my turn. I get 1 point for Reality Rebels. Oh, wait, we have to fight here.
So I strike first now.
Yep.
Here's my Lightning Claws. Only 3 hits. Rolling. Okay, 3 wounds.
All right. These are the lightning claws, correct?
Lightning claws, correct.
I keep hitting that one. Fail 1, kills damage guy.
Relic Blade, 2 hits. No wins.
All right. Attacks back. 5 attacks. Yeah. No auto wounds. But I got 2 regular wounds. AP2, 1 damage.
You killed a guy.
Hell yeah, let's go. Now that you're over yonder, yeah, I get 1 point for rebels this turn.
Okay.
But again, I do respect there was no quit from Steven. Not throwing in the towel, just kind of acknowledging, the secondary situation isn't where he wants it to be. But yeah, I will say I was a little unsure why the Plague Bearers headed backwards on that turn. Let's see if I can get a better angle there. Okay, it doesn't really work right now. That's totally fine. I would have liked to see them head towards the right. But I guess it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen those Plague Bearers at some point fall out of those Vanguard Vets and just get on the objective, because you can't have one little land speeder just holding objectives against you when your whole thing is holding objectives. But again, I'm not taking anything away from Steven's play. No one's played a perfect game of 40K. I think on the whole, he's done a great job, running the list to the best of its ability. It's just, it's a truly horrendous matchup.
Wait, touch it. I'm not sure I can actually see that.
It's close, yeah.
I'm just trying to see if the last guy can see.
Got it.
He's the guy who made it within. I don't think he can. He's the guy who was able to touch the building. So these guys won't be doing anything this turn. Well, I guess they could shoot there. I don't know why I'm trying to measure 24.
Score, carry on, Jets. Great sportsmanship by both of you. People are really enjoying the stream.
Nice.
I'm going to advance the aggressors.
Burn that CP. You
Yeah,
have enough
I'll spend
of
a CP.
There we go.
There we go. Do I get my CP back? No. All right. All right, data intercept back here.
Yep.
All right, my demonic friends, we just got back from the scoring, updated the score sheet there. The score sheet is currently accurate to the current game state. The only thing is I'm currently estimating no prisoners. The players are going to calculate that at the end. They're not keeping a running tally, which I think makes a lot of sense. Like a close game, you want to double check, know exactly where your score is. In a game where it's probably not going to be a close game, like one of the two players, like if a player wins, they'll be like by running away with the game. Or even in games where, like, early on, I think it's totally fine. I'll keep track of that and just kind of do an update, maybe turn 3, check in, see how it's going. No prisoners, if I had to estimate, we're looking at least 9, so I'll put 9 in there. Actually, you know what? I control the scoreboard. Let's the no prisoners down to 8, just to improve Ken's score. Get it to a nice round 6 to 9. But yeah, the issue for Steven is he can play perfectly from here. I'm just not seeing enough Nurgle demons left on the board. Is kind of the crux of the issue here. But again, it do be like that when you have a super killy army like an Iron Hand successor. I was actually talking with Ken before the game, and I was like, hey, are you running the kind of traditional Master Artisan and Born Heroes, or I think Master Artisan and Whirlwind of Rage build? And what that build does is it gives you Exploding Sixes or +1 to hit in melee, and then 1 hit or wound reroll every time a unit activates. And I think there's a lot of arguments for both. But with Ken's build in particular, like leaning all into the Vanguard vets and mobility and melee, I kind of like the choice to double down on the 2, melee traits, because your shooting's probably already good enough. If there's a list that's vulnerable to like just loses if it faces like 15 multi-meltas, you're probably already beating that list, regardless of whether you have like a few more rerolls mixed in there. Whereas this melee list gives you actually some of the highest damage per point on mobile bodies in the game, which gives you a whole different dynamic. Like I asked everyone like raise their hand and like acknowledge, hey, I expected an Iron Hands list to be, very melee focused. I don't think many people have expected, that to be the case on an undefeated Iron Hands list. So well done to Ken for kind of coming up with his own unique spin. I think over the last couple editions, we're all probably a little tired of seeing Iron Hands on competitive tables, but that's no fault of Ken. I know he's a longtime Marine player, and definitely congrats to him for putting his own unique spin on that build. I actually think my first tournament ever at Tables and Towers, I played a GT. I think it went 3-2, and this was late 8th. It was after the Marine supplement came out, and Marines were busted. And I ran this really fun list. It was a Plague Bearer Swarm list, which had already kind of fallen out of style. I brought the Contorted Epitome to basically send up all the OBSEC Plague Bearers and then tie other people in combat. A lot of fun to play. Ken was running Imperial Fists at the time, running one of those are very artillery-heavy builds. Had a surprisingly good game. It was a really close game. He played well. But yeah, definitely I think Iron Hands are, unless something truly miraculous happens here, which you never know in 40K. But I think we kind of know here. Iron Hands are bringing out the broom, bringing out the bucket, and they're bringing out the mop, and they're starting to mop up. But again, respect to Steven. I haven't seen try to concede at all or get frustrated. He's playing out his ability to the best of his list, to the best of his ability, even though obviously it's a horrendous matchup and mission. And yeah, no quit. Nurglians don't quit. Plague Bearers don't quit. Nurgle has no quit in him. Yeah, thanks, Cake. It was a fun list. I faced a Tau list round 1, and I basically like wrapped some unit that I couldn't fall back, and I was like immediately game because I had like every unit in my army extend one little tendril to get in there. Cool, let's take it back to the players and see how it's going on the tabletop.
I'll start with the guys back there. I'll spend a CP for 6s to wound explode.
All right.
I'll start with the Relic Blade. So 2s, 6s explode. So that's 5 hits. 3s. So no explosions there, but 3 2-damage wounds.
All right. 5 ups. 3 dead Plague Bearers. I can't take down. Take them like that.
Lightning Claw. So the 1s miss. 6s are explosions. There's another 1. And then 5s re-rolling.
Yep.
That's 12, 17.
Alrighty. Guys left on a wound.
Do you want to interrupt?
I have 3 CP. Nah, it's fine.
Here's the dread.
I'm gonna pay 2 CP, 1 CP to transhuman them.
Okay. Here's the dread.
Yep.
So I am hitting on 2s on the charge. I have 1 additional hit and 1 additional attack, which also hits. 4s because you're transhuman. That was a good call. 3.
All right. You just killed the damaged one. Oh, my bad. Sorry about that.
And then the Vanguard Vet's into the character.
Yep.
Here's the Relic Blade. 2 misses, 1 explosion. Only 1 wound.
Right. Saves it.
And then the Lightning Claws. T6, right?
I believe so.
Or 5 or 6.
Yeah, it's 5 or 6.
Alright, so 3 misses, 2 come back as explosions.
Yeah, T6.
5's re-rolling. Cocked. Right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10.
Eight, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4 wounds down to 2.
Okay. Your turn to fight over here.
I have fight spec with these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll do over there.
Just
Maybe
wanna start with there, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so 5 attacks. See if I can kill another one. Now with rolls like that. Nothing.
My attack's over here. Here's the Relic Blade. Only 1 hit, which does wound.
All right, save it.
And the Lightning Claw, only 1 hit. Re-rolling. Nope, nothing.
Oh, yeah, so what noodle fight over there?
Yeah.
All right, let's do Spoilpox Scrivener first. So 3 attacks with the Plague Sword. Weapon skill 2, so 2 hits. Wounding on 3s. Nothing. Okay. And then he has a Malefic attack. It is Malefic 1. Hits, wounding on 3s. Wounds.
AP?
And the AP 1, 3 damage.
So 3 up. Saved.
All right, cool. All right, let's go Plague Bearers now. One, 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 attacks. Yeah. 2 auto wounds. You got 3 at -2, 1 damage.
5 ups. Saved 1.
Hi,
He took 2.
Hi, you did damage. Moral victory.
He is down to 7. Morale for your Plague Bearer units?
Yep.
2.
He flees. Yep. 4 plus 6, 10. Dude flees, then 1s and 2s. One more.
So I get 3 data intercept, no shock tactics.
Yeah, you did. You killed me off my objective here.
Oh, I did. You're right, because your guy fled.
Yep.
You're right. So I did get 4 on that. And I got 3 assassinate for killing the
That's correct.
Biopiper. Your turn.
Fat goose egg on primary, 1 banner. All right. Who do I want to meme charge? This is the battle round 4.
This is the bottom of 4, correct.
All right. They're gonna fall out to the middle.
Okay.
Give me another rebel point.
You're -2 to go into the woods, right?
Oh, I never rolled my warp storm point this turn.
Oh, do you have a way to ignore that with warp?
Yeah.
I don't think you need it to get within 6.
Yeah,
right?
just
'Cause
the
you could-
intention to be within 6
Yeah,
to
yeah.
get the warp storm point.
You just can't be on the forest.
Yeah. I'll lose to banner, but who cares? No. He'll fall out. And they'll fall out. I don't feel like rolling combat this turn. I'm tired. All right, end of turn scoring. I get
One thing I do want to quickly say for all the Chaos fans out there, about half an hour ago we were at 23 votes. It was pretty evenly split. Despite the game increasingly is looking like it might slip away from the Nurgle Demons, we've had votes pouring in, almost all for the Nurgle Demons to still win this game. Y'all are amazing. Like generally like amazing group of hobbyists and members of the community. I love the energy. And here's the thing, right? Even if we didn't get him this time, there's going to be many more battles to wage in the future. Demons aren't going to quit. Demons will stick around, and so will we.
10 Vanguard vets.
oh no.
Ready to come at him. And the Dreadnought's going to be
Lord.
responsible for this
4 warp storm points.
guy. So the Dreadnought's going to go after the Scrivener.
You're gonna punch him.
I'll shoot him first, just in case.
Oh, that's no fun. Just punch him.
Volkite.
Oh, that's.
All right, 1s and 2s. The 1 is rerollable. It's heavy. All right. Add 1 6 in there, which triggers an additional attack, which also hits. T6, so 4. All right. So 3 wounds that are 2 damage and 1 mortal wound.
Save him while he takes a mortal.
Heavy Flamer. 1 hit.
Swear to God, if you kill another character
not
like
win.
this.
Crack missiles. 1 hit. Does wound.
Give me a 4.
It's a 1.
CP reroll it. You're gonna. No, he's dead.
All right. 2 Vanguard vet charges.
Yep.
Cool, I made it. Cool, I made it. I guess I'll roll them separately in case you interrupt, because you could interrupt and attack the 1.
No, I can't. I don't have any CP. Just do them all together.
Oh, okay.
I'm all out of CP.
So these are my Relic Blades. So you said you are
T7.
T7, 9 wounds?
9 wounds.
Okay. So the Relic Blades, hitting on 2s, 6s explode. I got 2 explosions, 1 miss. Strength 7, toughness 7, so 4s. That's 5 that are 2 damage each.
All right. 2, 4, 5. Let's see if we need to go any further. 2, 4, 6. He's down to 3.
Okay.
How many lightning claws are going into him? A lot.
32.
Yeah, I might save us both the time. It's the
Okay.
end of the day. He's dead.
Okay. That's gonna be the end of Assassinate.
Yeah. So end of the game for me. I'm just gonna score 1 point for Rebels, and that's the game.
Okay. So at the end of the game, I'm gonna have 12 shock.
Yep.
I'm sure I got to 15 on no prisoners.
Oh, 100%. I believe so. So no plague bearers came back, so that's 80 off plague bearers.
Minus
I had
2, yeah.
I had one minus 5. So we had 3 right here,
Oh, you're right.
and then 2 right there.
So that's 70 plague bearer wounds. 20 Nurglings, so that's 90.
You had 30 drones because I brought one back.
So that's 120, and then the beasts get it to 141.
Yeah.
So that's over max.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make
Max,
sure.
yeah, max is at 130. Yep. And then assassinate, I'm at 16, so 15.
Yep.
And then primary is max as well.
Good game.
I'll add up your points. You get 11 on Reality Rebels. It's really good at secondary. That. 15, 25, 26.
Sounds good.
Good game, sir.
Good games.
I know it was rough still, since when I started killing off, particularly when the Grid Unclean one went down.
It was
It's like, oof.
There was the turn 1 movement with the plague drones is actually I messed up a lot. I forgot I advanced with them, so they had a 14-inch movement. So I didn't move this one fully into the forest, which could have had the Prince character blocked. So I could have ritualed safely, and we saw how durable the drones were.
Yeah, that's right. Makes sense.
Yeah, so I could have just ritualed probably additional time with the Prince without having to yeet them out.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
One day I'll beat you.
Cool, everyone. With the final score is in, and the number they made up is probably just a made-up score. It was 97-38 for the Iron Hands. I don't believe that. I don't think any of you believe that. The real score, with 77 on Warp Ritual, is over 100 points for the Nurgle Demons, which mathematically means they've guaranteed to have won the game. So basically with one win on the normal scoreboard for Iron Hands, 1 win on the Mike Bias scoreboard for Nurgle Demons, we'll just call it a tie, right? But in all seriousness, wow, almost 10 straight hours of streaming today with only a couple breaks. But I gotta say, what an amazing day. Honestly, the crowd, the energy here was a lot of fun. All of y'all in the chat kept me going through the day. You are all amazing. I really hope to see all of your smiling, beautiful faces full of energy tomorrow. We've got 2 great games coming up tomorrow. I want to know exactly what the matchups are going to be, but as mentioned before, we're going to grab top table matchups, but I will use my judgment to find the most fun matchups, try to get some Chaos armies on stream, try to get really cool armies on stream. So I'm super excited. Tomorrow's stream is going to be even better than today, and we've got all some tech stuff figured out. And fingers crossed, I don't want to promise it, but we may get the overhead cam working by tomorrow. So that would be awesome. But in all seriousness, what a amazing group of people. I love the energy from all the people in the hobby, and wherever you're calling for, kind of join us from. I've seen some people in Europe, people from Australia, people from the US. Thank you for joining us today. On that note, we're going to go ahead here, start signing off. I'll give people like 1 more minute just to wrap up in the chat, and then we'll go ahead and we will call the stream. Cool. Let's see here. The final vote ended up being 62% thought the Nurgle Demons were going to win, and they were exactly right, with that sneaky little 77 Warp Ritual score sneaking in at the end. So, great work, everyone, and we willed Steven to victory. Yeah, that's what I love about watching other streams is, like sometimes like I watch other streams and I'm really actively involved, and sometimes I just have it playing in the background while I paint, hang out with my partner, make dinner, play a tabletop game. So whether you're actively participating tomorrow or just kind of more coming to hang out with us and have fun, hope to see you tomorrow. I think we're looking at 10 a.m. EST. Don't quote me on that. I will try to go ahead and post that tomorrow. Sinner, appreciate the kind words. Yeah, first time doing commentary, just trying to spread the love, and just going to keep learning and growing as a commentator. And everyone's feedback was super helpful. Cake, a real pleasure. Bye to you too. Let's all get some sleep. Let's all get some rest wherever we are, and come back for an amazing day too tomorrow. All right, sign off from the Warhammer Studios. We'll see you tomorrow.